Okay. Oh, cool,
Okay,
cool.
we are unmuted. It's working. It's working. It's working. Hey
It's
everybody.
working! We're just gonna say that the whole stream.
Yes.
It's working!
or
Put like an
again.
Anakin Skywalker avatar up there where he's on his pod racer in Phantom Menace. Like, yeah, it'll work perfectly with the meme. Also,
It,
please drop by my stream for a hot minute so you can see my background, if you
yeah,
don't mind.
guys, go check Skybane's side of the stream just so you can see you can see his background because it is me, dude. Something happened yesterday and I feel a little bad about it.
Oh, yeah?
Dude dropped on my stream, excited about the future of the series, of the Mega Man series, because of how well the Star Force collection is doing. And I completely agree, but that person mentioned that he was hoping for a AAA Mega Man game, and I was like, oh, that's super hard to happen because, and you know the whole, we both know how Capcom treat this franchise. Let's be honest.
Yep. Cancellation after cancellation.
The TLDR was the series. Unfortunately, has never sold enough to justify larger budgets. The most we can expect from Capcom is AA, which is around the budget Mega Man Legends in its time had, or Mega Man 11 for a more modern example.
Yeah, we're kind of getting right into it with the hot takes there, because I've always been the one to say, honestly, and I think this doesn't necessarily contrast with what you're saying, but I think there is an argument to be made that Mega Man games in general, like with some exceptions, and Legends is one of them, but like in general, I feel like they don't really need big budgets, because it's a general like 2D experience, and it's a pretty simple formula. For most intents and purposes,
Exactly. But I have a friend of mine who's an indie developer.
Cool.
Had his own. I don't know if to call it a hot take or a cold business-like take. But his take was was this. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. But he said Capcom doesn't get is that if the Mega Man series sales don't justify huge, rich engine, hyper-realistic budgets, just release them pixel art Mega Man games, $5 a pop. Every year and a half, and just have the series be this mid-budget income source, this passive that doesn't even need physical prints.
Yeah, I know. There's an argument to be made. Like, I mean, there's both a give and take thing there, because I feel like they don't usually make top dollar, but like the other side is they don't usually cost a whole lot to produce. So it's like whatever argument is made that's you go, what, Capcom's not making Mega Man games because they don't sell a lot. I've never really bought that, because like they never put a whole lot into it. So it's like you gotta factor in like what balances other things out. Like they're not getting a whole lot, like they're not getting as much as their AAA games, but they're also, not putting in as much as their AAA games. So it's like it balances out, I feel. And if they're expecting more, if they're expecting like top dollar from a mid-budget game, or from what was most of the time just a mid-budget game, they're saying their expectations too high, and at that point it's like they're making bad business decisions.
I completely agree. I completely agree with you. It's just at some point it's I talked with Alraz. Shout out to Alraz. He said the problem with the Mega Man series, the very source of the problem, and problem in quotation marks, is that back in the NES and SNES days, its sales were very comparable to its peers in the NES and SNES. The problem is that the Mega Man sales stagnated after the SNES. So it really, unfortunately, business-wise, it really is a hard justification to make a Mega Man game with a larger budget and incentive to do expensive. What's the word I'm looking for? Experimenting with the series.
Ah, that's a really good word. Okay, so I was curious where you were going with that, and I think that last word you used, the experimenting, that really is the caveat there,
Mm-hmm.
because they can make Mega Man games in the same formula as that's been established in the past, with a pretty mid-budget, I think, because it's an old formula, and because it's an old formula, it's they don't really need that much to produce it. But if they're going for a more experimental sort of thing, that really is the main caveat. Like that would require a bigger budget, and it would require more risk. And I think in the main game series that I think would apply most in terms of experimentation would be the Legend series. Because if they were to introduce the Legends, if they were to bring back Legends 3, or not even just bring it back, but just start trying something completely new with it, I think they would feel more pressure to cater to more modern 3D mechanics and whatnot. And not only does that take more money, but it also takes more time to figure out how to translate that, translate Legends vibe into modern day, which would require, as you say, more experimentation. So it's a really tricky discussion, honestly.
Completely. It's completely true. It's very tricky. I really lament that the sales of Lanes were never strong to justify the series going on in that direction, because I do believe, even though some people called it back in the day stuff like poor man Zelda, and I was like, what do you mean? It is Zelda with gun, it's good. It still tried to experiment. It was, for example, we all know the formula of the Mega Man series is the weapon copying, and in Legends, instead of directly copying weapons, you were scavenging for the remains of the destroyed bone machines to have Roll make a weapon or a shield, like the Marl Wolf remains. The shield was to make a shield arm.
Yeah, and it only, it really was a sign of its time in that respect, because that formula itself was very experimental back in the day, but it came at a time when, the higher ups were really pining for experimentation, because that was like the turn of the gaming era where things were being, thrown into 3D, and everyone wanted a piece of the action. Everyone wanted to see, test the waters with that new formula, and see what worked. So, and they were getting top dollar from the big companies to make games in 3D and figure out what worked in 3D. So Legends was kind of the result of that miracle of the time where companies were kind of pining for more experimentation in the 3D genre. Nowadays, it's hard to say if there is that kind of same push. I feel like companies are more inclined to stick with the old thing, because they're safer.
Absolutely, absolutely. The development budgets have ballooned so hard. It's just for a series like Mega Man. It really. I go back to the opening argument with what my friend said. It's not unless it suddenly Dual Overdrive sells like a gangbusters that becomes the best-selling title in the franchise history in less than 6 years, unlike 11, unfortunately. It's not viable for it to have budgets too big. It's even viable to go back to sprite artwork, because it's not like us Mega Man fans are people who look for graphics in our blue Astro Boy jump and shoot guy.
Well, because most of us are old by this point.
That's true. It's so funny when Yoshihisa Tsuda said that Gumball was aimed at fifth elementary school boys, and I was like, Tsuda-san, how do I tell you? How do I tell you that most of the fandom are old people, my man?
Yeah.
How can I break it to you that kids are not going to be playing Gumball to do that?
Oh, dude, you're absolutely right. I like that kind of, especially the formula they had going on for Gunvolt, which was kind of more like a high speed, high score sort of thing. The kids aren't into that. It's the adults who grew up with the arcades that I think are mostly into that. So yeah, it does cater, I think, more to the oldies than anyone.
Hey,
but what you said. I kind of want to go back to what you said about Legends and not not selling a whole lot to warrant other sales. There's a bit of a side note there, which I always insert whenever people bring up the sales. The PS1 remasters. And granted, those or not the remasters. I'm sorry, the PS1 re-releases
Yeah,
of the Legends games.
PS1 classics on PS3 and PS Vita, right?
Yeah, yeah, those were a real turning point, I think, in Legends. Legends legacy, if I may dare to use that term, even if we don't have a legacy collection yet.
Yet.
But it was the PS classics of all three Legends games, Legends 1, Legends 2, and Tron Bond, they all made the top 10 PS Classics list on the Sony website for weeks following their release. And granted, this happened like during the absolute stagnation of like it happened during the Mega Man Dark Ages. So, granted, you couldn't really expect anything maybe from the time because Capcom wasn't so much of a rut. But I feel like now we do have. I think there is more of an argument that something should be done with Legends now. Now that we have those sales, like back in the day they didn't sell so well, but we have actual evidence now that they made some numbers when they were re-released, and we don't know exactly what those numbers are. We only have like a top 10 chart to go by, and that doesn't list any numbers, which is criminal, honestly. Like like shout outs to the fact that shout outs against the practice of giving power to the digital marketplace, because they're not going to display whenever the power is given to the digital marketplace, like they can withhold just all those numbers like to the day they die. They're just never going to show it. So that's criminal, but it is still a thing that I think always needs to be brought up when we're talking about Legend sales,
Completely true. Although, in chat, my friend Blank says that they'll probably do the Legends collection next, to which I am crossing my fingers. We saw that with Star Force.
I'm crossing my toes, too.
They will release a collection with just 3 games, but I am twisting my spine in hopes that the Legends 3 prototype build, the prologue prototype, is included as a bonus, like the same way back in the SNES days. Nintendo included the Japanese Super Mario Brothers 2 in All Stars, like never released in America before, the Lost Levels, something like that in the Legends Legacy Collection, like never released before, only seen once on some Japanese morning program.
Oh yeah, dude, can you even imagine if they did that? Like, holy crap. That would be absolutely revolutionary. I mean, you're mentioning how Nintendo's done it in the past, but I mean, to release this game, this pined for classic, this game that was canceled ages ago, to the absolute despair, of Mega Man fans worldwide, for them to re-release that would make headlines upon headlines. Like, holy crap, it would be so big.
Yeah, I can see it overtaking all. What exists today on YouTube channels that are journalists to gaming, like Screenwave? Oh no, what was it called? Something Wave, and IGN still has their YouTube channel. They will totally spam YouTube with Legends 3 comes back, Capcom finally takes a prototype out of their vault, and so on and so forth.
No, absolutely, dude, and it's man, so many news outlets were covering that stuff back in the day. I recall, I tell this story all the time, but back when it was canceled, when Legends 3 was canceled, I remember dropping by a Toys R Us pretty soon thereafter, and I saw a copy, and I wasn't subscribed to Nintendo Power at the time. I know a lot of people were, but my main, I would just glance at it in stores and whatnot when I went there. But on one such occasion, when I visited Toys R Us, I saw a copy of Nintendo Power, like the latest copy, just on a magazine rack, and I opened it up, and I found some coverage on the cancellation of Legends 3, and I remember it as clear as day how it went. It opened up with the lines, "In what may be the absolute worst news in gaming history, Mega Man Legends 3 has been canceled." And you know, that just really speaks volumes to me. If this was covered in Nintendo powered with that kind of opening line, then dude, it would get so much coverage if the prototype was released in the collection as well.
Back in the day, when it happened, well, it was a couple years after it happened. I got a small gig in a radio with a friend.
Oh, cool. Oh, dude, that's so up your alley. I could totally see that.
It was in Spanish, but it was a gaming segment with gaming music and stuff in the radio.
Oh, nice.
But we were talking of air when we were preparing. The topic of Legends 3 happened. It was unavoidable because even though he was not a Mega Man fan, he's not a Mega Man fan. He knew just how much people wanted that game, the expectative behind the game. So even to people who never played Mega Man, it was just part of the zeitgeist that was one of the worst cancellations of all time. Blank says that it would be crazy if they brought out the prototype after so long. Let me off my copium because I was my. I just want to add this. Last night I was talking with a friend of mine, Sidak on chat. I was talking. Kamiya left Capcom in horrible terms, right? And then my friend mentioned that yes, because Kamiya left with all of Clover to form. He just just as Aizu took away employees with him, Kamiya did the same to form Platinum. So if Kamiya and Capcom could finally make peace to finally realize Okami 2, I wonder if it's possible at some point for Inafune Inti and Capcom to make peace, so we can finally get not just Legends 3, but CX Cradle as well.
Oh my gosh. Okay, you're going to get me started on a whole new tangent about ZX3. Like, holy crap, man. Oh, I would love that so much. But you know, that comes to really what seems to be the crux of the issue is that Capcom just doesn't want to work with other studios these days for some god-awful reason.
I think they find themselves to be finally a sustainable entity. At the time, Capcom just outsourced because they saw themselves as a whatchamacallit. They saw themselves as the premier arcade making company, Capcom. So much Takuya Aizu alluded to how badly the console department were treated in his tenure at Capcom. Like, they wanted to make a Street Fighter using 3D graphics, and the arcade division just entered to their offices and told them right away, who told you were allowed to make a 3D Street Fighter game? And the whole thing, and just with those words, their project cancelled. Even if they changed the characters for OCs, project dead, and then Aizu left Capcom.
Yeah, you could see why at that point. Yeah, that had to have been a sign of the times. Like that Capcom was really changing, and for the worse. And I think internally that was more clear than anyone realized.
Munich says Kamiya gets really mad on Twitter when people mention how bad Capcom was. Something about Kamiya saying Capcom was still family to him. I think Kamiya's being a little hypocritical to save face now that his working relationship with Capcom was mended once more, because he was the first one to not only leave Capcom with a lot of employees, to right away make Devil May Cry at home. I remember it was very hypocritical when he said that Mighty Number 9 was too close to Mega Man, but Bayonetta is too close to Devil May Cry.
Yeah. I'm very impressed with you guys who can tell when Kamiya is in a bad mood or not, because I personally can't. That seems to always be his default state to me. At least just going off his Twitter.
Naruhodo. With the discussion of the development stuff out of the way, shall we get moving to the actual, la creme de la creme, to the actual in-universe lore, to the sunken library shenanigans? Woo!
Heck yeah, man. We'll take it wherever you want.
Okay, chatos, let me tell you a story. Sometime in the 1960s, Thomas Light met Albert Wiley. They were in college. They were friends, and then everything went to hell. The end.
That's quite a 180, just all of a sudden. Wait, yo, we got Ryan in the chat. Ryan, dude, Ryan. On any other stream, I would invite you to the voice chat, but I'm talking with Lynx right now. So, dude, we gotta catch up another time on the stream. But yo, for those of you who don't know, Ryan was our convention guru back during the Get Me Off the Moon days, and he was absolutely one of the biggest players in in the projects we put together. Like so much of what we did. Is owed to Ryan. So H2O Mask. I'm sorry, H2O Mask Man in the chat. He was awesome back in. He's still awesome. Within the last couple days, we've been going over like some ancient artifacts that he still has on hand from the old Get Me Off the Moon days, which has been a ton of fun. Just like rediscovering all that old stuff. Like if this dude could open a museum of old Get Me Off the Moon artifacts, and it would be awesome. But hey, man, thanks for coming in.
Hey, yeah.
Also, he's also saying that Camilla responded to 2 tweets of mine in English without blocking me. That's the biggest accomplishment of my life.
Hey, you danced with the devil in a pale moonlight and survived. That is indeed the accomplishment. Camilla drew a picture explaining why he keeps locking. Yeah, I've seen the picture where he draws the people asking the same questions over and over again as drooling idiots. I saw the drawing.
Yeah. I don't know. You got to be really careful when you're talking to that dude because you might end up getting the ban hammer.
Yeah.
Usually. Ryan, that's hilarious though. Okay, so what was that about Thomas Light and developing something that sent everything to hell?
Oh, I was just starting with the lore, basic lore, just a little bit hokey,
cool.
Tongue in cheek. That Light and Wiley met in college. They became friends because they both shared the same ideals of robots with souls, with personalities. But then they had that unexplained falling out that took until Mega Man 11 for Capcom to finally give an in-universe reason of why they had a fallout, Wild and Light.
Yeah, what you mentioned there, I think we can get off to the, one thing I've always kind of been curious about, and I'm sure this is kind of, I feel like I'm introducing this as sort of like the, in entree, like, or an appetizer to the main course, because I'm sure like a lot of people have very in-depth answers about this, but I think it would be good to get it started off. About developing robots with souls and personalities, which is, you mentioned that in a few seconds ago. The robots are in fact distinct from the Reploids in that they don't have completely free will, but they still seem to have a good amount of free will. Like they seem to have actual personalities and whatnot. So, like, what do you think the difference is between them and the Reploids in terms of the free will aspect?
Cognition is a spectrum. Having a personality does not inherently mean having free will. Rock has his personality of a go-getter boy. That's what Dr. Light modeled him after, to have him as a surrogate son. And his personality is one of being, being helpful, being caring, being optimistic. But ultimately, it's all because it's tied to his main program of being an assistant to humans. The range of decisions he can take it's a very wide net casted because be useful to humans has a lot of interpretation, so long as it correlates with 3 laws of robotics, which Wiley mentions in Mega Man 7 exists in the Mega Man universe. But ultimately, Rock cannot take free will choices. If something happens that's outside of his programming's scope, like in Mega Man 7, when Wily told him, "You cannot shoot me," there's the loss of robotics, and he went in a logic loop, and Mega Man just stood there while looking at all sides while the castle was starting to collapse.
So you think that was his programming taking effect there, as opposed to free will?
Yeah, I think that's the main issue. And then again, there are written works Like I mentioned this book several times. Oh, I think only 2 times. Rockman X Irregular Report. That granted, it is a novelization, but it is a novelization officially allowed by Capcom. Yeah, is that allowed or is it like commissioned? The point is Capcom published it. The point is it's an official material. And it takes from the various encyclopedia books that existed back in the day, the Rockman X, the Dai Hyaka, and the Rockman X3 Cho Hyaka, which had a lot of developer commentary on the world of Mega Man, the general story and such. And in that book, the problem is that because Dr. Kane could not properly understand X, although Reploids can take decisions and actions without the need of a human input or supervisor, their cognition is still rather limited. There is no real moral compass. It's like dealing with superpowered toddlers. So X is alienated by his peers because they don't have the same level of cognition as him, and he's alienated because humans won't accept him because he's a robot. So X.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me take care of a Maverick right... Oh, no, that's you, actually.
Yeah, let me take care of that Maverick right now.
Busting the Mavericks.
Well, I...
Yeah. Well, yeah, this introduces another question for me, how, I mean, I think the biggest, what could be interpreted as free will in Brock was his decision to go from a housekeeping robot or helper robot in the lab to a actual fighting robot. Like, that seems to me to be very indicative of some higher form of cognition. You know, like, because he wasn't designed as a fighting robot. So how was he able to have that? How was he able to display that sort of cognition to know that it was the right thing to become a fighting robot? Like after that,
because that decision lands perfectly in his prime directive of being helpful to Dr. Light. Dr. Light's robots were stolen, therefore he must help. How does he help? And from there the pieces fall in place. Modify me into a combat robot. I go recover their cognitive chips, because people forget, but in Mega Man 1, when you defeat a robot master, they all drop their cognitive program chips as an item that you gotta pick up to finish the stage after you defeat them. And even the Archie comics had Napalm comment on this, that because Mega Man has a help humans prime directive, he's able to have a wide array of choices on how to approach that, while Needleman and other Wily robots have a more specific program of destroy, my man. go destroy.
Yeah, well, that would seem to imply then that Rock was designed with a very, very, very wide range of helping functions that allows him to make those, really big decisions.
Which makes sense, because Dr. Light's entire dream was to create a robot with a soul, so they could be partners to humans. He will want to start from there. What if we give them all these choices and go from there? Especially after Proto Man, basically Proto Man does have free will entirely by accident. We don't know how, but it's related to his malfunctioning reactor.
Oh wait, was Discord down? Oh, no, that's weird.
Is Discord down?
I'm sorry, I got distracted. I was looking in my volume mixer. I have 2 Discord apps on here, and one is like a 1 volume, and the other is like 100 volume. And I hope you're coming out of the 100 volume. Otherwise, I'm talking to myself.
Dang, testing.
Hold on,
testing.
let me double check my stream real quick. Well,
Okay.
I mean, you guys have been able to hear me. I mean, no, Ryan heard me talking about Kamiya a while there, so I think it's working. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Yeah, so about Rock in contrast to Blues. So would you say then that Blue, since he is a prototype, he does not have the same level of programming, like uh, I don't know.
Blues is a
What do you even call it? Because if it's not called programming free will, what would you call it? Like programming cognition or programming sort of like I don't know. What would you call it exactly that they
Blues
have?
is a curious case because all Blues could be to consider the very first
Okay.
robot with real free will because all of his
Oh, there we
actions
go.
have been entirely I'm sorry, let me adjust myself, have been entirely made by his own with no prior directive needed. He left the lab on his own terms. He joined Wiley on his own terms and betrayed Wiley on his own terms. All because of his malfunctioning reactor. Because if you remember, the reason why Blues won't let Light fix him, the reason why even in the arcade games when Light approaches him to let him fix his nuclear reactor, Blues walks away because he's afraid that since his free will is a glitch tied to his reactor, if his reactor was fixed, he will lose his free will.
A glitch? Is that what they say in there?
Well, they don't use the word glitch, but they do explain that his reactor is malfunctioning and it's slowly killing him from the inside out. And there are written works that specify that the reason why Proto-Man does not want to be fixed is because he's afraid he will lose his personality, his ability to think on his
Yeah.
own if he was fixed.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, it really just goes to show how Rock does seem to be a perfected like I mean, well, not necessarily. I mean, because X came later on, but like in terms of the ability to make choices that align with a programming which wants him to be, like always on the straight and narrow and helping, like as the ultimate helping robot, he kind of, he, yeah, I mean, he just displays a lot of, um, I don't know what I'm trying to say exactly, but like his ability to make decisions that align with, the um, societally accepted right answer is extremely impressive, and you can see how that kind of like it works its way into X, who then becomes the like an actual free thinking robot, like centuries later.
Queen, my friend Queen says Proman doesn't want to take his meds. Basically, basically.
Yeah. Although in this case, it looks like the meds are not the best for him. I mean, if his personality is primarily a product of an error, or at least if it wasn't intentional, then you could say he really shouldn't take them in some ways.
I think the worst part is that unlike Rock's reactor, which is a solar reactor, Protoman's reactor is nuclear. So Blues is effectively a living, walking nuke waiting to go off because it keeps malfunctioning.
Yeah, is that kind of the lore behind the Big Bang Strike too? Like, is that nuclear power?
It might as well be. It might be
Yeah,
why the Proto Strike also in Mega Man Powered Up is so grossly overpowered compared to a Mega Buster, which is
that's true
compressed
too. Yeah.
sunlight. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Might also explain why he takes like double damage.
Oh yeah,
All that stuff.
he the actual lore reason. I think it was. I forgot if it was in the Roadmaster Guidebook or in official complete works. One of those two mentioned that when Wily fixed, or rather did a hack job fixing Protoman's nuclear reactor, because it
Uh-huh.
was not a perfect fix. It was Wily who gave him the shield and the Brakeman helmet to
Mm.
protect himself, to shield his body, his torso, to prevent the nuclear reactor, his defective core, to take more damage.
Mm. Okay, okay. So, talking about Proto Man, we've kind of established that the reason Mega Man is so heroic is because he was designed as like the ultimate helper robot. How is it then that Proto Man is able to be helpful as well? Like, was he also designed as like a prototype helper robot, or what's up with that?
I think Proman was simply designed as a prototype robot with advanced AI, But as I was saying, something malfunctioned along the way, but malfunctioned quote unquote for the better, because it gave Proto Man his own free will. It was basically X is a product of, okay, I accidentally made a robot with free will. How do I remake that, but intentionally and without the nuclear reactor having a fallout?
So are we saying that Blues is just X, but by accident?
Yes.
Blues is just an accidental X?
Yes, considering
That's crazy.
Since his free will is entirely tied to his effective nuclear core, it's like falling upwards. When you committed a mistake so hard, you end up landing with the desired result. You don't know how you did it, but it's there.
Yo, I gotta mention real quick, by the way, that I have just a huge, like, 1 hour and a half playlist of the Rockman Complete Work songs going on in the background, and the Blues song is playing right now. Like,
oh,
legit.
That's perfect. I should have music on my own background too, very low. I have the Rockman X arrange album, which is like Mega Man X Jazz.
Oh, that's nice.
Let me
hey, perfect. We're talking about X as well.
Also, reading chat real quick, my friend Queen says, what's stronger, condensed power of the sun or nuclear bullet? Nuclear bullet. Yeah, I think the nuke bullet will be stronger than the power of a sun bullet. Proto Man's shots are stronger than Mega Man's, and that defective core was my guess. Yeah, my guess is that's why the Big Bang Strike and Proto Strike are stronger than the Mega Busters, even the Charge Shot.
Yeah, true. It brought down King's Shield.
Blues is a messed up older brother, and X takes after him, makes sense. Yeah, and I guess Rock is a middle child. It's the middle child.
Yeah, well, it also leads me to wonder, like, what was it? Okay, so Blues kind of, and we're establishing him as this accidental X with a share of free will. Why did Dr. Light see that as a problem back then, and why didn't he integrate it into Mega Man after he found out it was a thing?
No,
or did he even know it was a thing?
No, the problem was not his free will. The problem was the defective nuclear core. The problem is that he wants to fix the core, so Proto Man won't suddenly want they stop functioning. But it's a issue. The issue comes back to the fact that the core is the reason Proto Man has a free will. If it's fixed, it's entirely possible. It's entirely possible Proto Man will become a husk of his proper self. He'll become just another robot.
So it's tied. So the nuclear core is tied to his programming. Then that gives him his personality and effectively his free will.
Yes, we don't know the exact reasoning why, but it is known that because it's exactly why Proto Man didn't trust Light and went to Wily of all people and asked him to just patch it up, but just patch it up enough so he could survive. Actually, no. Proto Man did not approach Wily. Wily happened to find Blues when he was already about to bite the dust. He happened to find him somewhere in the world and picked him up and managed to fix the core without taking away his personality. But it was not a perfect fix because Wily gonna Wily. I mean, that man didn't even finish at 0.
Yeah. Wait, so did Wily help build Proto Man initially? Did he work with Light to build him?
You know what? Capcom has been rather unclear on that. The Japanese canon has it that no, that Light built Proto Man on his own. The Western canon had it for a long time that Wily and Light built him together, and even the Rockman X development document that was translated a couple years back into English has Wily and Light with arrows pointing at Proto Man, but Light is like a complete arrow and Wily is like a dotted arrow, so probably Wily helped at some point just to make the schematics until they had their falling out.
Yeah, that would make most sense. Because I mean, by default, I think of the Ruby Spears cartoon, which obviously isn't canon, but you see that both Light and Wily worked to make Proto Man in there.
Yeah, and Proto Man was not working perfectly. He was just breaking stuff, and Wily took him alongside with other schematics. Oh man, that cartoon was very funny.
Yeah, no, the animation of Proto Man walking through the wall, just like effortlessly, that lives rent free in my mind. How just like he's like walking through paper. It doesn't look like a solid brick wall.
No, I think the problem ought to be the guidance systems. What do you mean the lion men aren't canon? Lion creatures. Dude.
No, they totally are, actually. No, we're just fooling with you. That's actually the canon timeline.
Yeah, the Lion Men are canon, guys. The Lion Men happen at some point after Wily Tower and before Mega Man 4. Yeah, at some point their Lion Men happened.
Yeah, and then Disney came in and ripped it off, which was just really bad form on their part.
It was very unprofessional.
Dude, it's actually hilarious when you look at like when that Lion Man episode came out in tandem with the Lion King. It was like the same year. You know they knew what they were doing.
Absolutely. Oh, also, I dug back a couple years back. I actually dug on the course of the Lion Man episode out of morbid curiosity. And I found out that I think it was the writer of that episode who also got the contact for the outsourced animation studio, and you can tell by the animation of that episode. After that episode, he just quit the animation industry altogether.
Oh no!
That was his magnum opus.
We lost a legend that day.
We
lost a legend.
We lost Peak. We absolutely lost Peak.
Oh, for real? No, actually. Okay, but no, this leads me in. We're talking about Proto Man. We're talking about X. I gotta say that I love like the how that like in the light of the fact that Proto Man's personality and his like partial free will was tied to his nuclear core, which was faulty. I like how that ties into the X lore, where X, in order to like hone his personality, he had to stay in that capsule for a good like 60 years, I think. Or something like that.
The tests lasted 30 years, but the X was stuck there for like a whole century.
A whole century, okay. But I like that attention to detail too. Like the reason for that testing, apparently being that to not repeat the Proto Man mistake.
I think also because when you're creating a being with free will, you really needed to have a moral compass. Otherwise. Well, Ciel showed us what happens if you just have X without the 30 years of ethical tests. Because Copy X was a perfect copy. Ciel is canonically the first person to actually understand Dr. Light's documentation.
Yeah. Even when she was like, how old was she there? Like 4 years old when she built Copy X?
Yeah, she was 4 or 8. Around that. No, I think she was 8. But she was the product.
It's also a good lesson as to why you shouldn't let an 8-year-old make a fully functioning free-willed robot.
They probably promised her ice cream after that.
Well, and it's also like I think I can't help but feel like the grade schooler mentality would work its way into the actual machine, which is kind of like what Copy X is. I mean, he's basically one big grade schooler, like at the core.
Blank says, it also didn't help that Copy X was put in a position of power immediately when he was basically a robo baby. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. He was just born. And some Senate man told him, "You are the president of the world now. Imagine being born and being told right away, these people there under your protection." And it's like, damn!
Children do love violence, that is true.
That is true. Why do you think Dragon Ball and Saint Seiya were so popular in Latin America?
Oh no, that doesn't say the best about Latin America either. That's...
You know what? There is this joke.
Well, it's the same thing for America too. Like, let's face it.
That's true. There is this joke about Hunter HQ being in Brazil. Because, remember the X5 pre-render in the stage select that has a world map with all the areas being attacked?
Vaguely.
If I recall correctly, the 3D pre-render for Hunter HQ, which serves as a backdrop for the stage select, has Hunter HQ in Brazil, in what will be roughly described as Brazil in South America, similar to how in Mega Man 8 Dr. Light's lab seems to be somewhere around Denver.
Oh, no way. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. It also didn't help that Copy X was put in a position of power immediately when he's... Yeah, oh, we already read that, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, that
I'm sorry.
He was just born and he was told, you are now the president of the world. What are you going to do? And immediately he was like, if robots use too much energy, just get rid of the robots, forehead.
Yeah, no, you're right. Well, it also speaks, of course, to the government at the time. Like Neo Arcadia was just scrounging for someone to replace X after he had to dip. So the whole rush there also didn't help.
This is a perfect segue because I want to touch into this topic now that it's been mentioned. All the Mega Man books, the Encyclopedia / Hyaka series, Irregular Report, I believe, and the games not so much, but the books always have this idea of the government in the Mega Man series as this corrupt, uncaring entity, and it's barely addressed in the games themselves. Of everything being, it's always been the worst decisions out of either corruption, malice, or incompetence, and there is no in between. The decision to make Copy X, the reasons behind the banning robots between Classic and X, which lead to the actual dismantling of the original Robot Masters to replace them with Mechaniloids. Well, in CX we see the extent of government corruption. We fight.
Oh yeah.
Albert of the Sage Trinity, and then there's Master Thomas of the Sage Trinity as well.
Yeah.
And I think the culmination of that, even if you could call it storyline, even if the games themselves don't cover it, the culmination of it will be the system in place in the Time of Legends, you know, where basically the system is a whole shadow government that is just waiting for the right time to purge carbons to clone back humanity. And it's really weird that the games themselves never touched upon the well, it's games for children. I know it's not a political thriller, but they already wrote it in the books, might as well.
Yeah, I know. To me, it kind of feels like they were still trying to figure out how it all connected. I think Inti Creates, I mean, they were just like the most inclined to do that just because that's how they are. I mean, they were rebels themselves. Like we've discussed on plenty of occasions that Inti Creates is kind of a cut from the mold. Like they kind of do things their own way, however they want. And I think their addressing of the political system in the ZX games, and Zero as well, was kind of like a sign of that. Whereas Capcom, they're not so... I feel like that's the last thing they want to do, because they're kind of caught up in that whole corporate mindset, which is a big part of the problem in the Mega Man games as well, I think.
There were only 2 times where Capcom addressed the corruption of government within the Mega Man series, which were in X6 of all games, and in X8. In X6, we have that basically Elia was very, very deep within the whole government shtick. She had to put down Ground Scarabik because he broke into the Forbidden Area, which was a big site where X was discovered. And she was also the one accepting the missions to put down the other gate numbers. Sabotaging Jamark's flight system, pushing Wolfang into the sea so he will sink under his own weight and being implode from water pressure. She was the one who caused things. What was the word I'm looking for? She was the one who sent Maverick Hunters to get Shieldon without X. They were sent straight to kill rather than to arrest Shieldon after he killed Dr. Jim.
Oh, that's wild, actually. I never knew that.
Yeah. That's why there is a meme in certain circles of the fandom that Elia is hardcore. Like,
yeah.
The meme goes, "You don't F with Elia. She will kill you."
Or she'll talk you to death. One or the two, maybe both.
No. Yeah, and Gate kind of alludes to this when she tells her that she was the one that Gate tells Elia that she was always the one that was more in tune with the higher ups, and Elia just says, no, all I did was accept orders. But yeah, Elia goes beast mode. What else did Elia do? Because
didn't X5 go a bit into it as well? I feel like there was a lot of politics in there as well with regard to the Zero virus, and a lot of talk about how they had to put the virus down, and how Zero was kind of like an obstruction to that goal in some ways.
Let me try to recall X5, but while I recall, Blank says Elia goes beast mode in X6. Well, yeah, her descriptions of how she killed the bosses, and he says her buster in X8 isn't out of nowhere.
I was thinking that too, actually, as we were talking about this. Like, she full out brings out the buster in X8.
Dude, when I remember, this is a core memory for me. Back in the day when I was in Planet Mega Man, after we were talking about X6 in remember MSN Messenger, in an MSN Messenger multi-group.
Oh yeah, holy crap, man.
I said, guys, I'm sure the next Mega Man game, the next Wolverine X8, is going to have playable Elia. I know it's happening. And they told me, yeah, and they'll also have Douglas and the janitor playable. Come X8, and who has playable Elia?
Dude, you called it. That's not the first time either, nor was it the last.
And I was like, oh, I should go to the lottery and guess numbers, because Jesus.
Yeah, I know. That was good. That was a real wild card in X8 where you finally get to, well, not finally, but play as Elia and then the other operators too. That was crazy stuff. You could play as her and also in the Mario 64 co-op, which no one really. We had for those of you who don't know, we did a big co-op for Super Mario 64 with the Mega Man X mod, which lets you play as various Mega Man X characters, and Elia was one of them. Well, our group of 7, we were messing around with all characters and all armors, with the exception of Elia. Elia was the one character, well, her and Vile were the 2 characters that no one messed around with.
I'm picking Elia this Saturday, dude. I'm picking Elia.
Well, I hate to tell you, she's pretty much just a normal X clone.
As
so
expected.
She doesn't even have any armor benefits.
Yeah, Blank says the real X7 was Mario 64.
Dude, it's so true.
It's true.
Like, actually, no, legit. Super Mario 64 with the Mega Man X mod is the best Mega Man X 3D gameplay we've ever gotten.
Mm-hmm. I can confirm. And you know what they just need? They need to replace Bowser with a Sigma body. It could be an OC body for all I care, but just have it be Sigma.
I gotta say, I was a little disappointed that we also didn't hear a whole lot of Mega Man X remixes, because like the trailer for that mod had all these, it had some really cool Mega Man X music, and I thought that was going to be in the mod, but then it wasn't, and I was a little sad about that.
It's sad because I told you about the Mega Man mod for Ocarina of Time, Lane of Iris. That one does replace Ganondorf with Sigma.
I saw that. I don't want too many spoilers there, but I saw that.
Okay. I won't tell you all those changes, but I think it's worth mentioning for here. For this
That's
one.
cool. I can't wait to get into that too, like with the whole group.
Oh, dude! I once saw a video of Ballnut inserted in Ocarina of Time. I don't know if it was a ROM hack or a proof of concept, but it was just Ballnut with his regular gameplay. But
I remember seeing that too.
Yeah, exploring, I think, one of the Ocarina of Time dungeons.
Yeah, dude, we gotta look into that. Figure out what was up there.
Yeah, because I don't think it's public, or because I tried looking for it. It might be a private proof of concept until some. Who knows if it's like using the recomp as a basis or what? Because in Majora's Mask recomp, people were able to add Mario. They were able to add Mario from Mario 64, the hit video game, into Majora's Mask, and he breaks the game the same way X and company break Mario 64.
I can see it, man. I can see it. I mean, with all his fancy jumps and twirls and all that. whereas Link can't even jump. So
exactly.
Yeah,
Oh.
no, okay, no, another tangent. So our pal Varunius was playing Super Mario 64 with the co-op the other day, just a couple days ago. I just happened to have a few minutes to my name, so I joined him for it. But he was only playing with reskins of Mario. You know, like he wasn't playing with the Mega Man X mod. It was just reskins of Mario with the Mario playstyle. I jumped in, you know, terrible idea since I hadn't played Mario, like legit vanilla Mario 64 in like 15 years. And I'm like, what is this game? Why can't I fire my Buster? Why can't I jump up walls? I don't want to play this anymore. I like X.
Where is my Mega Mans? Why am I fat Italian? Where is my robot?
I know, what is this Mega Man X 64 bootleg I'm playing here? I don't like it. Oh, that was funny though. That was funny. I was giving poor Varunius no end of my complaints, being like, why can't I jump up walls? Why can't I dash? What is this plumber? Why is he so uncool? Where's my shoe? Okay, yo, no. The worst part of it was that one of the reskins that Varunius had for the mods he was using was a Mega Man powered up model. And it did not have Buster Fire. I wanted to tear my hair out. I was playing as him and I couldn't fire my Buster. I was like, what is this garbage?
I told you I'd shoot, but you didn't believe me. Why didn't you believe me?
I thought at the very least, you know, okay, never mind. Okay, I can do without the dash. I could do without the crazy wall jumps. But the Buster! Why give me a reskin of Mega Man if he doesn't have a Buster?
I know. at that point, man. At that point, why even, right?
Yeah, like no joke. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting into arbitrary complaints and just got off totally different tangents now.
Nah, don't worry. Yeah, it's all part of the lore as much as the Lion Man and Mega Man Soccer.
Yeah, the Super Mario 64 episode was just never aired on the Ruby Spears cartoon.
It
was
canceled
made,
too
but it was
early.
never aired.
Cancelled too early.
It was too soon for the time. People weren't ready for it. You had to lie and sleep in a capsule for like 100 years until people were ready for it.
And then the end of the world will happen once it comes out.
Yeah, just like what happened with Mega Man X.
Exactly. No.
The absolute leveling of Able City.
Going back a little with the lore. It was a die hack. That said, and also supported by the novelization, because it seems that the Irregular Report takes the die hack as its main source for its writing. It states a couple things. One, that X's cognition was much higher than the first couple generations of Reploids. Dr. Kane, unlike because the US Dr. Kane manual notes in the manual, I think say, or at least imply that Dr. Kane activated X right away, right? In the guidebook and the novel, Dr. Kane did not activate X until Reploid Society was established. And then he lied to X in the face about who created him, which is why X never recognizes Dr. Light until he puts two and two together.
Did he really lie to him?
In the novel, at least. In what's the name of the game? Maverick Hunter X. X says Light. I think I know this guy. And X never refers to anything other than a fellow Reploid. He even asks in Day of Sigma why other Reploids go Maverick. He asks what to Zero when Vile gets arrested. And Masked Man says, speaking of Ruby Spears, Mega Man, his voice actor Ian James Corlett will be at 20X Expo next August. Shameless promo.
It's true. Yes, Ryan, that is indeed correct. He will be there. And well, I mean, you know that. I know that. But yeah, I know he is going to be there. Good old Ian James Corlett. Corlett? Yeah, Corlett. But yeah, he is going to be there. So if you guys want to meet him, you should check out 20X Expo. And huge shout outs to those guys since we're on the topic. Like, they put together I know they're going to put together a fantastic event when it happens, because they are used to putting on fantastic events for cons. They were doing it with Mega May, or excuse me, they did it with MegFest, they did it with Otakon back in the day. Just great Mega Man gatherings. So yeah, you guys should check that out if you're interested in it. It'll be happening in Washington next year in honor of the 40th anniversary of Mega Man, and Ryan's going to be there. So, and we might have plans. We'll see. But yeah.
I was going to ask, didn't Ian James also voice Dr. Wily in Captain N, the Game Master, or am I thinking of another voice cast? Because I know Wily's voice actor from Captain N voiced another character in the Ruby Spears Mega Man cartoon, but I forgot who it was.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't know that either. Ryan, do you know that by any chance?
Let me check.
You met the guy a few times.
Captain N voice. Because I know Captain N himself is Matt Hill, who voices Bass in voiced Bass in the English dub of the Battle Network anime, and he also voiced Bass in Tekken, the Capcom mobile card game.
Oh, okay, gotcha. John McNeil? Oh wait, that sounds familiar.
Let's see, Dr. Wily. No, according to Behind the Voice Actors, Dr. Wily in Captain N was voiced by Ian James Corlett.
Okay, there you go. Huh. Ian was Dr. Wily in Captain N. Yeah. And Mega Man was voiced... I always get a crack out of this. Mega Man in Captain N was voiced by the same person who did Bulbasaur in the English dub for Pokemon.
No
Which
wonder
you can totally see, because it's that same raspy voice, which sounds like it smoked like a dozen cigarettes.
Yeah, I was about
session.
to mention that. I was about that Bulbasaur. Now that I think back about it, he does sound like he was smoking his own Zaza he grew on his back.
So true. It's so true.
Yeah, Scott McNeil was Wily in the Ruby Spears Mega Man. That one I don't know. Yeah.
What were we talking about with the lore before that, though?
Yeah, Dr. Kane did not activate X the moment he found him. He took X to his laboratory, he analyzed him. Dr. Kane is described in the Daihaka as the most brilliant mind of the 22nd century, with a tongue of silver that convinced human leadership into financing his Reploid initiative, because he presented his first few Reploids created from analyzing X, and how much work they could do without the need of human oversight. And much like AI in a real world right now, the government was like, we can have workers we don't need to pay. Ooh, and Dr. Kane also discovered the vein of energy crystals beneath Dr. Light's lab, because apparently, although the energy crystals plotline began with Mega Man 3, they used to dig them in space colonies, the setting of Mega Man 3. It was not known to be on Earth until he found the laboratory, because Dr. Light built his last laboratory just above a vein of energy to be able to keep it functioning long after he died. That's why the systems were still working when Kane found the laboratory.
Dang, also, he was really thinking ahead with that, huh?
Yep. Also, the Heka mentions that Kane became very, very rich with the whole Reploid business thing. Yes.
True. Yes, indeed. I think also Ryan's saying, I think Canada has it in their charter that Scott McNeil has to be in everything dubbed in Canada.
You know what? Yes, because there's not a single Canadian either dubbed or original production from there that I've seen that does not have Scott McNeil.
Yeah, no, I believe it.
He was also in Beast Wars. Sorry, what?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Like the energy crystals, where do they come from? Even like, are they just a natural resource?
Apparently, they're just a natural resource. They never explain how energy works. Just that it's just crystallized energy. Yeah, we don't know where it came from, and apparently it's fairly rare, or finding veins is not very easily, because in Battle Network the only time we ever see energy crystals is in the Nebula base, the Nebula headquarters, where they're using it to create the dark chips.
We were talking about Classic, though, weren't we?
But because they are parallels, because the Classic and Battle Network are parallels, I thought it was worth mentioning that how rare energy was as a resource.
That is very interesting in terms of Battle Network too. Like, I never knew that.
Yeah, you can see them. They're just mining the crystals, then doing something with it. That's basically the equivalent of the evil energy, but homegrown. Making it so they become purple, and then they just spit out from a machine the dark chips.
Yeah, Triforce is saying, I remember when that bill was passed in the Senate. Yeah, you would. Triforce, you're a Canadian too, right? I think I remember you saying that before. Yeah, when it comes to X, though, I always find it infinitely amusing how X was just cloned to hell and back throughout his whole career.
And not perfectly, because, again, the reason, speaking of which, the reason why Zero approaches and befriends X is because Zero comes to the realization that there's something different about X. Zero sees X and realizes he's able to think on a level that's deeper than what my electronic brain or the brain of all the other replets is able to. I'm going to stick by with this guy to see how things go. The manga version had it, because it's a visual medium, manga is a visual medium, they had it as X actually being able to cry, but it carries the same that
concept. Was like his defining characteristic in the manga.
Yeah, but it was a bit of artistic license, but I think for a visual medium, it portrays properly that X is able to think and feel on a level much deeper than other robots. Because when that girl is crying for her dog, Zero just starts to say, man, what a waste of energy humans do. It's not like that it's able to change anything, and then he turns and X is crying just like the girl.
Yeah, that's a powerful point. Like, it's a powerful visual cue in the manga, and you could easily see it working in the game world as well.
You know, as we were saying, Inti loved their lore writing. That's why, in the end, in the CD drama and in the actual games, Zero says that he's just going to fight for the people he believes in, because he knows the limitations of his own cognition, of his own electronic brain. So he'd rather believe in those he feels who know better. Originally X, and then Seal.
Yeah, those two left an indelible impression on him, I think for the very same reason. Like, they shared, at the core of their characters, they pretty much share the exact same moral compass.
Exactly. And I think because Iris was a product of the government trying to make the perfect replica of X, that might also be why Zero felt some sort of fondness for Iris. That had to be why he approached her.
It really is a good question, isn't it? Because, Iris doesn't really leave much of an impression aside from her compassion. Like, she genuinely feels, and that is made very clear in the animations, specifically in X4.
Still the voice acting aside.
Yeah, the voice acting aside. Dude, I will never be able to narrow down what that accent is. It's like a mid-Atlantic accent from the old movie days where you can't define it. You can't attribute it to any specific place. It was just there for the medium,
Yes. But go on.
But yeah, I think the same thing was going on with Iris. Just that powerful display of compassion. I think really touched him. But it really does lead you to wonder just what it was about Iris that was able to display that same compassion, which X kind of seems capable of to the same degree.
If I recall correctly, the lore had it that Iris and Colonel were the result of a project to make the first one-to-one replica of X, codenamed Ultimate Soldier. But the emotional program and the battle program were highly incompatible, and they had to split it on 2 Reploids. So Iris is basically X's emotional side without any of the bravado to fight.
Yeah.
She only fights because she's malfunctioning after you defeat. Well, Zero defeats Colonel.
She's like the pure X is very particular in that he is both naivete and bravery. Strength of character and ability to, feeling and ability, I suppose, is how I would separate those two. Yeah, so see, and you see that how it kind of works against both of those two, that they don't have each other's characteristics, like Iris and Colonel. You can kind of see how it works against both of them to not have the other's attributes. Like Iris is clearly too naive in her perspectives on the world, a world for Reploids, and Zero sees that. Colonel, on the other hand, he thinks everything can be solved through fighting. He doesn't have the same feeling and compassion that Iris has, and that kind of works against him in the end when he dies at the hands of Zero or X, if you will, which I think is also very powerful storytelling, kind of showing why you need both in a Reploid. For the same reason you need both in a human, I guess.
Because either you end up with a warmongering brute or a spineless mat.
Yeah, or again, I'm using the term naivete, the ability to not really think things through, you're all feeling and not brains necessarily.
You know what?
Kind of like brains over brawn.
Speaking of X4, there's been the discussion that the X4's story execution was harmed by 2 aspects. One, the medium itself, because Mega Man is inherently an action game, and they didn't have voiceovers like Gumball to have a story during real gameplay, like Gumball to those.
Yeah.
And also that the when Inafune and Kaji got changed from positions to higher ones, and then they wrote in Koji Okuhara from the arcade division, and he rewrote a lot of the original story, although he added Iris, which was a good call. A lot of the final result feels rather disjointed, but then Yoshio Iwamoto, the author of the manga adaptation, grabbed the pieces and did such a good job that when the original publisher Comic Bonbon went under, Inafune pulled his own connections to have the X4 manga wrap up around 2004, because he deemed the manga version like the definitive version of the story at the time.
Oh wow! Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, no, it. I think someone. I'm sure someone is going to end up correcting me in comments or wherever, and I welcome it. But I believe, going off memory, he said something along the lines that Iwamoto's version being more powerful or better than the software version, since it's more story-driven medium. The manga as a medium than a video.
Yeah,
it had.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And you could see why he would say that, because from a purely storytelling perspective, because it is the storytelling medium that he's looking at there.
And there is this moment in the manga that I wish it was in the game, because it's the moment where Zero and Colonel are about to fight for the first time halfway through the story, and neither is listening. Neither is relenting, because both are combat robots that are more driven by combat data than any semblance of common sense. And
Very good point, yeah.
And Iris just goes with... She pulls out a gun and points it at herself.
Oh, crap!
And it's so it's the ultimatum of either you both stop or I shoot.
Crap!
Yeah, that's a manga version.
Dang! Wait, that's good though.
No, but it
It
proves
sounds kind of messed up, but it's good.
it is messed up, but it somehow feels like something X would pull if he was in the same position.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, it's that that feeling, like you can see. I think it offers a perfect contrast between those two characters. Like you have the pure feeling as opposed to like the pure brawn.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, and you could see like again how X kind of compares to those two, where he's got both. And so therefore he has a real compass, like he knows what to do and how to do it, like pretty much in every case, because both those attributes give him the ability to determine what's the right thing to do in like kind of in whatever context, whatever setting.
Exactly. Sorry. Exactly. But still, I think that was a great call. It's really extreme what Iwamoto wrote Iris doing there, but it still displays her own mettle. That is because she does not want to fight, much like X, but she does not have the capacity to find it in herself to fight. Unlike X, she goes for the other quote unquote obvious route.
Yeah, you're right. That does seem like something X would do. Like, I don't care what happens to me, just so long as this fighting stops. It's kind of the message.
Exactly. And you know what? The X manga is... Oh man, the X manga by Iwamoto is great. One of my favorite scenes is in the X1 manga. The scene where Vile has a bourbon glass in an abandoned saloon.
I love how that was worked into that figure for his back in the day.
I think that's evidence even Capcom considers that bit canon at some extent.
Sure. Oh, you're unlocking a memory for me. I remember Gregaman, because, from Capcom Unity, he used to write a number of the blog posts to, mention, any news, any Capcom news at the time. I remember he did a news post on the blog about that figure. And he did this. He always just had really colorful writing style, just full of all that's really joking. He was hilarious. That dude was so funny. But he was like, I wonder how Vile drinks bourbon anyway. Does he just like splash it all over his face and absorb it, or does he like take it off behind does he take his helmet off behind the scenes, or does he like slip through the cracks of his, or the apparent cracks of his helmet? It's like what's going on here? Are we even supposed to know?
Oh, that's a funny thing. We are supposed to know because actually Vile goes into not a rant, but a talk about the nature of their existence as Reploids. When Vile raises his glass of bourbon with ice, because it has ice, of course, he tells X, for example, us Reploids are artificial life forms created for combat. We do not feel, we act. Is this a glass of bourbon? Or is this just to muddy water? For us Reploids, it makes no difference. And then he crushes it.
Does he really say? Oh, dude, that goes so hard.
That goes, yeah, he said that. And I know because I read the manga again late last year around December, because I was showing it to a friend of mine.
Yeah. Dude, that's awesome, though. I never knew that. That's fantastic writing.
Yeah, I can, because it was in Official Complete Works Uncertain, where Inafune says that when they began developing the future games, he insisted on having more story after reading Iwamoto's version of Mega Man X. That when he
I knew that he crushed the bourbon glass, but I didn't know that he had all that philosophical talk along with it.
Yeah, and he basically has this talk that ultimately Reploids, mass-produced Reploids only have so much as a capacity for free will or cognition, rather. They really are unable to feel a lot of guilt or doubt the way X does. And but instead of seeing that as a weakness, Vile sees it as the evidence that X is different, and Vile says there is something I can they say you can't destroy, a legend. There is a legend I want to destroy. Have you ever heard of Rockman? And then points at X and tells him, "You are the heir of Rockman. Become stronger so I can destroy the legend."
Oh wow. Dang, he was the first guy to say legends never die.
Exactly. Or rather, I will kill the legend or dying trying.
I will make sure the legend dies. That's crazy, though. Dude, no, wait, I love that, though. Like, that is fantastic story. I mean, the gesture of him crushing the glass is a perfect testament to what he says, too. Like, it's the perfect period to that philosophical tangent, because it legitimately does say, no, it doesn't matter whether this is, actual bourbon or muddy water. It's like, just throw it on the floor. It really doesn't matter that much, you know?
Yeah, because ultimately Reploids are inherently too different from humans. Even if they were capable of full cognition than the level X does, that doesn't change the fact that he's, for example, a model built specifically for combat. Which is, I believe this plotline gets used in 04 when we have Zero versus Kraft.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Are you
something
thinking at
about
the end of the fight.
Yeah, Kraft is just a military mass-produced unit created for combat, and so is Zero. And then Zero goes, but I choose to fight not because I'm a combat Reploid, but to fight for those I believe in.
Yeah, he opens that tangent with a very enlightening bit as well. Let me see if I can find it. He literally says, actually, I might just be able to recall it off the top of my head that we're just combat Reploids. We're not supposed to fight. That's up to the humans, like Seal and Neige. All we can do as Reploids is lend our strength to those we trust. Yeah, that's what he says.
Yeah, that. But it goes back to Zero, at least on his own terms, being aware of his limitations as.
Yeah, which says quite a lot. I mean, like his perception there, I think, speaks to a level even above the Reploids. And it's worth noting that Zero isn't a Reploid himself, like specifically, because he's made by, he wasn't a copy of X. And that might actually speak to that level of cognition, to that level of perception, which is able to pick up on the fact that they weren't, in fact, made for all these hard decision-making things. Like he has the ability to perceive that those things are not his purpose, and that it is just a strength in itself to lend his strength to those he trusts. Like, I think that really displays to me a level of cognition that's above a Reploid even.
And you know what's interesting? It's like George Lucas said, it's like poetry. It rhymes because Zero.
I love that.
Zero has his level of cognition much like Protoman, entirely by accident. Similar to how Protoman's cognition is just the product of his core malfunctioning. Zero's cognition is the product of being infected by the virus that was meant to destroy the world. He you know the story, right? That he was already the baddest robot, so he had a stack overdone and looped back into being good from being infected.
Wait, say that again.
Zero, because this is what the signed document for Mega Man X says.
Okay.
Because Zero is sealed because Wily could not fix his cognitive program, and Zero refused to take orders. Because Zero gets infected. Because Zero was already the baddest robot from the start. The virus makes him good instead. He had a stack overload on his evil hex. Zero's brain is
Wait, that's hilarious.
Yes, remember that FMB in X4 where Zero and Sigma are fighting, and then Zero gets a W and starts screaming? That's the moment he got infected. And that's the moment he had his stack overload, and that's why he was just screaming. His brain was leaking memory.
Oh, I thought Sigma just bumped his head too hard, like, knocked him on the head with or punched him too hard or something.
That was after Sigma punched Zero after Zero just had grabbed his head screaming. When the W appears in Zero gem, that was the moment he got infected because the laboratory was the source, the renal source broadcasting the first known signal of the Maverick virus.
Oh, that's right, because he has him in a headlock at that time, and then the Maverick virus, or the virus kicks in. So where did that come from exactly? Did that come from within him, or did it come from Sigma, or what?
The virus came from a computer in the laboratory. Apparently, it seems. It's just I don't remember who broke into that laboratory. I don't remember if it was an archaeological team or Gamma's unit. The point is, someone broke in, found Zero, the machines turned on, the computer began broadcasting the virus, and then they woke up Zero, and Zero did what Zero does, which was killed everybody, which haunts his nightmares. All the robots dead. And Zero was just not even capable of speech. You saw him, he was just capable of screaming and...
Yeah, he was just a Hulk.
I often compare him to a chimpanzee.
I mean, Hulk, chimpanzee, same difference, just a lot more strength.
Same difference. He was, as how a friend put it, he was chimping out.
He went back to full monka.
Yeah, he went full monkey. And when the virus infected Zero, he looped back into something workable. And Dr. Kane saw him, and he was, you know what? He's been actually cooperative now. Let's keep him.
That's so strange. It's like the virus wasn't working properly or something, because I feel like the way it should have worked was that the virus made him worse. I feel like that's what Wily would have, intended for.
The thing is, apparently the virus changes a Reploid disposition. If a Reploid by factory settings is supposed to be helpful, the virus then makes it go the opposite end. And since Zero was already built to be a violent weapon, he went the opposite.
Yeah, you would think that's still a big oversight on Wily's part, because if he was making a Reploid that was, all big and bad to the core, you would think that he would also make his virus to augment that badness. It seems like an oversight.
Oh, that's a beautiful part. That's a beautiful part. Wily realized something was wrong with Zero's cognitive program. He said, "I'll fix it tomorrow," and Wily died before finishing Zero.
What, he just died in his sleep?
We don't know.
Did the ceiling fall on him or something? Because that's a big thing to put off just for the next day and then just die.
Let me quote the design document. Give me just a second.
Yeah, cool.
Where is it? Rockman X. Give me a second.
I love that you just have the stuff on hand.
Oh wait, I think I have it on my server. Let me load that up. Give me Juan segundo, chat.
Yep. Stay hydrated, by the way, fam.
Yep. Got my water here. Thank you. Images. Rockman. Oh, where is it?
Yeah, it just seems like a really badly made virus if its purpose is just to do a 180 on the default programming of a robot. Because, where does that leave all the other bad robots that Wily makes? I mean, you would think that he'd want to augment that that bad default programming, unless he just didn't intend for that virus to be used on his robots at all.
Okay, I think so. I think that the problem is that it's what I joke that Zero's brain is 8 bits. Because it says Zero was already the baddest, like he couldn't get any worse, and that's why he looped back into good. Here we go. Dr. Wily, Robot Virus Project and Zero Project. Died midway, incomplete.
Okay, so it was basically a messed up project from the get-go, and that accounts for all the inconsistencies there.
You know what? I think that the best part of the whole Wily lore, both in the mainline robot and the internet timelines, is this consistent plot thread that Wily is a worse coder than Light. That he's better than Light.
Yeah.
With machinery, but he's worse with programming. That basically Wily's coding is pure spaghetti code.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, where are my words? No, I totally see what you mean. Like, you see that too with how it eventually works out with Zero. In some ways, I love this part about too. It's such wonderful poetic irony. In some ways, Wily surpassed Light because his creation outlived Light's. Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, that creation of Wily's did not fulfill the function that Wily gave it. Like, it ended up being a good robot, which, as opposed to being a bad robot, like the baddest of the worst. So, it's a funny thing how it works out. Like, Wily ended up being both a success and a failure at the same time because his creation outlived Light's, but it didn't end up doing what he wanted it to do.
In the speaking of, actually, in the Physis Rockman's Zero Remastered Tracks Physis album, the booklet has interviews with Makoto Yabe giving commentary. He said first that Omega's cognitive program is Zero's original path cognitive program that Dr. Vile fixed. He fixed the code, so quote-unquote Zero could take orders.
It's the Monk program. The Monka program.
That basically both Copy Zero and Omega are both the real Zero, but they are the different personalities. The malfunctioning good one and the original intent. And then the other employee who was with him, I forgot who it was. Not fresh in my memory. Basically interrupts him a little bit, like an and then Yabe adds, of course, it's all up for the player's interpretation. But after he said so much.
After he said it already, yeah, I'm just gonna put the, shut him up there, threw the duct tape on his mouth.
Yeah. Because we know both Inti and Inafune always liked with her series to have to leave some stuff up to interpretation, like Sergius. Yeah. It's obvious Sergius is Wily, but they won't admit it because they want to have fans discussing it for eternity because they think it's fun that way.
Yeah, that's legit what it is, and I can even tell you, man. I've told the story, in the past, but when I met Inafune, or excuse me, Aizu, when I met Takuya Aizu for the first time about 9 years ago, and I, sat down to interview him, I asked about the ending of 04, and yeah, I think we were talking about this on the Mega Man X Mario 64 collab, and I asked him about the ending of 04 and like what's up with that, like, Zero's dead, so like, how does this make sense or that make sense? And he made specific points to say that they did not intend to paint it as if Zero was truly dead, like they were. And then I said, but wait, like you see his helmet there in the game, and I'm like, well, yeah, but we don't say he's dead. We don't say it. Like it's up for interpretation, is what he was kind of wanting to drive home. Even despite the fact that Zero, it's pretty clear cut there. But yeah, I think that goes right back to what you were saying about like they just do not want to have any finality for the purpose of driving this fan conversation for eternity.
There's Blank is right. They love the whole up for interpretation, and Aizu loves also the standalone thing. That's why CX Advent had Gray and Ash instead of having Ale and Bent in the protagonist role again, to have it as a standalone. So it could be easily someone's first Mega Man game without prior knowledge.
Oh yeah.
But it's so funny because it's very obvious Aizu and Yabe were not in the same wavelength. Like Yabe writes, I think Yabe wrote that after Omega exploded, the four Guardians shielded Zero, and they died from the nuclear core's explosion. And Aizu is like, They are just missing. They are not dead. They are just MIA.
Dude, that's what he told me. Like, he legit told me that when I interviewed him that one time. Like, because dude, that thing about the Guardians drives me nuts. Like, it drives me ballistic to think that they were killed from that explosion. That is garbage.
You know what?
Absolutely to me. But I know Aizu said to me that they were just missing when I talked to him. So, I don't know, man.
I think hindsight is 2020. But I think a good solution for the lack of Guardians that doesn't sound as lame as, oh yeah, they just died from the explosion. The explosion, everybody who beats a boss always survives.
Yeah.
I think there's a better way to handle it was like, because excess consciousness just ran out when he just died. He fizzled out back into the network. They could have had that because the core personality is gone. The 4 Guardians stopped functioning. Like the bodies were there without a DNA soul. Much like when Wily left the ISOC body or the whole Soul Erasure incident in Extreme 2.
I like that. That's a really good approach. But it does beg the question for me that, about, okay, if that's the case, if their consciousnesses were tied to his soul, why wasn't that at the end of 0-1 when when X fell asleep that time that they didn't disappear?
Because he just went to sleep, he didn't fizzle out, because in 0-3 X flat out says, you know what, I ran out of energy, I cannot maintain my form anymore, goodbye!
Okay. What does it mean for him to be asleep in the context of 0-1?
I think it's very literal. His consciousness remains, but it's sleeping in the cyberspace in the network.
Because then I guess when the Dark Elf came back, it kind of shocked him out of there.
Yeah, because after you beat Haile Huroboku X-Tel 0, I cannot sleep anymore. This whole thing woke me up.
Yeah, I was wondering what he meant by that too. But I guess it would just be the Dark Elf then, huh?
I think, he literally meant sleep, because he also says in the end of 0-1, I'm going to sleep just for now. Just give me some time to sleep.
Yeah, just let me sleep for a while. That's true. It really does kind of let you... it does seem to be Inti saying there that they weren't sure if they could make a 0-2, so they were trying to leave off with some level of finality at the end of 0-1. Even though, like, Neo Arcadia was still around and the Guardians were still around, I think I get the impression that they didn't quite know if they were going to make a 0-2. Like, from that, just from that ending.
Also, because, Capcom never had a... Aizu says that there's no bad blood, but I'm sorry, Aizu-san, it's very obvious there very much is bad blood from Capcom towards Inti. They did not confirm 0-2 until it was really late. 0-2 had 4 months of development, and they also had to handle Battle Chip Challenge at the same time with an even smaller budget.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, that explains why Battle Chip Challenge ended up like how it was.
Have I ever told you the English translation is glitched?
Wait, the what translation is glitched?
The English translation of Battle Chip Challenge glitched crucial gameplay.
Wait, what does that mean?
Okay, so in the Japanese version, Rockman X GP and its Wonderswan counterpart, Rockman EXE Battle Chip GP Wonderswan, there is this mechanic that you get like a percent, if I recall correctly, because it's been a hot minute, there is this percentage to tell you your deck building its chances of success during combat. And the English translation somehow makes the graphics for this not load, so it becomes blindly watching your Navi battle through everything without knowing if you will win or not.
Oh, okay. Dang. Well, I'm glad they prioritized 0. Even though, I mean, it makes complete... Well, 0-2 ended up with a lot of jank as well. 0-2 is a weird game.
Yeah, but I love it. I love it just the same, but it has weird jank. The forms apparently don't work as well as they should. I remember
Yeah, they don't. No, I can tell you just from experience, like, playing those games, like, up the yin-yang, all those stars are not indicative of what they say they're doing. Like the Rise form, everyone likes the Rise form. I think it's crap because it's like the combo takes forever, or it takes longer to use as opposed to the normal form, and it has less range. So I don't know why everyone likes that, but that's an aside. The speed on that is marked up to 3 stars. It's not. I tested this in my own time. The walking speed for Rise form is the exact same speed verbatim to normal form, even though normal form has 2 speed and Rise form has 3. So they're weird, man.
I think the only form that I recall working as intended is the orange form that makes you able to spin.
Form, yeah. That's a really fun form. Well, that's faster too. Like the movement speed's faster, clearly. Yeah, I think no, you're absolutely right. It's yeah, it pretty much says it says everything it's gonna do, and it gets it done right. I mean, well, the X form's great too. The X form's also great. With you know, powered up Buster. I don't see as many people using that as I feel that they should, because it's a very good weapon. It's a very good form.
Because the unlock requirements for the X form are a little too steep. You have to grind those enemies to get the minimum to unlock X form.
Yeah, it's 50 enemies, which is probably more than most people would do. Yeah. I mean, you know, I do that easily because that's part of the rank requirements with a lot of stages. But if you're not shooting for rank, then I guess you wouldn't know that. But yeah, 02 has a lot of jank in general. I mean, you know, the dashing mechanics are weird. The bosses are kind of weird. The ranking system is kind of weird. Like, dude, I think you caught me that one time where I finished a 100 points run of 02, and I went over the damage limit for the rank, but I didn't get penalized by the rank because the attack that did that excess damage was an attack that was bugged. So it's like I took the damage from that attack, and the attack does like 6 points of damage, which is over the 5 damage threshold for the rank. So I took 6 points of damage from that, but it did none of those points registered on the score because that attack was bugged, so that it does not register on the score. It's like it's the only attack like that in the whole series that I know of. It's I don't know. You can tell it was made in like 4 months, honestly.
Yeah, it's amazing it still works, because you know what other game Inti made back in the day in 4 months?
Oh, what was that?
Classic 7.
Oh. Okay, so that one, I mean, it has a lot of... It has a very simple formula, which doesn't really, you know, expose it to as many mistakes, I feel. Like, 7, I think, is a really good game.
Yeah, but you can feel the crunch considering they had to draw the graphics, because 02 relies a lot, I think, to be able to develop Eat and Battle Challenge in tandem. That's why they reuse so much stage assets, like you have 2 forests, 2 power plants, or rather you're revisiting the power plant but in a different wing of it. You're back in the South Pole. And you have the 3 of the 4 Guardians as the second half of the 8 bosses.
Yeah, no, that's true. You're right.
Yeah,
it's interesting how it all works out.
It's very obvious that Inti were probably having too much to deal with for those 4 months, while with Mega Man 7 they were hyper focused, and it's just 7. They were not doing anything other than 7 in 3 months, 4 months, and they were. I remember Inafune in the Complete Work saying that they were sleeping in the office, that they just went home to shower and get a fresh change of clothing, and it was back to the office until they finished the game.
Dang, that's insane. Yeah, that article you linked me to, like the Aizu interview.
Yeah,
did a while back. He was kind of saying stuff along that lines from his early days too.
Yeah,
like the crunch.
Yeah, and the 2 bankruptcies of Inti Creates.
Yeah, the 2 bankruptcies was insane. Like, man, I think he said that they weren't getting paid for good solid few months
Yeah,
because
for 6 months, I believe. They forgo salary for 6 months.
Crazy.
So sustaining
Yeah, he was living
themselves.
off like cup ramen and stuff.
No, worse. Not even cup ramen. It was Italian pasta, 700 grams of Italian pasta.
Yeah.
Boiling them with
And then they
salted
would like
water.
they would like split the cost for meat on occasion, like for a holiday sort of thing.
Yeah, they if I recall correctly, they had steamed cauliflower and chicken. They all pitched in to pay to have their New Year's food with a lot of pasta.
A lot of I know. Heck, when you think about New Year's cuisine for Japan, you immediately think of pasta and chicken, right?
It's rough times. That's why it's that interview it's a video. I believe that the video version is at the very end. Ice was eating while being interviewed, and I'm like, just how little.
You said?
Yeah. Well, he's being interviewed by the Faminico Gamer interviewer.
Okay,
he's eating, and I'm like, does this man live in a constant state of poverty or what? What is going on?
He can't really afford. The guy's got a family now. He can't really afford to. Aizu, you better watch out for yourself, man. You got a family to feed.
Oh, he's married?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's married. He has a nice little girl. All that stuff. I used to follow him on Facebook, and he posted that stuff all the time.
I didn't knew. I knew Tsuda had a family because remember him saying that part of the rebalancing for Gunvolt in the Enhanced Trilogy was because his daughter's friends could not beat Gunvolt.
Cannot beat Gunvolt?
Could not beat Gunvolt.
Oh well, that explains why it's so easy.
In hard, that's
funny.
It. In hard mode, it becomes much fairer than more fair than it was in its original Striker Pack version. Striker Pack hard mode Gunvolt, really hard.
Yeah, no, actually, you told me about that. You told me about that for the Enhanced Trilogy about hard mode. Then I looked into it, and I gotta tell you, man, I was so regretful afterwards that I didn't start on hard mode because I read that thing about how you get additional power and additional kudos at the expense of more damage, and I was like, no, this is totally up my alley.
Oh, do it!
Like, I love that idea.
I played the real hard mode in Striker Pack at first, but it was too hard because when you run out of EP, the game punishes you for like a solid minute or a half without being able to attack. And you are a sitting dog. The Enhanced Trilogy removed that punishment, and also in the original version, Daytona killed you in one hit, and it filtered me. I could not get past the orbital elevator because of that.
No, I agree, man. I played hard mode because, you know, back in the day I got a review copy from 8.4 because I was in touch with them at the time. They reached out to get me off the moon at the time to help with promotion of Mighty No. 9. And we all know how that went. That was unfortunate. But it provided me with a good in for 8.4, and because they were in touch with Inti, so I got to play a couple Inti games and review them early on, like before they came out, which was great. But yeah, they gave me a review copy for Gunvolt 1 back in the day, and I remember trying hard mode, and it was every bit of crap that you just mentioned. Like, that was legit my experience too. You know, I thought it was very badly made, so I was very happy to hear from you later on that the Enhanced Trilogy rebalanced that.
Yeah, hard mode in Enhanced Trilogy is great. Blank says, Gunvolt is very funny because beating the game is super easy, but getting high scores is another thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember, dude, back in the day, I was so into Gunvolt 1 that I would pull off, you know, I was getting, that was the game. I didn't do it with any of the other Gunvolt games, because by the time the other ones came out, I was a lot more busy in life. But when GV1 came out, I was doing these hardcore, high-score playthroughs, and they were tough, because I had to find, like, really creative ways of getting the enemies together, so that I could score the highest number of combos, and it would usually involve like my trying to push an enemy. Like if you do sort of like a stutter shock thing, then you can like stagger the enemies backward, and that can kind of get them get more groups together that you can like combo. And there was a lot of innovativeness involved in that kind of a playthrough. But yeah, if you were trying to play it just like beat it casually, then yeah, it's a pretty easy experience.
Yeah,
and that's why a lot of people have not been able to get into it, because they are mostly going casually. But it's a fun game to play high score.
I always say, if you are good at Gumball, like you get the mechanics, but you are not a high scorer, maybe the better experience is just to take off the pendant, the privation pendant.
Mm-hmm.
So you are not completely immune, because if you are playing casually, you can just let everything bypass you and keep tapping down so your EP never runs out and nothing can touch you.
Yeah, I know. It's a big... I'm very inclined to say it's a development oversight, because it is so easy to exploit to your advantage.
Exactly.
What about chicken rice? I gotta wonder about that. Why? I guess pasta was just cheaper than rice. Triforce.
Yeah.
We're talking about Aizu.
Can confirm as someone who did his groceries recently, Italian pasta is cheaper than rice.
Yeah, well, I was wondering about Japan specifically. How I guess even in Japan it's like that, huh?
Blank says, I love the score system. Once I got used to it, GB1 is one of my favorites for it. Yeah, I think GB1 has the best level design for scoring with Gumball.
Yeah, it's a legitimately fun game to play if you're going for high scores. Yeah, Chicken Rice is it's a Christmas song? Okay, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
I didn't know either. There is a weird but interesting overlap between the Gumball fandom and the Star Fox fandom, because both are score obsessed.
Yeah.
I think you were right. I think there was a triple S rank last time you were asking, but I only did up to double S. But no, I'm pretty sure you were right, and there is triple S rank. And I was thinking about how also Star Fox has the hidden emblems.
Oh, okay, yeah, because it gets me confused, because that's another thing that suffered from the translation that 8.4 did. They went as far even as to rename the score rankings. So it's like, it's not SS in the English version, it's like S+.
And SSS is S++.
Yeah, that's what it is. So I couldn't quite remember, but yeah, okay, SSS does sound like what the Japanese version did.
Mm-hmm. And I think...
the Japanese comedy duo Downtown. Gotcha, Triforce.
I read, I don't know if it's the truth. We will need to ask someone who was there at the time to confirm or deny. But I read that the reason they renamed SS to S+, was because someone at the someone in the higher ups at 8.4 felt that had World War II German army connotations, but it was just Japan being Japan, you know, with the legendary S rank, SS rank, you know.
Dude, that's after a point. It just seems like they're scrounging for an excuse to just say we want to do it our own way.
Yeah, I when I read that, I felt that was just reaching. Like, I was like,
reaching to the stars.
This is straws. I'm reaching. Oh, I'm stretching to reach the straws.
Reaching to the stars, to the far reaches of space. We're reaching out to alien life forms at that point, man. Yeah, I don't know what they were up to, honestly. I mean, I was glad that I had an in with them back in the day. And I even, what was his name? Mark was one of the guys. I even had a chance to talk with him on one of the old Get Me Off the Moon podcasts. And they were all cool guys, but I can't speak much to their work, unfortunately.
It's just, I wish, the problem is that they're probably behind NDA, because with all things, also how much of it was a top-down decision, you know?
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
Especially because, again, Inti described Gumball as a game for 5th graders, and probably it could also very much be a top-down decision to make it as child-friendly as possible. And I remember part of making child-friendly was removing Gumball's midriff and at some point they wanted to remove his dread ponytail.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I had that midriff thing was so strange. I remember Morgan, who pops into my stream. He's a cosplayer guy, I know. He mentioned that he'd like to, it'd be cool for him to make a cosplay for Gunvolt one of these days. And I missed the opportunity to ask him, okay, man, are you going to do the midriff or not the midriff? That's going to be the real test of character.
Are you
Shout out to Morgan if you're here.
Are you gonna cover it, or are you gonna show up those abs?
I know, man. Hey, I think he works. Yeah, I mean, he might. I think he works out. I think he can pull it off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. We should probably get back to Mega Man.
Yeah, we should. To be fair, Gunvolt it's a family member. It's also Mega Man. After a fashion.
Yeah. Dude, the way these series connect is actually, it gets quite humorous after a point. I mean, you got Gunvolt, which it may as well be a family member, and then that connects to Galgun and Gal Guardian somehow. So are they like the step siblings at that point, or are they like the cousins, or like the,
yeah, and then Gal Guardians is basically the cousin to Bloodstained, which is basically the estranged brother of Castlevania.
Got the Bloodstained world, you're right.
And Mega Man and Castlevania were Captain and brothers. It's all connected in the weirdest ways possible.
I know, it's legit got you after a point, just like that conspiracy theory meme I got on screen right now.
Oh, dude, I love it. You gotta send me the image later.
I can do that.
It is me. It is me. I'm pretty sure I'm not welcome at a certain Twitch channel because I got too deep in the weeds with the Mega Man lore.
I'll send you the one without the zero in it, just so you can use more versatile. Although I do like how Zero has like, hey, I mean, this is his back image from the end of 01. He's got like the cracks in his helmet, so it legit looks like you're breaking my brain with all these conspiracy theories, you know?
Have I ever told you that the calendar they released in Japan alongside the first Classic Legacy collection has lore?
The calendars?
The calendars have lore, baby!
The freaking calendars?
They have Dr. Light's notes, yes!
It never ends! It never ends!
It touches upon Proto Man too!
It never ends!
Okay, so you know how in the West we always interpreted Mega Man and Proto Man having this sibling relationship, this sibling rivalry relationship, like in the Ruby City Pierce cartoon?
Yeah.
Well, in the Japanese version, Mega Man does not know Proto Man is his brother. He does not know Dr. Light built him. He's just the mysterious ally that sometimes pops up. And in the calendar, Dr. Light's notes, he says, there is another robot who is like an older brother to rock and roll, but I haven't told him. Perhaps one day I will.
So he doesn't know in that version?
In the Japanese canon, he does not know. 1 second, I'm adjusting my chair a little bit because...
Oh, I'm doing that perpetually.
Oh man, I need a chair sometime. I need a chair with wheels. The problem is that the one I use, can you hear that? It's me dragging my chair.
Oh, you gotta get one with wheels, man. It's a game changer.
I had one, but it broke, so I had to resort to this one that I had laying.
Oh, no, I remember during Mega Man, I would have to sit on, because I would have to relocate to a different room because it was earlier on, and I was risking waking people up in the house. So I'd go to another room, and I didn't have my not wheelchair, but chair with wheels. I had to sit just like on a normal kitchen chair. And it was the stiffest experience. Like every time I get up from that chair after like a 4-hour hosting session at Mega May, I would have to like stretch out on my bed or stretch out on the floor because it would just get me so, stiff. But I'm sorry, that's an aside. Go on about the calendar lore.
Yeah, I don't remember everything, but that's a big one I remember, where Dr. Light just says, oh yeah, I made a robot, but he ran away. He is like their older brother. Maybe I will tell them one day, and he proceeds to not address it.
That's messed up. What?
the more you read stuff in Mega Man, the sketchier Dr. Light. I don't know if he's sketchy or he is just spineless. Like in X6, when you go to the Meginion capsule as Zero, tells him, "Wait, sir, please wait. You were the one who helped X, right? Do you know who helped me? And you have to know who helped me, who restored my body." And Dr. Light is just like, "Don't worry about it. Yours is a miraculous return. Don't worry about it. Just do what you do best and don't." And in X5, in the Slash Grizzly stage, where he also, when Zero meets Dr. Light, and he describes Zero describes Wily to a team. "Do you happen to know him?" And Light is like, "It must be corrupted memory data. Don't worry about it."
Oh my gosh. What the heck? Yeah, he's just like, "No, you actually just repaired, just hit yourself while you repaired yourself. It's totally in your code." Dr. Light is based off Thomas Edison. It's true. So of course he's sketchy. I always did find that very amusing, that Dr. Light, who, Thomas Edison, who's the sketchier one, he was, Dr. Light, who was apparently supposed to be the more moral one, was based off him, whereas Dr. Wily was based off, Einstein. Yeah, Einstein, who actually had a much better track record than Edison. Like he had a much better moral compass.
After the nukes, Einstein reportedly destroyed a lot of his notes because he had figured out even worse weapons, and he just burned everything down, all his documentation.
I remember hearing about that. I know that's a real test of character himself. And he didn't even want to make that bomb either, from what I hear. Like he was he was pressured into it.
Yeah, so, because they told him they had to figure out before the Kremlin did, before the Russians, or rather the Soviet state, figured out how to make nukes.
Yeah, and I think he gave them the code for it, or the plans for it. Like he told them how to, but he really didn't want them to do it. But they did it anyway, like kind of behind his back. Yeah. But yeah, it's so true that you got the reverse situation going on there with Light and Wily and the characters they were based on. Of course, he didn't make it. Oppenheimer did. Something like that, anyway.
Something like that. Let me send you this. It's from the Rockman Gigamix manga, the Hitoshi Ariga manga. Obviously,
cool.
It's dubious canon because it's from the manga. So, it's still not the same. The Dr. Light wanted robots with souls because he argues in the manga version that there is a chance that human giving the others could be misguided or worse, and that's why he wanted robots with a sense of morality and free will to know if what they were doing was good or not.
That responsibility can be granted in the form of a soul. Well, that goes hard.
And that's, according to the manga, that's when Wily and Light met, because after that, I'm going to be reading. After that, the chairman at the Robotics Institute of Technology, where Wily and Light studied, he tells him, I heard enough. Thomas Light, I am surprised and a little disappointed to hear such fanciful whimsy coming from such a promising student such as yourself. I suggest you find more productive ways to utilize your brilliance. And Light just walks out of the office, goes down into the courtyard of the university grounds, and there he meets Wily, who says to Light, I can't believe someone else feels the same way I do. Thinks the same thoughts I do. I need to give robot souls. The need to give robot souls is not something that can be explained with words. Those stubborn fools behind their oversized desks will never understand. That's what Wily tells him.
Wow. Dang, that is great writing, man.
Oh, Ariga is great. Ariga is a goat when it comes to writing Mega Man.
He really
But
is, yeah.
now that we
it's
have...
like
Oh, sorry, go on.
I kind of want to feel like his works are half canon, just because he did work on Mega Man in other games, you know, like between Mega Man and Bass and all that.
Radius Kilfonte is saying in chat, I kinda wish Power Fighters ending was canon. The base canon where Wily shows base the Zero schematics is supposed to be canon. It's supposed to actually be the first official reveal of Zero in the classic timeline, but it's just the schematics. But people get confused that it's Zero in a capsule because he has like the saber, and the boots are his X2 boots rather than his X1 boots. But as I showed you earlier, the Rockman X document has it that Wily died before finishing Zero, so it's the schematics. And it was Serges who finished Zero, but Serges is implied to be who? Wily!
Wily! It all comes back to Wily every time.
Every time, all day, every day!
No, we're not going to get into the Brazilian comic here. That's cursed lore.
That is as canon as Curse of the Lion Man, by which I mean it's very canon, guys. I swear to you, the Brazilian comic takes place at some point between X1 and X2. Trust me, my uncle works at Capcom.
His uncle works at Capcom, guys. You can trust him. You see? Oh, you know, dude, the one thing I wanted to do with this image, the conspiracy theory image that I didn't get to do, I wanted to put a tinfoil hat on you to replace your witch hat. And I didn't get around to doing that, but maybe some other time. Maybe on some other conspiracy theory stream.
Maybe.
Yeah, no, that's another kind of cursed lore right there. Like, you think the Lion Man is cursed? Well, I got a story for you. Like, I got a comic to direct in your direction, which I won't, because it's going to scar you for life.
Oh yeah, test me.
Oh no, you don't want that test, man. No, you know what it is. I know what it is. Nobody else wants to know what it is.
Was it that bad?
You don't know about the Brazilian comic?
I know about the Brazilian comic, but there is so much that I don't know exactly about what part of the Brazilian comic you are. Is it Roll? Is it the Princess OC? Is it X's personality? Is it the famous panel of Mega Man yelling, X, what the F are you doing? And X is flexing?
It's everything! All that crap takes place on every single page!
It's great comedy, though.
Unhinged crap ever.
That's
true. No, it's true. It's very funny, unhinged comedy. Like, if you're taking it primarily as it is, which is just that, like unhinged, cursed crap, then you'll probably get more than a good laugh out of it.
You know, Radia says that Axel is a whiny gun kid, but that's the thing. Axel in the games never whines. I mean, in X7 and X8, he never whines. If anything, it almost feels like Axel's level of cognition is very limited because he's like super go-getter. Oh yeah, battle! Who was whining the most in X7 was X himself, to the point he retired.
Well, Axel does have a fair... I mean, around every corner he's talking about how Red Alert has changed, and then going on about how he doesn't like it. You know, now as opposed to how it was.
I think that
he has a fair share of whining.
I don't think it's whining, but the English voice acting made it out like whining, because in the Japanese voiceover, it sounds more like he's just telling Zero why he left rather than whining about it. It's a performance what I think harmed the perception.
Okay, so it's not whining, it's a lamentation, is what you're saying.
It's like, yeah, the thing is, the X7 story is executed so terribly, you think the cutscenes are happening in tandem to the game, but the cutscenes take place, the cutscenes between Axel and Zero take place at some point after the stage select, when Zero is interrogating Axel. And the cutscenes with Sigma and Red take place before Axel betrayed Red Alert. It takes place after the intro FMV, after Axel executed that mafioso.
Yeah.
But
what were you saying about Axel's cognition, though? I thought that was getting on an interesting tangent.
Yeah,
whininess in his tone.
Whininess in his tone. Yeah, the English dub is super bad. Again, because the Japanese version of that cutscene sounds more like a police interrogation. Like Zero wants the info and Axel is giving him the info. Well, maybe I'm just misjudging Axel's character. Maybe it's because Axel is more kid-like because he was apparently discovered by Red, so he didn't have too much time activated. Which is another thing. I'll circle back to it, but first, Axel is so go-getter. Like he does stuff X just couldn't handle anymore, which is getting hands dirty in combat because it cannot be avoided. And Zero is in a permanent state of being crabby after the events of X4, after the death of Iris. You remember, Zero's personality in the first X games was like more cocky, and he was still cocky in X4 until the Iris battle, and after that he's just in permanent crabby mood.
It's true, yeah. Very distinct shift there.
My friend late, unfortunately she's asleep, she's not here tonight, but she's a huge fan of Axel because her first Mega Man game in the Road timeline was CX Advent. So Model A was her first interaction with Axel, and she loves the dumb cat, as she calls him, because Axel's silhouette with the spiky ears does look like a cat head.
That looks like a cat, yeah.
Yeah, so she loves her dumb cat because she says, like, after playing the games and after also noticing how crabby both X and Zero get after X4, she said, Axel is a stray cat one of them had to adopt to save their gay marriage. Between X and Zero, because in X8 they revert back to their pre-X5 personalities.
Wait, that's hilarious! No, you're right though. It really does seem like they introduced him primarily to balance out the seriousness of that whole dynamic, that whole group dynamic.
Yeah, because they were so crabby. Like X was so fed up, and Zero had this "I wish I wasn't here" vibe the whole time. By the time of X7, it really does feel Axel was brought in to knock them out of that, because they really revert back hard. X becomes self-assured that he has to fight if it cannot be helped, and Zero returns more to his X1 more cocky personality, sometimes lamenting the events of previous games, like when they made the Zero virus in X5, but he still is more true to himself than he was in X7.
Yeah. They get really overcome with all the crap of the war as the games go on. So they kind of need Axel there to lighten the mood.
Yeah, that's what I don't think. I think Axel, the hate against Axel is a little overstated, because they really needed that counterbalance of a lighter mood character to drag them back. I don't know why they made them like that. X and Zero smile a lot in X6. I think because X6 was supposed to be just the epilogue to the X series. That's why, okay, let's end. Yeah, the world is crap, but hey, they are hopeful for the future.
Well, they get back together as well, and that's kind of like when they start smiling more. Because, that's the following their reunion with each. They each thought that the other one was lost. When they get back together again, it's like the occasion.
They only smile when they're together, because otherwise X also has like a crabby face. Even his mugshot during the gameplay dialogue, X is just constantly in a bad mood.
Yeah, so you got to consider the context too. When they reunite, it's the cause for a lot of celebration, because they both thought the other one was dead. But yeah, by the time X7 rolls around and then X8, things get a little more serious, because again, the war is dragging on, and by that time they would have reunited for quite a while and got used to each other again, maybe.
Agreed. Also, I was thinking about how funny it is in the actual Japanese dialogue in that cutscene where they reunite, the infamous "I hit myself while I repair myself." Yeah. In the Japanese version, the Japanese voiceover, actually, because it's also in the English version, that voiceover, that X says, "I kept looking for you. I kept looking for your for your what would they call it again? Yeah, their memory to signal your memory chip. And how are you still here? And Zero tells X. He tells him, "You're asking me that when you were also in such a bad shape? I don't know what happened if the auto repair systems activated or what, but when I regained my consciousness, I already had a body." And that's all that ties up to the Meginion capsule when Zero admits to Light, hey, I woke up, I had a body. What happened? Please tell me. What happened?
Yeah. Dang. The universe of difference from what the English version got.
The English translation is gold with all. I love that. Do you wish to overwrite your save data? It says overwrite WRIAGHT.
Oh my gosh.
X6's English translation is magical.
Magical, yeah.
Says that's when I roll I when X7 pulled the sorry Zero. I don't wanna fight with you. X7. Oh my god. You know what? The writer and director of X7, Koji Yokohara, who also wrote X4 and X5 and directed X5 and X6 and X7. After X7, he was, I don't want to call it demoted, but he was transferred to the Keitai mobile phone division of Capcom.
Which may as well be demoted.
Because I don't want to sound insulting, but after X7, let's be honest. He was demoted to a Keitai division in Capcom.
Yeah.
And then Inafune dropped the Mega Man Zero series after 03 to come back, salvage this thing, and change the production staff from Capcom Production Studio 3 to Capcom Production Studio 1. That's why X8, despite still having Value Wave on board, was such an improvement over X7.
Yeah. No, they did. I love them. It really expanded and kind of perfected the group dynamic between the three Maverick Hunters as well.
It felt more balanced.
Yeah, it felt a lot more balanced.
Axel
each has their own identity, and it all contributes to the overall of the group,
Axel is a go-getter rookie who's happy to be there. Zero and X are like the mentor figures, but they are not in permacrabbing mood anymore. They're like older brother. Actually, something that bothers me about X in X7 is just how bitchy he is about Axel joining. That in X7, Axel's ending, X says, "I will never accept him," and then in X8, X is like an older brother to Axel.
Wait, which translation is that?
The English translation, the X7's original dialogue. When you finish the game as Axel in X7, you get a cutscene where Cygnus and Elia mention that Axel is actually adapting very well to the job, but Cygnus mentioned, "You know what he has promised he will do with a mentor," and then X goes, "I refuse! I will never accept him!" Thank you, Peter. Thank you for the magnificent voice acting. It's burnt into my soul. I cry every time.
I cry every time. Yeah.
Why most?
We're talking about Axel, and I gotta. The question comes into my mind because we've been talking about prototypes so far. Axel is also a prototype, and we were discussing before about how certain prototypes contributed to some happy accidents. Do you think there are any happy accidents with Axel being a prototype?
Well, there is a fact that Axel is still a mystery that they never addressed. Yes, he is a prototype of the next gen Reploids, but supposedly Red found him in an area he broke into.
Wait, Red found him in the area he broke into?
In some area he broke into, Red found Axel and stole him, basically. So it becomes, okay, so what is Axel? Is he a secret government project? Is he an ancient robot as well, like from the classic era? But is he the Cossack Link?
That's what I was gonna say, yeah. Is he made by Cossack? Like the third Doctor?
I like to headcanon that Kalinka Cossack built him.
Why do you
But
say that? Like, what's your reasoning?
because Kalinka in Rockman Crossover, as bad as that game is, proves that Kalinka is on the same level as Dr. Light in knowledge about robotics, because she's able to build over one who's rather close to X. Not close, but close enough.
Oh, she builds over one. I know she had a lot of spotlight in that game, but I couldn't quite remember.
Yeah, she builds over one in Dr. Light's lab, if I recall correctly.
Oh, okay. Well, that would connect then. There is an argument there that she could have made Axel.
A friend of mine jokes that because Axel does the whole DNA copy thing, Cossack built Axel as the world's most powerful vodka distiller.
Hey, I mean, I think there's an argument to be made there. Like, I think it could be. I think there's valid reason to assume that, honestly. I mean, not that we have a whole lot of material to assume anything, granted, because Axel is still a relatively new character. I mean, you know, there were like 3 games that went into him, and none of those games like really went too far deep into him, honestly.
You know the story, right? I think, yeah, it was during the interviews with Uchi from Rockman Unity during the release of the Zero ZX Legacy Collection, where Makoto Yabe said that for Model A, he had to basically walk over eggshells because Axel's future was still unknown and his past as well.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, he had to play to sly with Model A that, hey, is he? Is he not? Hey, maybe. But it's obvious. It's obvious. Besides, if anyone will have access to Axel's data, it will be the government. And
True, Legion, yeah.
Yeah. Blank says, I like the assumption that just so the 3 scientists from Classic remain relevant. Might as well.
I do too, yeah.
I love that assumption. I want to believe that either Mikhail or Kalinka Cossack made Axel just for the hell of it. Also because something in my bones tells me Axel is precisely what Kalinka will think it's cool. And he will have a cool scar and 2 guns. And he has hover boots.
Over one doesn't really fit that description, does he?
She was into Lady Gaga. That's why over one works for.
So it was like what do you call it? When a teenager has a certain mood that comes and goes. A phase. So it was like a phase at the time.
Basically. Both are faces. Both over one and Axel are faces.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, man, Axel and Tanta, it also makes you wonder, like, what does the government know about, Legion? What do they know about Axel, potentially?
I'm pretty sure they had all the complete data of Axel, and that's how... Oh, hey, Sammy, thank you for
Albert made Model A?
Yeah, sorry, again, I'm getting redeemed to drink water and stretch, thank you. Posture, yeah, because I was getting the shrimp position.
Oh, well, those chairs will do that to you, too.
Yeah, dude. How are you doing, Sammy? Welcome in. I was saying, Seal made the biometals, the models based on her own documentation on X-Zero and the 4 Guardians. It's no stretch of mind that a Master Albert could just make his own with his own backup of historical data of Axel.
Yeah, which leads you to wonder how he got a hold of that to begin with.
Being the leader of the world government will give you access to a lot of things.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But like, Seal had access to them. How? I mean, how did she get a hold of the original bio? Like, why weren't those in the government's hands when Axel was?
I think with Seal is because she had access. With X, it's obvious she could properly reproduce X. She could properly. She had access to that from the get-go. And I think I don't know, but I like to believe Seal had a hand in building the Guardians.
Yeah, same. But why would that be? Like, why was Legion not possessive of those things.
Probably because Legion was not established yet. That's my guess. I think Legion was established after 04. After the fall of New Arcadia.
Yeah, okay, so the Guardians would have... I mean, they would have been in the hands of Seal before Legion established then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically like this. Master Albert saw what Seal did with the biometals and maybe was like, I like that, I'm gonna do the same. Now let's look at the database. What can I use for this?
Okay, yeah, and then Axel he found the most promising for that project.
Exactly.
Good theory.
And Blank says, well, Sammy saying, have fun with Final Fantasy X, dude. Have fun farming. Oh man, sometimes farming can be either therapeutic or boring depending on how bad it is. I always figured that because Alouette is the current leader in ZX. You know what? Yeah, I think too. Alouette must have also kept some barriers between her, between Seal's own projects and Legion. Because...
Dude, I always wonder what happened to Alouette, or what happened to Prairie, I guess is what she was called later on, after the events of ZX1, because you see that Vent/Ale takes over the ship, and they're leading the Guardians after that point, so what happened to Prairie?
I think she's just probably off-screen in another division. I think she's probably just off-screen. Because...
Oh, that's a good take. I never thought that there were other divisions of the Guardians. Like
yeah,
the ZX Guardians, as distinct from the Zero Guardians.
Yeah, because they are a worldwide agency. At least they describe them like that in the first ZX.
Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. You know, I asked Aizu about that as well when I interviewed him that one time, or the first time. Like, what happened to Prairie after ZX1? And yeah, he was just, as you would expect, he was like, I would love to tell you, but I can't, cease and desist.
And Blank says, probably a better take than guessing she died. It's just, saying she died is the easiest, most unimaginative answer, especially because it doesn't match, because, I don't know, but do you know that one of the CD dramas actually explained how the models got stolen? Model F, Model P, L, and H?
Wait, how? Wait, which one? I never knew. No, I want to know about this. Like,
okay.
Legit, what happened?
Okay, I forgot the name of the track. Blank probably knows the name. It's in CX Tunes. It's a voice track in CX Tunes. Prairie and Ale, because Inti prefer thinking of Ale as a canon one.
Yeah.
Wait,
is this in the Girls Bravo drama track?
Yes, that's the one when they go out shopping.
Is it really in there?
At the very end.
I listened to that a number of times, and I never. Okay, so where is it? What did it say?
Okay, I'm going a little bit off memory, but fair correctly, at the very end of their shopping spree, they get attacked, and the attacker takes off with the other models. Ale just retains Model X and Model Z.
I feel like I would have remembered that. Hold on. Now we gotta look into
now
this.
Now you're making me doubt, because I discussed that too. That the CX Tunes girls.
Okay, I'm gonna look up a summary. There might not be a summary.
Bravo.
This is where I feel like I should know what's up.
Was it Girls Bravo?
Okay, I got a translation. Do you want me to direct you? You probably found the same one.
Link me, because I'm taking looks because Google keeps forcing me.
Yeah, this looks like a happy ending from what I'm looking at here. Here.
What? Oh, where was it? Okay, now I need to go check my stuff, because now I need to look up where.
Now you got a deep dive.
Yeah, I got a deep dive because I know the. Where did I hear it? Because it was so many years ago about the models being stolen. Well, from Ale and Prairie.
Well, I've always wanted to know that, man. Like, holy crap! If you find that, I want to be like notified within like a second of your findings, because I've always wondered about that.
Okay, I need to look that up. 1 second.
Yeah. Okay, guys, stay hydrated. Good time. Okay, yeah, but on the topic of probably a better guess than guessing she died, Ale does say to Gray in ZX Advent that she lost a lot of people in the battles between Mavericks and Model W. Now, we know that Jiro died because of that. We know that her mother died as well. But that doesn't necessarily, in my mind, qualify as a lot of people. I've always kind of wondered if Prairie died as one of those people that she mentions, like, were included in the many people, you know?
Yeah, but I don't like to think. Okay, I found it. But I think my memory is mixed both because I listened all the CD dramas back in the day, back to back. So it was Rockman CX Gigamix Sound Sketch, Sound Drama Grey Capsule, Prometheus and Pandora break into Floop's laboratory and steal the biometals.
Okay, if that is truly the case, and that makes sense because back in the day, when did that get a translation? Because I remember listening to that, and that was
9 years ago.
Okay, that did not have a translation when I was fully in. Do you have a link, by the way?
Yes, because it was translated by our good old friend, the Kanji Conquistador himself, Sidir.
Heck yeah, Sidir. Thank you.
Yeah, I found it.
Okay.
I found it on Reddit because someone was asking precisely the same question 4 years ago. What happened to biometals? And the first answer says, in the drama tracks, Gigamix Sound Sketch, and he had a link to it.
Okay, so where is this in the...
Let me check.
In the drama. This is 4 minutes long.
Let me check. Okay, from the get-go, I see Prometheus and Pandora.
Yeah. Oh, okay, no, I found it.
Okay.
I'm going through right now. It says Pandora is asking, what live metals will we give them? And then Prometheus is replying, we'll use a Model W as bait, or Model V in this case, as bait. When the Model ZX Rockman bites it, then we go to attack the Guardian Lab and steal the 4 live metals. Let's go, Pandora. Awakening process changed. Okay, so it goes into Gray's awakening at that point. Okay, so what does he mean by when he bites it?
Either when he dies or when takes a bait.
Starting linking to extra body Helios confirmed. Well, that's Euless in Advent.
Blank says, I think it was easy to get confused because Girls Bravo starts with Ale fighting the siblings.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, and I agree. I think that's the source of my confusion because...
What does he mean by when the Model ZX Rockman bites it, then we'll go attack Guardian HQ?
Oh,
but he doesn't eventually bite it.
I think they were banking on Ale/Bent dying because bites it. I think they were banking on succeeding on destroying them with whatever plan they had.
But they never did bite it, so when did they actually get that window to steal them?
You know what? Probably by causing all the destruction that we see in ZX Advent, because when we play ZX Advent, it's the same locales as CX, but you know, heavily changed from damage. I think it was a junkyard that became flooded and frozen, I believe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, it's just as easy to assume, I guess, that they just caused a big ruckus, and in all the chaos they stole them. It doesn't necessarily need to be that Model ZX had to bite the dust for them to steal them.
They just needed. I think they just needed the window to steal the biometals.
Yeah, that would make sense. I'm just a little thrown off by them specifically saying that they needed him to bite it in this drama track. But that could have easily been the case.
Let me check if Sidier translated it to Spanish, because sometimes he translates stuff first to Spanish and then to English.
Okay.
No, he only has English subtitles. He doesn't have Spanish subtitles.
Maybe you can reach out to him later about that.
I want to reach. The thing is, I know him, but I don't know him at a personal level. I'll have to ask him come the opportunity. About
right.
it.
Well, there might be a script elsewhere too.
Yeah.
Maybe just needs a little more digging. That's interesting though. Like, I'm really glad we got into that, because I have been wondering for so long what happened to those biometals. And I remember seeing this drama track back in the day, but it was not translated at the time. This got translated later, like when I was kind of like more out of the loop with the Mega Man goings on.
Yeah, because
this is great.
9 years ago will be in 2017. So GB2 came out. Yeah, you definitely were completely out of the loop. And so were many of us.
Because I mentioned I was more out of the loop when GB2 came out as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I missed the boat just by a year or something like that. That just came out.
Well,
no, but shout outs to Sidier, dude. That dude is such a pillar in the community.
Yeah, and man, I saw he got his copy of the Luminous Avenger X complete works.
Oh, nice.
But he and also another person got them, who's also like thinking about translating them. So I'm waiting for them to do their translations of that, because I think it will be very interesting to see. Well, I've seen bits of the complete works book, but like very interesting ones. But I'm waiting to have like a full translation before delving on that fully.
Yeah, good call. Also, yeah, it's crazy how much lore there is in the drama tracks. Yeah, it absolutely is. Inti was absolutely feeding us so well. Like, they cooked and they fed us the best meals with those drama tracks. There's so much cool lore in there. A lot of questions which get answered. Because ZX Advent left a lot of questions, but if you dive into the drama tracks, you'll find that a number of those questions are answered. It's so nice because, again, like the follow-up, we didn't get a ZX3 in the end. And I get sad about that too. Every single day I am sad about that, especially in light of the cliffhanger ending, the secret cliffhanger ending. It hurts. It
really hurts. I like to imagine, although we have no confirmation, it's just purely fan speculation, I like to imagine that CX Cradle will have had the siblings as the main characters, Prometheus and Pandora.
Yeah! You know what? You want to know a joke that was circulating back in the old Get Me Off the Moon days? Was that we needed to make a ZX3, support group, and title it Get Us Out of This Volcano. In reference to Prometheus and Pandora potentially being the new characters, and of course they were left in the volcano at near the end of ZX Advent.
Oh man, yeah.
Also, that would have been cool though, yeah, to have them as playable characters.
Also to see, because in both stories, in both the Gray and Ash story, Model C disconnects itself from Ale/Vent, and it's like, I know more about biometals than you think, I'm taking you down with me. And yeah. Model C, much like the original Zero, goes missing.
Yeah. Well, does he really go missing? I mean,
at least we don't
see things. They just don't mention him again.
But they don't mention him again, so he could be MIA, or he could have gone back to Pentanel after the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's entirely unreasonable to assume that when Ale made her way out of Ouroboros after retrieving Gray, like, she reconnected with Model Z and they made their way safely back down.
It could be that.
Although it does, that does beg the question though, like, because Model Z was still preoccupied in suppressing the other Mega Men, so could he have just dipped out of there without the Mega Man following suit?
Thing is, you know what? CX Cradle, for all we know, could have had a third new pair of main characters who find Model C, for all we know, if anything, to just keep the Mega Man Zero gameplay.
Oh, dude, that's what I would have been. That's what I would have been the most psyched about, if anything. I mean, you know, when I first got into ZX Advent, I didn't like it as much as ZX1 or the 4.0 games. But I would always find myself coming back to it after playing those other games, because of the Inti Creates gameplay. The Inti Creates Mega Man gameplay, which was so near and dear to my heart that I just, I was just drawn to it like a magnet. So, that's what I miss more above everything else for ZX3. Like the fact that I'll never get more of that gameplay again.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Luminous Avenger X3 has a gameplay more similar to Zero. Kirin from Gumball 3 almost scratches that itch, but not quite. But seeing Copen with 2 sabers, I'm like, please give me the hoo-ha-hoo.
The wahoo, yeah, give me the hey-ha-ho. All the good stuff.
Dude. Well, before I read Blank's comment, let me tell you a funny. In Luminous Avenger X2, Copen gets a combo weapon called the Blaster Rifle. And it's like a huge pizza cutter. And the Japanese fandom called the Blaster Key Rifle, they call it the Pizza Hoo-ha-hoo. Like, yeah, but like that, pizza. Well, some call it the pizza hoo-ha-hoo, and some call it the pizza he-hoo-ha, like in X6, like where he goes he-hoo-ha.
Dude, I love that it's a universal language.
I know, right? Like when you say to a Mega Man fan hoo-ha-hoo, you immediately know what they mean, and the fact that
it's
the Japanese
immediately recognizable, yeah.
The fact that the Japanese also say
it's more or less the same with Japanese, yeah.
Yeah. Blank says, I never thought about it that way, makes sense. See, was separate so someone else could get it. Yeah, we could have had like an heir. Dude, what if it was meant to be Prairie in the sequel? I mean, she's blonde, and Suda wanted a female sword user as far back as X2. Mega Man X2.
I wouldn't have liked that, though. Prairie's an awesome, she's a good character. I don't want to see her turn bad.
No, not turn bad. Turn into the Model C user.
Okay, yeah, like a hero.
Yeah, hero, a player character using Model C.
Oh, that could have been interesting. Yeah, it could have been like Rockman Seal official.
Exactly. Rockman Seal parenthesis official parenthesis. Oh, because
good stuff.
Suda tweeted this a while back. Sidier translated the tweets. I love it that during the making of X2, Suda pitched this to Inafune. He told Inafune, "Hey, what if we are going to talk about Zero's backstory in this game? What if Zero was Roll kidnapped by Wily, and then Wily turned Roll into a battle robot?" And Inafune was like, perfect idea, let's not do that. Hey, Chelsea, welcome. Thanks for the raid. How are you doing, guys?
Chelsea.
How are you doing, guys? I am Cat Links with my friend Skyvin Zero talking about Mega Man lore and shenanigans. How are you doing?
Yep, all the shenanigans. Yo, hey, welcome on in. Hope you guys had a good stream. What were you playing?
What? Let me give you a shout out and what are you playing? What's your credit card number and your 3 wacky digits on the back? Oh, Marvel Rivals, dude, that game is so popular.
It is, yeah. Hey, hope you had a good time with that. Getting all of Marvel Rivals action in peace there.
I've seen that emoji, that reaction with the girl with the tongue out. It always gets me.
I like that the bangs are equally as flexible as the tongue there.
I know, right? They're in perfect sync, like me with my cat in my model.
It's like the hair may as well be the tongue.
This seems like such a vibe. We are dwelling into full-blown nerddom. Do you think Trekkies are nerdy? Trekkies don't got anything on us.
yeah, Chelsea, you're rating Lynx's stream, but if you want to drop by my stream for a hot minute, you can see the conspiracy theory meme I have with Lynx's face like thrown in there.
Check
like
for
that's the vibe for real.
Check for a moment his side, because it is me for real, for real.
It's only missing the tinfoil hat. That's the only
It
thing
really
it's
is missing the tinfoil hat and maybe one of the papers in one page that, Inafune's head and on the other Kitamura's head.
Also, Chelsea, thank you so much for the follow. Dude, I knew you for like, I met you for like 5 seconds, and you're automatically following me. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. I'll be sure to check out your streams when I get the chance to.
Where did you win? Did you win the Marvel Rivals Chelsea, or what character were you maining? Because I know they added so many characters. I stopped playing Marvel Rivals like last year. I'm not good at those competitive online games.
Kathling's a friend of mine, is a friend of theirs. Hey, Chelsea, that's exactly where I'm coming from too. If you're a friend of Lynx, that automatically makes you a friend of mine too. Lynx is a cool cat, been the coolest cat for such a long time. I'm kind of just recently getting to know him better, but no, I've seen the guy around the block for nigh on a decade, honestly.
You know what? It's because when we met, I knew you as David's friend, but I always have such a hard time approaching people. Like
whose friend? Sorry,
David Chomp.
Oh, Chomp's friend. Oh, okay, gotcha.
I knew you were Chomp's friend, and I was already Chomp's friend. But I always struggle approaching people the first time, dude. I don't want to come across as maybe imposing myself in big gay crime.
Yeah, no, I respect that. I respect that, man. No, I respect. No, again, I've seen you around the block. I mean, if you did come and just say hi, I totally would have welcomed you with open arms, because I would see you like participating in the old "Get Me Off the Moon" contest that we did.
Oh, yes.
And all that. Like I saw your name. You were in a number of those, right? Like you threw your designs in quite often, I think.
Well, if you mean the Get Me Off the Moon stuff. Yeah, I did participate a couple times. I was more of a passive watcher. I even was in the Discord server when that was still up. A couple of times I did post. I remember when you guys did the writing contest when one of the prizes was a bad rock ball note. I sometimes think back about that contest thinking, if I knew more than things I know now after doing so much, I think I could have done better than then. But at the time, we all wrote based on what we knew. It's why a lot of people even further back thought the idea that Zero killed the entire cast. Remember that one?
Oh, I do, yeah. Dude, they had to shut that theory down so many times.
And I think the worst part is that Inafune's statement was mistranslated a little bit. Like when he said in the English translation, it's not in his character. From what I saw later, many years later, is that a more accurate translation is that Zero killing the classic cast is not in his official profile, aka it's not an event they acknowledge as happening.
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned the writing contest though, because in the recent reminiscing stream that I did with Josh and David and Ryan as well, who came in later on too. We went over some of those old contests and some of the entries that went along with them, and your name came up on a couple of occasions. So if you go back and watch that stream, you'll find a few shout outs to you.
Oh man, I'll have to watch the bot then. I'll have it on my second stream during work tomorrow then.
Yeah, I know, you're quite lucky that it didn't end up being as long as if I had plenty of time to commit to it, because as it was, I had to cut it off. And even then, it ended like 3.5 hours, which, dude, I had too much to say, and I could have said way more if I had more time to me, but, we make do with what we have.
Completely understandable. You know what? Now that we were in... Hey, Optimus, welcome in! I hope you're doing well!
Yo, welcome in!
Welcome in! We are doing well, we are discussing the Mega Man lore, and I was going to segue into something interesting that I mentioned before when you were playing Mega Man Legends, but since we just talked about CX and brought up Get Me Off the Moon, the CX Legends connection that was lost in the English translation, the prototype Antro units.
Oh, that is really fascinating stuff. Yeah, we need like another 2 hours to get into that. That's really intensive.
Yeah, well, it doesn't give us too much, but it gives us enough to speculate because just to give the chat the TLDR, the humanoids, which is the Reploid human hybrid, when they were considered the same quote-unquote species in the world of CX, are called Hito in Japanese. Hito just means the people, but it's written in katakana rather than in kanji, so to make it more sci-fi, right? And then the prototype Anthro units in Japanese are called Originaru Hito units, the original Hito units, the original people units, but the same katakana word as humanoids from CX. So I always be like, what does it mean? So they still had the cyborgs from CX as the workers from the underground during the centuries or millenniums between both series.
Yeah, because that is extraordinarily interesting.
Especially because they're described as just workers, as people working on Earth, while the quote-unquote pure humans were living in Elysium.
Yeah, no, dude. When you told me about that, I did not know that prior to your telling me. But when you told me about that, like my mind was legit blown. Like I was like, oh my god, the plot thickens even more. Like everything's coming together. All this stuff is making so much more sense now. Because I love that. I love the tie-ins to ZX. Because again, Inti Creates, they mentioned that they were really trying to tie in ZX with Legends. So the reference in the naming there from the Hito units to the Hito people in ZX, as the katakana refers to them, is just so cool. Like, dude, I love finding out about that stuff.
Yeah, man. Because Makoto Yabe, he does love his lore. Dude was clearly aiming to finish the Legends ZX Bridge with the final entry. Like Cradle, the name of the game alone, Cradle, like Moses' Cradle, because Legends of Adventure in Five Islands has Babel, which was the elevator that connected to Heaven Elysium.
Yes.
And then there's Eden, the space station orbiting between Elysium and Earth. Mm-hmm. Like, it was obvious that was supposed to be, at least, if not the finale, the key piece for the connection.
And what was supposed to be the finale? Five Island or ZXC?
ZX Cradle.
Okay, yeah, ZX Cradle.
Because
I was
just
going to
because
say
of
the
the
same
name
thing.
alone.
Like, it really did seem like that was going to be the finale. And Inti Creates in general, they seem to be very fond of their threes. I mean, like, 03 was supposed to tie up the Zero story. Mm-hmm. So if ZX Cradle was going to tie up the ZX story, I think they would have thought that very appropriate and fitting.
Exactly. So man, why didn't Six Advent sell better?
I know, dude,
it bothers me.
Every single day, man. I live with the absolute nightmare of a reality that it's not coming out, and it was canceled. Yeah, not even just not coming out; it was canceled. Like straight up canceled after the fact.
Did confirm at one point that the game was in development, that Tsuda was the one working on the character movement code, so that implies the gameplay would have had some sort of revamp at least.
Yeah, do you remember the old ZX3 April Fool's Day joke?
How can I forget?
How can anyone forget? Dude, that artwork looked so legit. And it was all fan art, but It looked so legit when it first came out that it had so many people fooled. And when it finally was revealed that it was a April Fool's joke, well, I think more than a few of us flipped our tables.
Dude,
It looks so good!
Come on, Capcom! Make peace with Inti already! Smoke some salsa together! Work out your differences! Accept your son!
Better yet, team up with that April Fool's Day joke guy. Make his ideas a reality.
You know what's the worst or best part, depending on your take? Since Capcom legally own everything in regards to CX, and Makoto Yabe is a freelance, if they wanted, they could make ZX Cradle themselves with Yabe as the writer and planner of the game. even if it's without the IndyCast stuff.
They could have done it so long ago. Man, it's like the window has been open for them for so long. Like Inti Creates is literally sitting at their desk by their phone, waiting for it to ring at every possible second, and Capcom's just like, nope.
I can imagine Aizu just in his office by the phone saying, "Any day now."
Any day now, yeah.
Well,
he's like going back to. He's like going back to his old 20-year-old office days, like when Inti Creates was on the verge of bankruptcy and he couldn't afford anything, so he had to bring all his food. Oh wait, no, that's getting on a whole other tangent. I was basically just meaning to say that he's just sitting by the phone with his food and just he's going to the bathroom there, he's eating there, he's not stepping away from that phone for a second because he's just that ready to pick up the call.
Any day now. Meanwhile, the Gumball staff are just losing their marbles.
Along with the rest of the fan base wondering what the heck is going on with that storyline.
Dude, I think this is the theory that I was told by just man. Okay, so I met Zistal properly about a year ago, 2 years after I left the wiki server, the Discord server. But then we got to actually meet properly in another server. And it was like, hey, and we've been in contact since, and he told me after reading all the Gumball EX upcoming stuff, he's like, I get the feeling this is what happened. Because they had a contractual obligation to deliver a game for their crossover with Cogen sort of Rewind developed by Game Drops. When Tai got pulled out of Gumball 3, they brought in the writer of Blaster Master 03, who just began removing stuff to lower the scope of the story to be doable within the budget they had. Because everything is so disjointed, it reeks of someone who was not fully aware of the whole scope began removing elements. And I was like, you know what? That makes way too much sense for a development chaos.
Yeah, it didn't have to be that way, though. All he had to do was a little research and, really, they didn't even have to address all the other stuff. All they had to do was just address the cliffhanger. And, think of some stupid reason to do it. I don't care. But just address it. And that's all they would have had to do. They wouldn't have needed a big budget or anything.
And apparently Tai was none the wiser. He found out alongside everybody else, alongside all the fans once he played the shipped product. And also, I think people forgot, but I don't know if you remember, when GB3 launched, the ending was incomplete. They had to patch the ending later as an update.
Wait, really? So how did it end? By default?
I made a joke animation about it, and I know in good faith that even Indie Creates are aware of my animation of all things. Where it ends. Remember the Poochie episode from The Simpsons? I have to go now. My planet needs me.
I didn't finish GV3, so actually, maybe I shouldn't ask you how it ended because I'm going to be getting to that on stream.
I'm telling you the original ending from before the update.
The original ending?
Yeah, from before
that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
The original launch version of GB3 ended with Gumball and Mebius living for space for no given reason. It's just the Poochie element. I have to go now. My planet needs me. Whoop.
Just go into space? What?
Yeah. Have you seen the GIF or there are two black dudes?
Needs me. No, yeah, I know that meme.
The other GIF, there are two black dudes and one of them goes peace and just vanishes.
Oh yeah.
Basically, that was the original ending in GB3.
What the heck?
People were nuclear. I was so nuclear I had to animate it. I made the animation for it, for that ending, and there was a lot of copium that, no, wait, they are going to update the game, they are going to add additional scenarios, things are going to be answered. I mean, I guess they are right, things are getting answered, but like 4 years after the fact.
Jeez, yeah, I know, that's messed up. Well, at least they're finally doing something, and I only hope they do it right.
Oh man!
I mean, as DLC, they don't have to do a whole lot with DLC, right?
I'm just excited to see what they plan to do with it. I know some people are skeptical about it because maybe Copen will not work well with the Rumble 3 level design. But I'm of the train of thought of, man, I just want to see this wrapped up. Just give me some finality, man.
I know, dude. I feel that way about that. I feel that way about ZX3. I feel that way about Legends 3. You know, it just release some crappy comic to cover it up. I don't care. Just address the elephant in the room somehow.
Dude, I will settle with city dramas, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, that too. I mean, that's an excellent low-cost way of doing it, which still resolves it. I know there are plenty of ways. It's just they're doing something.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh man, going back a little bit to CX and Legends, it just feels like the moment Mega Man tries to evolve, the moment that the Mega Man series tries to be more than the baseline classic series or even the X series, things go alright. Like, well, in the case of X, it was being outsourced for the worst people ever.
We had a good start with X1.
X had an excellent start, and then Capcom pulled a Capcom. It's like a curse.
Yeah.
And everything else just isn't like, I don't know, approachable enough, maybe, because some people, you know, don't jive with the Zero series because they find it too difficult.
Yeah. Even even coming from someone like myself who said it's my favorite series of all time, even I'm of that opinion.
It is hard, but hard does not immediately mean bad. It's just for a lot of people, the difficulty equals the game being bad for disgustingly huge amount of people.
Yeah, well, screen crunch is also a problem with it.
Mainly in 0-1, I feel by the sequels they managed to design the games around the real estate you get for character view.
I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking the airship stage in 0-2. I'm thinking the Oceanic Highway in 0-3, like this big open space where, you know, you can't see the enemies coming. Like, usually you're going to be dashing into them before you see them. I'm thinking of 0-4, the magnet stage. You know, again, big open stage where you're just kind of running into enemies like before you can see them. Hey, I think it's a problem throughout, honestly. But that, I mean, I don't know if I would say that's necessarily bad game design. It's just, you know, I'm more inclined to associate it with just the age-old Mega Man, like, style where, you know, you learn a pattern, like you don't get it the first time, but then you learn it after you see it, and then you adjust to it, like, after the fact. They're very, like, strategy, you know, like work on your feet.
Pattern memorization, a lot of that too.
Yeah, pattern memorization after the fact. You know, you're not really supposed to get it on your first try, I guess.
Yeah.
Mixed opinions, I guess.
I mean, I cannot say you're wrong because, the screen crunch is a little bit of a problem, but I think it's not as huge of a problem as it could be. Maybe because I was one of the cursed people who played Mega Man and Bass on Game Boy Advance and finished it. I am never doing that ever again. God, that when I talk about screen crunch, I'll give you screen crunch.
No, this is going to be one of the major areas of disagreement between us. I like the GBA version of Mega Man Bass. That's the version I prefer. I played it when I was a kid. That was the only version I played growing up, and I have very fond memories attached to it, which may factor into my fondness for it in no small part. But you know, yeah, I've always liked it. I came off of, at the time, this is when I was a kid. I had just come off of Mega Man 8, and so I was desperately looking for another game that was just like it, you know, in the classic Mega Man series. And then I found out about Mega Man and Bass for the GBA, which was out around that time. And so I picked it up, and it happened during a really fun time, too. Like, I ordered it right before vacation, like a family vacation that my family was taking. But it didn't get to the house in time before the vacation. So for a good couple days during that vacation, I was pretty bummed out. Like I wanted to have that game on hand for the vacation so I could play it, during my time off there. So for the first couple days, I was bummed. But then, like a few days into the vacation, unbeknownst to me, my father makes a secret trip to the house to pick up the mail there.
Oh.
And he brings back, and the game did arrive there, and he brings it back. I was pleased to pieces. So I cracked that game open and it was a wonderful vacation. It was like a beach house vacation sort of thing, and there were extended family on board. I had that game on hand. I was playing it in my own time. I was so happy to, when he finally brought it back, and because I didn't think I would be able to play it during there after the fact. But I played it then, and I died time after time. But I had some really great memories in it, and the music is hardwired into my memory as just this really fond, like vacation-y vibe. And yeah, to this day, it is my preferred version. I think it is better than the SNES version in a couple ways. Not so much for the screen crunch, but I think the music is better than the SNES version. They're more complex arrangements. They are more full arrangements. They have a lot more instrumentation. Their melodies are better. The drum beats are better. This is all that soundtrack on the GBA is a pure product of what you could do with the additional RAM of the GBA versus the SNES. The SNES version, in comparison, has a lot simpler arrangements of that music, and they're the same melodies, but they're different styles because of the different sound fonts of those different consoles. The SNES version has a lot simpler arrangements due to its simpler sound font, which was attributed to half the RAM that the SNES had in comparison to the GBA. So that's one thing. More complex rearrangements, they just sound better to me. The other thing, less slowdown. Again, because the GBA had more RAM than the SNES, there's a lot less slowdown, a lot less lag in the GBA version versus the SNES. So, if you ever use the drill weapon, the one that splits into like 4 different weapons, every time you use that in the SNES version, the game lags like crazy. Or anytime one of those big smasher enemies comes down, like the ones that destroy the blocks underneath you, that lags the game like crazy. Any attack that Groundman uses will lag the game a lot as well. And this isn't, it isn't game-breaking stuff by any means, but you do notice it when you play the SNES version of Mega Man and Bass. This is all stuff that is negated in the GBA version, and I think it establishes some argument that, for why it is not the absolute monstrosity that everyone makes it out to be. So that is my TED Talk for the GBA version of Mega Man Bass. I have a lot to say about it because during Mega May, I actually did a showcase of that game, which I distinctly made sure to call Mega Man and Bass No Hate Showcase. Because I was well aware of all the hate it gets. I think it is overstated for all those reasons and more. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Okay, I'm just going to say, Triforce says, just a correction, higher clock speed, not higher RAM. I'm going to say, I agree that the GBA OST is better because it's faster, it's more like pumping, it has more oomph. But man, I'm sorry, the screen crunch completely did me, because when I played also the GBA version as a kid, I still have my cartridge.
Okay.
Especially because I got it because I knew of Mega Man and Bass as a Japan exclusive mysterious Mega Man game spoken in websites like Planet Mega Man.
Yeah, it was like the Mega Man 9 for the time.
It basically, I knew years after the fact, that apparently some ROM sites had Mega Man and Bass listed as Mega Man 9.
Yeah, you're right. I remember that too.
But so I wanted it when it came out on GBA, and I was able to get it. I also played it. I finished it, but I could never adjust because it felt like I didn't know the concept of screen crunch at the time, but I felt like that I was too claustrophobic in the level design, especially in stages such as Borderman. And when I played the SNES version on my stream. It became my second favorite classic game.
Yeah, it's a really well-made game in general. But, you know, I feel like the screen crunch, it is a little bit stressful, but it's not game-breaking in the GBA version, in my opinion. There's nothing coming at you so fast in there that makes screen crunch a problem. That's a much bigger issue in the Zero series because you're dashing super fast, you're running into things all the time that you can't see before the screen brings it on, you know, on screen. Where, you know, but, you know, Mega Man Base is a classic game. You're just kind of like sauntering along, maybe like sliding at times, but the pace is slow enough to where it's not game-breakingly stressful to have a screen crunch like that. Which is why I think my hottest take in the world is if you like the Mega Man Zero series, you're kind of in no position to dislike Mega Man and Base, honestly. That's my hottest take in the world.
Fair enough, fair enough. Triforce says the SNES was slow for its time. It actually runs at the same speed as Sega Master System. Yes, the SNES. Ooh, the SNES CPU. Yeah. That's why the Sega Mega Drive Genesis had the blast processing. But Jesus fucking Christ, Jesucristo. Have you played? Yeah, I think we have discussed this. I think you even saw me with Aras. I forgot. Oh, it was Barunius who saw me and Aras play the Wily Wars. If it was the US version from the reprint, the one with added speed, clock speed, and it still lags to hell and back.
Yeah.
Like the yellow. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Mega Man and Base wasn't entirely prepared for the SNES. Like, I think it was trying. It slows down quite a bit for it. It's still a great game, very well-made game.
Yeah, but
it easily could have made it onto another console for better.
I don't think Mega Man and Base on the SNES lags too, but I think I can only think of one stage which is in a specific room in my command.
It's not terrible.
But no,
it is noticeable.
The one that lags like there is no end. It's a Mega Man The Wily Wars on the Genesis, what I was getting at. Despite the Genesis boasting more RAM than more CPU speed than the SNES, Wily Wars, oh yeah, I know it's due to poor programming, but it's an easy joke to do when you're playing that game and everything is slowing down. It's like, whoa, I can't believe this blast processing! It is too blast! And Blank says Mega Man and Base the best classic. It is his favorite.
Oh, it is. It's my favorite classic game for sure. I have so much fun playing that to this day.
Blank actually, I remember him telling me that his first Mega Man game was Mega Man and Base on the Super Nintendo.
Okay.
Mora Knight over on my YouTube side of things, because Simulcast asks, why exactly did Mega Man and Base go back to SNES after 8 had come out on the PSX? The official word we got from Inafune is that Mega Man and Base is the consolidation prize game aimed at the children who could not afford a PlayStation 1 but still had their Super Famicom.
Well, and Mega Man 8 wasn't originally made for the PS1. It was made for the Sega Saturn.
Oh, that's right. That's why it had more content.
Yeah, it had more content. It had better music. The animated cutscenes don't have as high quality, voice acting or sound quality, but the music in the stage is notably crisper.
Yeah, because I played Mega Man 8 on Saturn. I forgot, it was, I think last year I played for the first time, and I noticed that the samples for the music were much clearer than in the PlayStation 1. The sound effects were muddier, they were more muffled, but the music samples were much more crisp, and of course Tenguman had the better theme.
Yeah, I know, yeah, very interesting. Yeah, HC Hex is another bud of mine. He did the showcase of the Sega Saturn version of Mega Man 8 during Mega Man, and I was hosting along with him, and he did a great highlight of all the version differences, and there are quite a lot, honestly. Mm-hmm. You can really tell that the game was made for that system versus the PS1.
It doesn't help that Capcom only re-releases the PS1 version. Also, Triforce says that the whole consolidation price thing was also why Street Fighter Alpha 2 got on Super Nintendo. Dude, I played that one back then. It had loading screens. A Super Nintendo game with loading screens.
Dang, that was a different time.
It did not feel good to play. I did try back then Alpha 2 on Super Nintendo. It did not feel good, dude. It was like, hey, Street Fighter on Super Nintendo! And then you played it and you're, oh no, Street Fighter on Super Nintendo. Man.
Different vibes for sure.
Different vibes. You ask for a genie for Street Fighter 2 on Super Nintendo and he gives you Street Fighter Alpha 2 on Super Nintendo.
It's the Street Fighter Alpha 2 that we have at home.
The monkey paw finger bending over as you ask for Street Fighter Alpha 2 on Super Nintendo because you can afford a Sega Saturn.
Oh, good stuff.
Oh man, you know what? It's just, I mean, I'm sure both reasons are the reality. But I remember reading back during the COVID when people were in their homes and there were people discussing Mega Man, that apparently in '98 Capcom had like their blogs for their games, and they had a blog for Rockman and Forte on Super Nintendo. And in it, supposedly, I need to find an archival just to double check, but humor me for a second. In it, Inafune and Kaji were commenting about Mega Man and Bass being also the final challenge for Rockman fans, because they wanted to end the classic series there because they felt Bass was overlapping too much with X. That they didn't know how to continue classic, so it might as well be just the finale for the classic series.
Well, they could have just as well. I mean, well, that's what they ended up with Mega Man 9, just not putting bass in it. I mean, they could have just done that originally, right?
I mean, I guess. But I think having bass playable as a gimmick was really fun. I did like playing as bass a lot.
Yeah, I main with Mega Man. I haven't played with bass in so long. I usually main with Mega Man in that game. Which I think, I honestly feel like Mega Man is, in general, pretty easier. Like, in bass, I feel like the bosses utterly own you.
I think bass is normal mode, because yes, beating Coldman with the bass buster takes a while, but after that you already have the first weapon and you go in weakness order, and it's easier with bass in my opinion.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's a good game anyway, though. Like, it'll always be my favorite, and I'm eternally salty at the fact it never made it to the Legacy collections.
Me too. You know what? And also, I'm salty that Mega Man X Command Mission was not in the X collection, and Battle Network 5DS, Double Team DS was not in the Battle Network collection. Capcom, you took my Soul Cross. You took my Soul Cross Mega Man, and I will never forgive you.
Yeah, they really should have put it in there, like, because that was all about version differences.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Same thing with Command Mission 2. I mean, it was quite different for the Mega Man X formula, but I mean, it was still a piece of the Mega Man X legacy, and a much loved one too. Like, everyone still talks about it to this day, despite the fact it was pretty niche for the time.
And it's so weird because Capcom themselves acknowledge Command Mission. Commander X is one of X's skins in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinity.
Yeah, that's true. And don't they have some take of their own about the fact that it's a branching timeline too, right?
Yeah, from what I could gather, it was Capcom producer Tatsuya Minami who pushed for the books Rockman Perfect Memories and a compendium of Rockman X. They have interesting stuff, like the first 3 armors are the same armor. X just returns the armor to the capsule, and Dr. Light, the Dr. Light hologram reworks it to make it stronger for the next game. But in Compendium of Rockman X, they mention Mega Man Zero as a non-canon what-if timeline, calling Command Mission as the canon timeline. And that's, if I recall correctly, Command Mission has the orbital elevator called Babel, if I recall correctly. I might be mistaken. Let me check.
That's a strange take if true.
I think it's because
that would acknowledge Command Mission as like the true ending or the true timeline.
Minami had I mean, this is my speculation based on just history, but based on what Minami did with the X series, which was get Okuhara to direct it and outsource to Valuewave with Capcom Production Studio 3, which did not make good games. Taking helm of the Mega Man X series, it feels like there was a schism there where maybe Tatsuya Minami wanted Mega Man to remain canonically in-house and everything outsourced being not canon, which is hypocritical because even the later X games were also outsourced to Valuewave, so...
Yeah, what's up with that? Double standard going on there.
Yeah, it's very obvious they did not like working with Inti Creates. It was Inafune who asked a lot to have Inti credited for the Mega Man Zero games because they did not want to credit... Sorry, go on.
You know what it almost seems like is that they were so fed up with Inafune that they... And Inafune was so close with Inti that they just threw Inti out the window because they by association with Inafune. That's what it kind of seems like to me. Like it's not so much that they had anything out with Inti Creates, but it's more like there are other things about that, but yeah, it also kind of seems like they're just guilty by association with him.
No, I think back then, before Inafune left, back in the 2000s, they just didn't want to interact with Inti because of all the employees Aizu stole. Let's be real. Aizu took with him plenty of staff members, including senior ones like Yoshihisa Tsuda. He was already a senior staff member, and it was probably not convenient that he got away with him.
Yeah.
I checked. Yeah, the orbital elevator Babel was also in Mega Man X Command Mission, which is supposedly the same name as the final dungeon ruin you climb in Adventure in 5 Islands. Or so I've heard.
Okay, but is that distinct from the orbital elevator in X8?
Yeah, because the orbital elevator in X8 was the Jacob, which was retrofit into Area X2 from 03.
Okay, yeah, it was retconned into that. That's true. Oh wait, that was Z1.
Z1
retcon
C1 has also a different orbital elevator, which is Area X1.
Okay.
But it really it has no bearing other than establish that New Arcadia has several orbital elevators under their control.
Okay, gotcha.
Surrounding Yggdrasil, which is the executive building where X's original body is sealing the Dark Elf.
Yeah, what was Yggdrasil exactly?
Yggdrasil was an executive government building. It's just at the very top, the Dark Elf was sealed.
Okay, so that was its relevance. Because obviously the Dark Elf was sealed there, and it was X's final resting place. But it always leads me to wonder if like a battle took place there in order for X to be sealed there. You know.
I'm checking the wiki for a moment to double check that stuff. Apparently, from what I am understanding, X lured the Dark Elf into Yggdrasil to seal the Dark Elf there.
Oh, so he lured it there. Okay.
Also,
he lured it into a government building. Okay.
Yeah, Yggdrasil is shaped inside like a tree, like the Tree of Life in Battle Network. A tree within the building.
And that makes sense why it rises upward as you go further in the stage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, gotcha. Why, So, okay, when X was sealed away, his personality split into the Guardians.
Yes.
Or his consciousness was split into the Guardians. So do we have confirmation on who made the Guardians then? Was it just the government? Like
As far as
their bodies, I mean.
As far as I know, the government made the Guardians using 02 describes them as being built with excess body parts, which was something that confused me a bit at the first time when I was a kid. But because the armor pieces are called body parts in Japan, the X armor pieces.
Oh, so they were made from X armor pieces, not necessarily from himself?
My fun personal theory is that Harpuya was built from the Falcom armor, Fafnir from Gaia, Phantom from Shadow, and Leviathan from maybe the basic armor but retrofit for water.
Or like the first armor or something like along there.
Yeah.
Ah, I like that one. That's a good one.
And it fits their gameplay purpose. Maybe by some coincidence it's real, but it's just locked behind Integrate Zone archives, because gameplay-wise, Model F does feel more... It feels like a faster Gaia armor. Like its charge shot is super low range, but hits like a truck. Model H is very air movement. Phantom is Phantom.
Yeah. Yeah, the Phantom, right. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, so it would seem to imply that, like the X armors were just naturally compatible with the personality, with the consciousnesses that were split from the original X.
Okay, I found this quote. It's from the English version of the Mega Man Zero official complete works. It says, the four Guardians were created by using the same methods used to recreating X, so it was probably Seal.
You think she would have mentioned that in the games if she made them, though?
You know what? Maybe it's just as we know, 01 had a little rewrite when they realized X6 was being made, and she does blame herself on the creation of New Arcadia as it exists now. So maybe that's part of it.
Yo, Ninpado! Hey, welcome in! Hey, thanks for dropping by.
Hey, welcome in!
We're going in full gear here with the Mega Man lore talk, and I'm with Cat Links here, who's a good bud. He knows his lore like nobody else. Like he's an oldie in the Mega Man community. Like he goes back eons with the Mega Man lore, and he's done a fair share of research. So it's nothing but a good time talking with him about Mega Man lore.
My brain is rot by this franchise. Please send help. Please send help.
But yeah, do follow Links if you aren't already, because he's a really cool guy. He streams Mega Man himself. And yeah, really passionate, definitely of the same breed as me, who just like goes on and on about the nitty gritty, and in a very passionate way. So check him out.
Thank you very much.
Heck yeah.
Blank says that the Command Mission party is ready. Yeah, the Command Mission party were pretty good, which makes it very painful in the ending. It feels like they ran out of time because the ending only shows X-Zero and Axel. I wonder what happened there. Maybe Capcom were like, hey, ship it.
Which ending are we talking about?
Command Mission, because Blank mentions that the Command Mission party is great, which I agree. I like the Command Mission characters a lot. But the ending is a little disjointed because it only has X-Zero and Axel there, despite of you having any other party members.
Okay.
So it feels like the ending was a little rushed in, because you know how it is with Mega Man. Keep it quick and low cost.
Yeah. It had a nice ending though. Like,
it had a nice ending, but I wish
it's nice.
I'm sorry.
If that is a timeline split, then it's neat to know that it branched, like the timeline from there branches off in a happy direction. Like it could just be like that's the happy timeline, whereas every other timeline branches out into full on war and destruction.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is something I've always considered. If I recall correctly, nothing in Command Mission necessarily contradicts X8 or the Zero series. In fact, the character designer for X's Commander Armor... Oh! Ninpato, thank you so much for the follow! Thank you!
Yo! Thank you on my behalf too, Ninpato. This guy needs a follow. He deserves
thank you, man.
follows.
Thank you, man. The character designer of X's Commander Armor in Command Mission mentions in the complete works he was thinking the game was set between X and Zero. That's why it has a little bit of Mega Man Zero in it, like the boots design.
Yeah, that's something I want to get into the nitty gritty about too, like how as the series goes on, or as the franchise goes on, you see this distinctive shift from like big bulky designs to a lot slimmer designs, and I always thought that was so cool because it really mirrors what happens in our reality too, you know, where we start off with these really big bulky computers, and you know, over time we're slimming down as we become more like optimized with design and whatnot.
A lot of people hate that Zero becomes slimmer, but as you said, it's because if you look, granted, it was also because it was to make toys, but
of course,
the classic and Zero and X, I mean the classic and X proportions are bulky because beneath it in the in-universe designs of what they have inside, they have these huge, clunky balancer units so they can walk and climb stairs.
Yeah, they're very well designed. Yeah, I know Nimpado's saying the designs are peaked in Zero and ZX.
Oh yeah,
I agree with that.
I like
agree.
It. So it makes sense. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. No, we could both go on for eons about this, but you better start because I'm going to go out of hand.
Okay, I believe it makes sense, as you said, that for the Zero series it's slimmer. Like, technology finally advanced enough that Reploids don't need to have huge legs. The thick Popeye legs to be able to walk because their their balancing systems finally are able to do human leg movement without the need of such clunky designs. Like the X and Zero under their boots have coils and stuff like cars.
Yeah, I know, and even like you notice the shift even as early on as the later X games. Like it doesn't like full on happen with Zero. Zero is kind of where it peaked, but you notice the shift even as early on as X8.
Yes,
you know, where the designs are more slim, and then Command Mission kind of follows suit.
Yeah, because in X8, as you say, they are slimmer. They no longer have the huge legs. They're still thick, but not as brutally thick as they were in the early games.
Yeah, but you can see the transition.
Yeah, and then X in his commander role, as I forgot the name of the artist of Command Mission, but as he said, he was thinking of Command Mission as taking place between X and Zero, so he was already adding Zero elements in the boots, thinking that it was a sign that technology was advancing in universe, that it was already heading that way.
Dude, I love it. I love it when they actively, like, straight up acknowledge that that's what they were going for, so that none of us have to question anything else.
From a little meta perspective, I remember reading. I believe it was with Uchi's interview for the Legacy Collection with Nakayama.
Good old Uchi.
Oh man, the goat.
The goat. Love that man.
Nakayama was mentioned when he saw the first public artwork of Mega Man EXE. He was like, "Oh, that's the 21st century Rockman. So this is now the Rockman of the 2000s." And that also influenced the design they went for Zero, because if you look at how the joints connect with the circle and then slim parts in Zero and Battle Network, like the execution is different, but the concept is very close.
Yeah. And they're also, you know, in terms of the actual like visual appeal, you gotta love just what the Zero and ZX series does with the designs in general. I mean, what I always got to point out about Zero designs is the color. The color is so well done to where usually most of the bosses only have like one or two primary colors. So, you know, they come off as very well designed. Like they're not very. Whereas, you know, for comparison, you know, you look at some of the X designs, or even some of the later classic designs, and, you know, they have all sorts of colors, and it kind of results in their designs feeling a little chaotic,
especially,
you know, kind of all over the place.
Early games, X1 and X2, they have reds, blues, yellows, and purples.
Yeah, all over the place.
Yeah.
And that kind of like not it becomes less of a thing. You're right. As the series goes on, it becomes less of a thing. X5 and X6 in particular, I think, have designs that are more similar to Zero with fewer colors, which contribute to a more focused design, in my opinion. But yeah, like Nakayama's design, like he knew what he was doing with the color, and he knew how to like really draw your attention to the overall character design, and without all the distraction that comes from like adding every sort of primary color under the sun or under the rainbow, as it you could say. The X colors feel a mess. Never really realized it, but now that you mention it, yeah, I know. It's when you pay attention to it, you do start to and it really comes across with the sprite work as well.
I think it was the excitement of of working with Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo had like a much wider palette than the NES or even the Genesis could display on screen. I think it was like, now we have all these colors.
Yeah. And the GBA did, I think, some good things with the sprite. Like the sprite work that Intercreates did with the Zero series was great as well. But I think the attention Nakayama give to the more limited color selection, those designs, was also so that the sprite work could really shine as well. Because the fewer colors you have to deal with, the more the overall design really shines across a 16-bit sprite board,
Yeah. Also, it allows it to be more visible in contrast to the backgrounds, because the Zero series had more integrated, more complex backgrounds. Like not all of the boss rooms had complex backgrounds. Like Aztec Falcom's boss room is as plain as you can get. But then there is Phoenix Magnon with the remains of the power reactor, or Panther Claws aboard.
Or the moving train,
the moving train. You are in both trains, side by side, and everything moving behind
or
you.
Blizzard Stagroth in Z1, where you have the shuttle coming down from the hangar in the background.
Oh, you know what's my favorite background?
What's
the
that?
orbital elevator from 03 Area X2. Since it's supposed to also... I didn't notice it the first time because I was concerned about all the spikes around me.
Wait, which one is... Oh, and Zero... Wait, 02 you said?
03. Area X2.
Oh, Area X2. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah.
Because I noticed it the first time I played as a kid because I was more concerned with not dying. But when I replayed it now as an adult with better control over everything, I noticed how you start like on Earth, and the further you climb up, you start seeing the sky go up, change into a high atmosphere, change into space. And then I realized at the very top of it, since it's supposed to be the Jacob, at the very top of it where you fight Copy X Mark II, is where in X8 you are fighting Vile Penta from X8.
Yeah, what a cool background that is too. Like, I've always loved that backdrop for Copy X. Yeah, that's great stuff. Never really, I don't think I've ever thought about the background that intensely. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, you really gotta. I mean, I've played the Zero games to death, so I think I have a little more time to observe the backgrounds and stuff. But I mean, I'm thinking like even down to the last stage in the series where you got Ragnarok. Like the last room, like leading up to. Like the enemy room, the last enemy room leading up to Weil, like you see, like you're literally, the background is literally going down, like you giving you the impression that you are literally falling into space there, like, because you see like the stars rushing past you, rushing up, yeah, it's a very live, moving background. So, again, great stuff. I love that stuff.
I think because it's doing, as Nimpato said, he never thought about the background that intensely. It's because it's doing its job properly. It's not supposed to distract you, but once you are able to notice it, you are like, oh, that's neat. But it's not getting in the way.
Yeah, the job of a game creator is to make the assets as built into the universe as possible to where you are fully immersed in it,
But also
and you're not really thinking of it, you know? Like that's the whole goal. You got to be immersed in it. And one of the implications of being immersed is that you aren't, in fact, thinking of it.
Speaking of notice backgrounds, I notice a lot of people, and I am guilty of this myself when I was a kid playing on my dinky Game Boy Advance screen. But now, even now with the Legacy Collection, a lot of people don't notice the background in the city stage, in Aztec Falcon's stage. All the collapsed buildings and how basically they are showing that the game, the world went into full-on doom. I think only...
outside of Neo Arcadia.
Yeah, a friend of mine, when he began 01, he was the first person to see to notice the background and said, "Oh, what happened here?"
Yeah, well, it's that particular setting as well. I mean, in Neo Arcadia, we're given the impression that it's all fine and cushy, and it's like the ultimate utopia for humans. But that's not where the backdrop of 01. Like, that's not where the gameplay takes place. Like most of the places you're exploring as Zero in 01 are outside of Neo Arcadia. Like, they're in the outskirts where no man dares dwell. So it's all the backgrounds are kind of made to reflect that, with all the collapsed buildings and like the desert. Like you guys were pointing out recently to me on stream, and I never realized this before, that the background for the desert was it mirrored Jet Stingray's stage from X4.
Yes, that the sea had completely dried up and become a desert, and then beneath it, underneath the desert, are these ancient subs with the Repliforce emblem.
Yeah, that is super cool. And I noticed the thing about the submarine, but I never thought once about the background of the desert. Like, that's something I never... And like the ramps going up, like those are totally the Ride Chaser ramps from X4, and I never thought about... Yeah, Ninpato, I'm in your camp. Like, I didn't play... you gotta understand, most of my growing up, I committed so much excessive time to the Zero games at the expense of every other Mega Man game. And I spent a lot of time with the other Mega Man games too. And that's why I can commit to a lore talk like this, because I was full up in Mega Man, like fully. But if I devoted 100% of my time to Mega Man as a whole, then I committed 200% of my time to Zero. It's like, that was off the charts,
And you know what else? I'm surprised. Speaking now that we mentioned Jet Stingray and the connection between it and the Anubis Necromancy's stage backgrounds, I'm surprised the indie games never had a Ride Chaser stage.
Oh, you're right, they didn't. Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta reply to Nimpato was saying he got an ad right when I was saying, Nimpato, I'm in your camp.
Oh no, ad hell!
Ad hell! Ugh. Nimpato, let me know when you're out and I'll repeat it. Let me know when... I don't want people to miss out on what I'm saying because of stupid ads.
Oh man.
Out and I'll repeat. I'm sorry, Lynx, you were saying...
Don't worry. It's just that I'm surprised they never added a Ride Chaser either as a side-scroller or maybe as a Mode 7 fake 3D depth stuff. It's just surprising they never did that.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's kind of one of the only games, the only Mega Man series that didn't have it after X that was in line with that. Oh, Nimpato, I was saying that I was in your camp, that I didn't play X4 to really know about that thing with the desert. When I went on to say that, like, and it's because I played, like, most of the time I was playing Zero. Like, if I spent... I played all the other Mega Man series, too, and quite a lot at that, but if I spent 100% of my time playing every Mega Man series under the sun, then I spent an additional 200% of my time playing the Zero series. Like, that's the scale of... like, to the point where it, like... It's not so much that I didn't play X4 enough, it's the fact that I played Zero too much, and that overwrote everything else. So that's what I was saying in your absence. But yeah, it is strange that, like, for as much of a X successor that Zero is, it did not have Ride Chaser, and it did not have the big mechas. What are those things called? The armors.
The golems, or no, the right armors from
the right armors. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
Yeah.
So, and ZX kind of followed suit in that same realm.
Yeah, at least in the world of ZX, in the city, you see ride chaser like bikes, like being used by civilians, but just as background objects.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
in area C.
That is that is a good point. The only ride chaser stage that you could attribute to Zero and ZX is that one mini game in ZX Advent. You know, when you're riding the car.
Oh,
that was a hell of a mini game.
Right. Yeah, that.
Yeah, that one. Although Vent and Ale, they have artwork. Well, in the beginning of the game too, they had their own motorcycles.
Yeah, but it gets shut down by what were
galleons? Is they called galleons?
Yeah, I think they're called galleons. Yeah, the bootleg pantheons.
Yeah, bootleg pantheons with the bootleg Star Wars blaster sound effect.
Dude, it's not even bootleg. I think they got it from the exact same sound library.
I think you're right. It's like identical. You're right.
Yeah.
It's like right up there with Zero's, with Seal saying that Zero had hibernation sickness when he comes out of the capsule. Like that's also taken from Star Wars, like the exact line.
Oh man. What?
Yeah, really good stuff. Yeah, ZX in there's a lot more we could talk about with Legion and like how they rose to power, how they got their power. Because they kind of we don't have a whole lot of background as to how they showed up and by what means.
If I recall correctly, they mentioned in ZX Advent that at some point the world governments decided to just have all the power to a trifecta, to three people.
Yeah, they did say that.
Sounds a little bit like a terrible idea, but sure, why not?
But it was like, okay, to me, I'm like, what governments were around at that time? Because, Neo Arcadia was reduced to ruins by Ragnarok.
The thing...
what else was there?
Okay, so the problem that we don't know that much about the governmental structure in Mega Man is that we know there was a Senate, and we know there were military ordinances and votings, because they vote in favor of Dr. Vile becoming Copy X's successor once he made the announcement that the terrorists killed X, now please vote to know if I take over or not. And they were like, this old man we exiled centuries ago, his name is literally Vile, but I like his tax policy.
And they made that decision in like a fraction of a second too. Like he no sooner threw that out for the polls than it was back in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, thank you for voting. The ballot is closed. You voted yes. Hello. But also there is the epilogue, that the second booklet that came bundled with Mega Man Zero, Rockman Zero Remastered Tracks Physis, that says that it said that Kraft aimed at the cannon at the parliament and it killed 20 million people. That was maybe it's because it destroyed a whole residential area, but Jesus Christ, that's a lot of politicians if it was just the parliament.
Well, if it was the parliament, then that would have had to mean that the government was taken out with it, right?
Yeah, the epilogue of Mega Man Zero is called...
Oh, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah,
Eden's Dome, it's seen and revered, and in Japanese it's called the katakana. The kanji actually reads Distant Utopia, it's seen and revered. It says that the parliament, give me a second, I got it here with me. As a result, the parliament was obliterated, the dictator Vile was lost, and the capital city completely collapsed.
And then Mono was saying, to be fair, we never hear Wile's policies on education. Maybe they were good?
Maybe. I mean, Dr. Wile in Battle Network had his whole education scenario, the Numberman scenario.
Yeah. That's a good that's a good material though. That one you just mentioned, Miles Dome. Yeah,
Okay.
there's some really interesting stuff in there.
Okay, I got it here. Yeah, first the turret main cannon was fired and destroyed the parliament, and everybody. The whole political structure of New Arcadia was destroyed with it, and just the whole city collapsed. And then later on the same day was when Vile fired the subcannon, which leads to the final stage. And that's when more than 20 million people were killed when the subcannon was fired towards New Arcadia. Yeah, because it was two shots. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 2 shots. Well, yeah, that brings us back to the question: what government was still around at the time, and how was it? I feel like I would have destroyed the government there.
Probably
to the point where there wasn't any government to form into Legion.
You know what? Probably that was the case. There was so little government and infrastructure remaining that it was just easier to agree the nations that lived within Arcadia to agree for a Sage Trinity to watch over. Besides, it doesn't seem like there is much humanity left in New Arcadia, you know? Like, sure, New Arcadia is a huge dome. Like, just one area killed 20 million people, but still, you can tell there isn't that much humanity after the X series left.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. You never realize how many people die in the background during the Mega Man games. Yeah, it's true. They never really vocalize it until the Zero series, I think. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. Yeah, that would make more sense if it was a matter of there not being a whole lot left of the government, so they kind of just scrounge together what they have and make it into Legion, because there would have had to have been someone, someone of note, or a group of people of note to form into Legion, to form into a coalition government. Which I guess then what that would transition into the truce, which required all humans to take on robotic parts, and for all Reploids to take on lifespans.
Exactly.
Which also makes me wonder how soon was that set in effect? And when did they have the infrastructure to put that into effect? Because they would have had to. I mean, they were kind of starting from zero from that point on.
Probably,
yeah, they would have had infrastructure for that.
Yeah, probably many decades after the fact.
Yeah, it would have had to have been decades. I mean, if it was 200 years... I mean, by 200 years after the Zero series, the ZX series starts up, and, that's a full-fledged civilization that they've, that's been around for a while. So a couple dozen decades, I think, would have been reasonable. Especially since, I mean, were they really starting from zero? It's not like the whole of New Arcadia was destroyed. A lot of it was, but, there would have been enough, I dare say, to, get up and running. Have some foundation of some sort.
Yeah, I think there was enough to get those plant capsules humans eat for sustenance in the future, in the Zero series. But yeah, basically it was like being a digger in Legends. They are just going back to scavenge for whatever remains in working conditions.
Yeah, and several decades would have also led, given them enough time to form the spoiled attitudes again, which would have transitioned into this political sphere. But I feel like at the end of 04, everyone's they've come to their senses, and everyone's kind of gotten together and agreed to start from scratch and get along, and they're operating from this renewed attitude of appreciation for the world and life and all that, and to the point where it wouldn't make sense for them for that kind of attitude to lead right into the establishment of another government with controversial policies, I think that would have only made sense to have happened much later, decades after the fact. Give people enough time to get spoiled again,
That's right. It was enough time for people to get spoiled again, for things to roll back to business in the Mega Man series, unfortunately.
Yeah, back to business. Because you can't always just assume that people, they stay in that happy ending. 04 ended great, and the material, like, what was it called again? The one you were referencing?
The one, Eden's
Vile
Dome.
Sin and Rebirth? Eden's Dome, Vile Sin.
Vile Incident, Eden's Dome. It's Sin and Rebirth.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that one, I mean, that also ends very happily. Like, you're given this very happy ending where everyone's just content to get along and have this renewed appreciation for life. But by ZX, it seems like that's kind of, they've gotten a new government together, a new civilization together, a new, like, city structure together, and it's kind of they have made a new identity for themselves in many ways. There's a group of heroes in a group of humans in 04 with Kraft's girlfriend's acquaintance. Yeah, and I think those materials actually reference that, like the fact that Niche kind of became their new leader in rebuilding, like their new civilization.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're together in the photo. There's also Ciel there with a pink summer dress. Helping with the building of a windmill.
Right.
This is the image. Let me post it on chat. But this is the image that has already people starting to rebuild. This might come in a little of bad taste, but for the sake of comparison, just how quickly Japan reconstructed Hiroshima and Nagasaki after the nukes. Sorry.
That's a good point, though. No, wait, that's a really good point to bring into consideration. I mean, this is Japan we're talking about. These are Japanese-made games.
Yeah, like they have some sort of procedural structure to rebuild as quickly as possible.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. And think about, like, that attitude must have been, like, that gung-ho, let's rebuild as soon as possible attitude must have been, like, augmented in the humans, like at the end of 04 too, because I mean, with this renewed appreciation for life and the world and nature, you can only imagine, like, they had all, like, so much more energy to just put into creating new things, than ever before.
Okay, on that topic, I also started to check out, because on that energy to rebuild, if you look at in the background, it's a little blended on the sky, to give the image of strong sunlight. But if you see that there's already buildings in the background, tall windmill buildings, and this image it's supposed to be 2 years after the end of 04.
Oh, 2 years, okay.
Yeah, so
I don't see the seal system. I would expect to see the seal system somewhere here, but
I imagine it was still not a huge building, because apparently it was Slither Inc. who made the huge seal system building. Seal system usually is that small flower thing, because you know how the Mega Man Zero games are lean a little more towards fantasy than the other rest of the series. It's like
the cyber elves and whatnot.
Yeah, the mechanical flower in some artworks Ciel has in her arms.
Yeah, that's cool. I also like the implication that Ciel, like, while she did establish this new form of energy, she still wants to rely, it seems to be more renewable than what they had before. But I like the implication that she wants to establish, like, she wants to, like, build windmills as well for another source of renewable energy. Like, she puts the priority on nature, and I like that this image kind of illustrates that.
Indeed, like, it is really return to nature.
Yeah, I like that.
Honestly, if it wasn't because Vile's mind became a virus in its own right, it could have been just the true finale, but since Vile's brain was a computer program as revealed in 04, he was able to infect Reploids in the same way Wily was when he was the the Maverick virus, and Triforce says Capcom originally made the villain to be Albert Einstein because he created the formula for the atomic bomb. So that post-World War II connection makes sense. Thank you. I also didn't need to have that brought up twice. You know what? Me neither, but we're already here. So YOLO.
A lot of Japanese media has a bit where reconstruction after the big cataclysm is very prevalent. It's true. No, you're absolutely right about that. And Zero 4 is the same thing.
And I think it is a huge cultural impact after the World War II, to be honest.
Yeah. It's true. And also, you know, the natural disasters that they go through on a regular basis, where there's tsunamis and earthquakes and all that.
And the typhoons, I was thinking exactly of that. As I finished my sentence, I began thinking, wait, also, they're a island nation. They're in 4 different islands, so it's always some sort of natural disaster in certain areas.
Yeah, so it's not even just like this one war that happened in the time of their fathers or grandfathers. It's also the fact that if stuff happens on a regular basis that are very much in their minds themselves, like the actual developers and the story writers for these games.
Exactly. Sorry. I was checking...
Got him! Yo! Nintendo with the scraps.
Got him! Got him!
Got him! We're not dancing around you today, Twitch. You're following our rules today.
I also have it.
Links. This is just a sign I got to stream with you more often for the comfort of my viewers.
I also have this stream up on YouTube where I don't have. Let me tell you, I'm also on YouTube.
Oh, they got you anyway.
On YouTube, he can watch there.
Well, hey man, go to YouTube. Hold on.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm on. Okay, well you probably can't hear me, Ninpado, but I'm on YouTube and Cad Links is on YouTube as well. So there you go. If you by some miracle get an ad on either of our YouTubes, you can just hop onto the other one. It should be fine.
Oh man, yeah, that should help. That should help him at least if he chats in our Twitch chat, but listens to us on YouTube. Triforce says another thing in Japanese media is sunflower imagery. Sunflowers are always planted after nuclear disasters because they absorb radiation. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's another good point. Sorry, just give me a second.
The Boktai series. I'm going to include Boktai as Mega Man adjacent, considering the crossovers with Battle Network. To heal the land after the undeadening, after the zombie virus, they use a pile driver whose base is shaped like a sunflower, and the Master Otenko, who's a living sunflower himself, is the one who summons the pile driver. So yeah, they do love the sunflower imagery for this sense of reconstruction.
Yeah. So can I leave you alone to yap by yourself for a few more moments, because I just realized I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay, actually you can BRB, I gotta get some water, so be right back guys, don't go anywhere.
BRB fam!
Monkey!
Hey chatos, how are you doing? Are you there, chatos? On the screen, I remembered something when I was getting some water. Once Skybane returns, I'm going to share it with him. One of the encyclopedias from the 90s, I forgot if it was the Daihyaka or if it was the Chohyakam, mentions that Hyakuleger, Magna Centipede, his stage was launching, was supposed to broadcast the virus worldwide, which is a plotline recycled for X5, and both games include involve Wily in some forms, which is interesting indeed. How Wily then tried to engulf the planet in virus 2 different times. The second time a little more aggressive, the whole colony drop. But the first time apparently it was by launching a satellite, if I recall correctly. Yeah, something about that, and also how Centipede was a member of X's unit, 17 Elite unit, but he was kidnapped and infected, and that's why he became a Maverick, if I recall correctly. Let me check again. Magna Centipede.
I'm back!
Welcome back! I was telling chat I remembered something about the about X2.
You were fast, man. You were a lot faster getting your water than I was releasing water.
Yeah, that one we'll try, the Rockman X Daihyaka. Yeah, I just want to get myself a glass of water because I had run out of water for a while now and my throat was getting dry.
Oh, gotcha, yeah. Make sure to keep water on handy as a streamer. It's very important.
I was telling chat, I remember the Daihyaka, I forgot if it was in the Daihyaka or in the Chohyaka, one of those two Mega Man X books from the 90s, that a Magna Centipede stage, the plan they had, the X Hunters had there, was to launch a missile to spread the Maverick virus globally. And that Magna Centipede himself was a member of the Maverick Hunters. I believe he was part of the 17th Elite unit alongside X, but he was kidnapped and infected, which I think it's the first instance of the Mega Man X games mentioning a Reploid going Maverick through a virus, because if you remember in X1, supposedly the 8 bosses betrayed humanity and went with Sigma out of their own free will. It was only Sigma who was infected.
Yeah. So, wait, were you mentioning Maverick Hunter X right there?
The first Mega Man X, just in general.
Oh, the first Mega Man X. Okay. Got comboed by Twitch ads on 2 channels into a phone call. Holy crap, Team Pato is having the worst luck today.
Wow, amazing.
I'm sorry, man. Well, you can't even hear me saying sorry. That's how cursed you are.
Very cursed. So I was... sorry.
What is it? Does Maverick Hunter X overrule that, though?
No. It does not,
okay.
But in the end, Mega Man X had the same story, that the 8 bosses willingly... Well, the Maverick Hunters in general willingly left with Sigma. That Sigma had convinced them to betray humanity in the name of Reploid superiority. But
Gotcha.
X2 was the first time, the Chohyaka was the first time it mentioned the virus as a thing that exists. And the Hyaka, I'm not sure which one it was, the encyclopedia book. One of them mentions that the plan in Magna Centipede stage was to launch a missile to globally infect the planet with Maverick virus, and X was supposed to stop it. But Magna Centipede himself was infected while other bosses became Mavericks out of selfish reasons, like Bubble Crab was offered money. There is no death there. They just told him, hey, want some Zenny? And Bubble Crab was like, brother, with that Zenny I can buy a lot of Zaza. I mean, I'm game.
That's crazy, actually. So wait, this brings this gives it proposes a lot of questions about what it means to be Maverick. Like, is it actually a problem with the code, or is it a choice?
Officially,
or is it both?
In universe, the government maintains the stance that being a Maverick is malfunction, that is either due to a virus or a problem with their electronic brains, that Reploids are perfectly safe! Because it's inconvenient for them to accept, yeah, we gave a free will to machines and some of them are actually rebelling willingly. It becomes...
So then Bubble Crab accepting money, that's clearly not a program malfunction.
No, that's him being an asshole. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, I mean, that's what the government maintains. The government maintains that being Maverick is a flaw in the code, but is that truly the case?
It depends, because that's why X. It's mentioned in those books that X rather wants to solve things peacefully because he has a better arrest record than Zero or other hunters. Zero has a lot of kills of screen between games because he always goes for the mortal option, but X rather solve things peacefully, and he more often than not succeeds outside of the games. Because a lot of the Mavericks can be anything from them refusing an order because they just don't want to accept it, or petty crime.
So it kind of seems like the definition is arbitrary. Like there isn't really a true definition for what a Maverick is.
Which is what I think X4 tried to use that as a plot point, because they are
trying
to use...
was really clear.
They are trying to use Maverick as a sort of Red Scare analog in X4, but the execution, I don't think it was there, the execution.
Yeah, but you could see what they were going for. Like, there's an argument to be made that the Maverick Hunters are kind of the bad guys in that scenario.
But man, I do wonder what the full original script penned by Inafune and Kaji for X4 was, because many details were changed. That's why some stuff like Colonel's official profile versus his personality displayed in the game do not match all that well.
Yeah. There was some conflict going on there.
Yeah. That, like, I believe in X-Dive and in its official X4 profile, Colonel is meant to be more like a bancho, more like a little more tougher rather than solder, like rougher around the edges rather than stiff solder. But in the actual game, he comes across as a stiff solder.
Yeah, he does. Absolutely, he does. Oh, also, Ninpado, congratulations on that potential job opening. I hope it works out for you, man.
Congratulations, man. Especially now. I'm glad you got that.
I know. I only hope that during the job interview, you don't get hit with ads.
I understand,
really mean
man.
That. I hear you, man. Dude, everyone, I think I've said this to you recently, but like everyone idolizes you know, not having a job because they think it means, oh, you get to lie around all day, have fun. When in reality, it just means you don't have money.
Exactly. I was about to say,
fun.
With what money?
Yeah, that's that's the thing. You can't have fun without money usually.
Children, let me tell you something. Unless you have plenty of subs, or Twitch doesn't pay all that much.
Yeah, that's the real lesson. That's why the kids should really stay in school and get good jobs.
Kids, please stay in school. Please, kids, don't become graphic designers. Don't make my mistakes.
Yeah, it's good stuff though. Man, all the stuff about Mavericks and like what it truly means to be a Maverick is like the definition changes so often depending on who uses it in different contexts, like throughout the whole series. I mean, it starts out, you know, Mavericks are the bad guys. Like that's kind of what you're led to believe for the whole X series. But then Zero rolls around, and all of a sudden the Mavericks are the good guys. Like by just because the people using the definition of Mavericks now are the people in power,
and then,
you know.
Sorry.
The people in control.
Then there's
go on, that's all.
Lumine, who claims being the next gen Reploids being capable of becoming Maverick at will because they are rebelling. They are rebelling out of free will. I don't know if the implication is that by that point Reploids cannot rebel willingly from human orders, because it comes like as this, it comes in this as this huge moment in next say that they are not infected by anything. They are choosing to replace the old world.
Yeah, so what is your take on that exactly? Like, why is it so revolutionary that Mavericks can become Maverick at will at that point?
I think it's a fact that by that point they probably changed something in the newer models' electronic brains that they were supposed to be unable to rebel from human orders. Like, yeah, sure, you still have like a sense of self and cognition, but you still cannot say no to your boss saying, go clean the toilet. I think that was
Whereas before it was always a programming malfunction then? Like, is that the implication?
It is a little it's just... I do wonder if X9 was supposed to explain that in better detail, because as we know, X9 entered production at some point, but then was cancelled in favor of the Maverick Hunter X. So I do wonder if X9 would have addressed that plot point in better detail.
Yeah, and if almost makes you wonder if Maverick Hunter X was going to do something about it too, like, or at least at some point, because you heard there were plans for a second game, Maverick Hunter X2, and they were planned like all in the line for the X series, and it makes you wonder what they were going to do with the plot from there.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, they wanted to remake up to X6 to streamline everything and fix the bad games.
Yeah, fix all the jank and whatnot, and all the story along with it. Because I feel like the story equally suffered in those games, like the later ones.
The X series suffers from too many cooks in the kitchen. It changed hands so much. It went from Capcom to Minakuchi Engineering to Capcom but other people to Okuhara and Value Wave.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But Maverick Hunter X1, the things they did with the Day of Sigma, really does seem indicative of some like plot-changing ideas that they really wanted to set in gear.
It seems that, this is my own take, it seems like the Reploids were supposed to, yes, have free will, but being inherently friendly partners to humanity.
Yeah, that seems like the biggest, what you would be inclined to say is a plot change from the original X1. Like in the X1, in the first, like in the original game, I feel like it was pretty cut and dry that Mavericks were Mavericks because they had technical problems, problems in their codes. But Maverick Hunter X seems to want to establish this sort of like free will, which is kind of works in tandem with that, and makes it more of a conscious choice, which also may be connected to their coding, but I don't know, it's hard to say. But it is more complicated for sure.
Before we continue that, Nimpato said that the jank was so funny in the 2X games I played. Well, to be fair, what you did, picking the Buster upgrade Wheelgator from the get-go, is not jank per se, it's very precise jumping, but that was intentional. It's hard as hell to do it without Chain Strike, but it is possible.
Shoutouts to your ability to do that, by the way.
Yeah, because I can't. I know it needs just an exact position. I know there is a positioning key there, like a very precise jump, but man, it's hard.
I'm sure I could jump up to the top of my roof too, but it would be a little difficult.
With the bosses in X, Chill Penguin in hard mode, in normal mode, he says that working for Sigma pays millions better. But in the hard mode, he scoffs at X, saying that he can't stand seeing him act, according to him, act all high and mighty. But if we cross-reference the Hyaka and Irregular Report, it is stated in those books that the Chill Penguin dislikes human-shaped Reploids because animal-shaped Reploids are treated even worse than human-shaped Reploids.
Oh, that's interesting.
So maybe Chill Penguin joined Sigma out of spite. That's why he can't stand looking at X, because at least X looks like a human, so that probably makes X a little more accepted in human society.
Sigma looks like a human too, though.
But he has the square jaw, Sigma male jaw, and the weird crystal eyes.
People with square jaws are not equally human, by the way, folks. You heard that straight from Lynx's mouth.
It was perfectly square. It had hard. His chin has hard edges.
I only hope there are no square-jawed individuals listening to the stream right now.
You got Chad right now listening to the stream.
If you're a Chad, then prove it by gifting Lynx like 10 subs. No, actually don't. That is really interesting, though, about the animals and like the animal Reploids and how they are treated worse by humans, because you could totally see that happening in real life too. You would be more, even if they do speak like normal English like everyone else, you would feel like there'd be like this distinction between them.
It could go either way depending on how well built are the human-shaped robots. Like, okay, in Mega Man because of the anime art style, we inherently assume that Reploids look really human. Like, there is, outside of the armor, there is no real distinguishing.
Which game is this again? Sorry.
No, the Mega Man series in general. Because of the art style, we assume that human faces and Reploid faces are identical. That there is no uncanny valley. But in real life, depending on how well or how bad a human robot could be made, it could be very uncanny. Could be like, look at the zombie. Remember the robot lady from a couple years ago, the bald lady robot. She looks uncanny as hell. Because it's close enough, but not that enough. So it's like, I think in real life, an animal robot could be accepted is more easily if it's cute enough.
Yeah, it would depend, I guess, on the intelligence of that Reploid too.
But
like what it can say, what it could do. It might be able to sweet talk its way into getting more, more lovers and whatnot. That sounded terrible, by the way, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but it sounded
that sounded terrible. Yeah, I used two very bad words together right there. They did not work very well with each other, or rather, they worked a little too well, and leads to the bad interpretations. It's soon to catch my train, so I have one last question. If you could, who would you either add as a biometal model into ZX? I remember thinking Model E or C based on Il Piso and Craft could have been cool to see. Lynx, I think you were getting ready to answer that.
No, I was going to read his comment. I'm thinking...
Okay.
I remember back then, but the timeline is too separated to be possible. Popular fan-made biometal was Model B for base.
Yeah.
That was a popular fan creation. El Piso will be cool, especially because he became a cyber elf. He could return as a biometal.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
Craft, I don't know, because he just burnt into re-entry alongside Ragnarok. But El Piso,
yeah.
He could very easily get a biometal body after becoming a cyber elf.
Assuming, of course, his powers aren't linked to the Dark Elf. Like in his actual Cyber Elf form, they might not be.
The Dark Elf became the Mother Elf after 03. It was completely free of Miles reprogramming.
Yeah, but even the Mother Elf wasn't inherently tied to El Piso's Cyber Elf. So it makes you wonder, like, if El Piso did get a biometal, like, would he have his actual Dark Elf powers that he used against Zero? Because as far as I know, he doesn't really have any, like, real legitimate power to himself, like, by default.
Yeah,
I mean, he got defeated by Harpuya. He has a sword, we know that. but he got defeated by Harpuya pretty easily when he confronted him.
For you know what? For the convenience of it will be cool. Let's assume Model E will have his battle armor from his final boss battle.
It would be cool. It would be really cool. Yeah.
Sometimes with this children media, you have to throw out. You have to throw out logic and just go for would it be cool. That's how you get that scene from Beyblade where Moses divided the sea using a Beyblade, an ancient Beyblade.
Dude, I live every day in utter hilarity of that fact. I laugh at that every single day.
I love that scene. I've only seen the original Beyblade, the first series when I was a kid. Yeah. But the fact that at some point they added the biblical Moses opening the sea with a Beyblade, perfect writing, chef's kiss.
I know. It's like, what did the series become after I left?
Why the series become after I left, and why am I not watching it?
Why? Yeah, for real. Wait, did you watch the? No, you said you didn't watch the Metal Saga.
No, only the original Beyblade, the one with Tyson, Kai, and the other two.
That's for the best. The English dub, which I think is what you would have watched if you did watch the Metal Saga, it wasn't the best.
I watched Beyblade dubbed in Spanish, but it was based on the English dub, so it had the English names.
Oh, okay. Well, it might toss of a coin then. It's possible.
Nimpato said, I agree with you, but I'll never recognize lore established by the marketing department. You know what? The funny thing is that the director of Command Mission, when he was asked back in the day if Command Mission was canon, he said, I directed this game as a single standalone. The canon is a problem of the marketing department. I think I have it bookmarked over here, that interview actually. One Up. Yeah, Command Mission interview from oneup.com on the Internet Archive. Let me link you to it. Let me post it in chat actually. Let me post it in chat so people can see that I'm not making stuff up.
Yeah, sources are quite important.
Oh man, the Internet Archive is slow today, but at least you have it.
It is, yeah. It's slow for me.
It's very slow for me too. Mind. That's weird.
I'll look it up later.
Yeah, but it's so funny. That interview, when I was told about that interview, it was so hilarious to me that the director was just like, hey, is this canon? And he's like, I don't know, as like marketing guys, it's not my problem.
I know, I don't care. I left a mess for them. It's their job to clean it up.
Oh man. I'm sure Aizu loves that too. That is it canon? That's good marketing, guys.
Yeah, that is totally what he would say. Or either that, or well, it's up to your interpretation. Wink, wink.
He loves that one. He really loves.
Yeah, I know it firsthand, man. Like he said that to me directly. So yeah.
There was also the time. What? I'm losing the memory. I'm losing the voice. No. When I remember. Iwamoto was asking Tsuda about Sergius and Wily. He was asking, hey, Sergius, Wily, might as well tell us. I mean, tell us already. And then Magichu, who is another, I don't know the man's real name, but he was one of the Mega Man X2 development staff members. Because he also goes by his handle Magichu on Twitter, just like he did in the credits of X2. He mentions, sorry, we cannot tell you that. We promised Mr. Inafune we will never acknowledge this. And then Suda interjects, we know the answer, but we promised Mr. Inafune that Serge's real nature will never be addressed. But hey, isn't it funny to imagine? Maybe fake robot bodies were common by the X series. Although Wily also had a fake robot body in Mega Man 3. You know, the Wily robot in the War Machine 3.
That's true, yeah. They were all kind of the rage, honestly. I mean, dude, the whole... Man, there's like someone who's making a killing just by making fake robot bodies, honestly.
I know, right? Yeah, but they both Maichu and Tsuda were like, sorry, we promise Inafune we won't tell. Which it sucks a little bit, but I mean, they are men of integrity by keeping their word for so long.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you know, they kind of owe it. Aizu's just a really cool dude in general, honestly. So it makes sense. But yeah, Ninpado, we kind of vocalized it already, but yeah, in the chat. But hey, take care. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in.
Take care, dude. Have a good one.
Heck yeah. Oh, dude. Okay, is there anything we haven't covered that we should cover in Mega Man lore?
Okay, I found the quote. It finally loaded on my side. One
cool.
asked, would you consider this game a sequel or a side game in the Mega Man X series? And director Kitabayashi is like, it could be a sequel. It depends on the marketing side. The game itself is completed within this one. It's not the beginning of a new series.
That's kind of a cop-out, isn't it? It's like, they're not... It's like they're saying that just because we're the story writers doesn't mean we write the story.
You know what? I think we discussed this in your channel. I was in chat that time. I think it was when you were streaming with Josh and Chomp. That it's very obvious Tatsuya Minami and Inafune had like a power struggle there over the X series. Because remember, Inafune did not want Command Mission to be made because he was like, hey, we have Battle Network. That's the RPG Mega Man. This is the action Mega Man. Why is this not an action game? And I think Kitabayashi and Bamboo just decided, like, I'm not touching this feud with a 10-feet pole. I am just doing the game. Do what you want.
Yeah, I know that's kind of indicative of the fact that there was so much pressure going on, like people telling him different things, and like he doesn't want to anger this side or that side, so he just stays in the middle and doesn't please anybody.
Yeah, and yeah, Kitabayashi comes. Oh god, he was also involved in X7 too. What happened?
Oh no!
No wonder Command Mission reuses music from X7. Granted, he did not direct it. He was like just a producer role in that one.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
I want to say he had a hand. I want to say he was going to do something with Legends 3 as well. There were a couple members of the X7 team on board Legends 3, although I can't quite remember who exactly they were. But the producer sounds familiar.
Yeah, Kitabayashi was head of the Breath of Fire team.
Wait, no, Kitabi. Yeah, he totally was on board. He was the producer. No, I remember this from making the documentary. He was the producer for Legends 3 as well.
It makes sense because Breath of Fire is an RPG, Mega Man Legends, action RPG. I mean, makes sense, but it begs a question. Holy shit, dude! What happened? Did you just trusted in Okuhara and value wave blindly, or were you asleep at the wheel? Because X7, compared to your other body of work, you were clearly not at the wheel when that game happened.
Yeah, it might have been just like they were handling. He was handling too much stuff at the time, and he had to let one slide.
Exactly, and it's like which project takes priority. And of course, the children's game never takes priority in any company.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Unless it prints money. Hi, Zelda.
It's true. Yeah, he had a lot to say. I remember following his dev blogs very closely during the Legends 3 dev room. He had a lot to say, and it was all super interesting stuff. I threw some of that in my documentary as well. A lot of the big news came from him, honestly, about the prototype and everything surrounding it.
I'm going to post. I grabbed the same article, but from a different date on the archive that loaded faster. I'll post it in chat to see if that loads faster on your end. Because I wanted to ask you, when you interviewed Kitabayashi for the documentary, how was his demeanor?
Oh, I didn't. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong impression. I didn't interview Kitabayashi. I was pulling. I said that I knew. I meant that I knew of him, and that I was pulling. Posts of his from the dev room into the documentary, so I didn't actually interview him firsthand.
Right, because it might be that the translation is a little stilted, but It really, I don't know, it gives the impression that Kitabayashi does not want to be there. Because, for example, one up asks, does this game have any connection to the Battle Network series for Game Boy Advance? And Kitabayashi says, ask our PR people. If lots of people request it, we can create something like a connection between the two. But it's a little stilted, the answers. It's very dry, the interview.
Yeah, it's like barely a page long. And a lot of these answers are very to the point.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. It does seem like he doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, which speaks of, again, when I've discovered the whole Tatsuya Minami element when he took over the X series and just how his tenure with the X series was precisely the bad games.
Yeah.
But he's also an executive producer at Capcom, so he also had a lot of say. It feels like a power struggle. That really was a power struggle between him and Inafune, and everybody else just didn't want to be there for it. Which also explains something that I've noticed. I think I mentioned this before. Hayato Kaji does not seem keen to ever talk about Mega Man X unless he's forced for a book like the official complete works.
Really?
Which is interesting because he created the actual character of X.
Oh, did he? Well, wait, I thought it was Inafune.
Inafune created Zero first, and Zero was supposed to be Mega Man X, but when he realized Zero looked too different to be the Mega Man X, that's when he approached Kaji and told him, "Hey, design X, and my design can be X's friend."
Huh. Well, you have actual Inafune artwork of X.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, to be fair, the X2 artwork was drawn by the two because Kaji is really good at mimicking Inafune's style. X1 is Inafune's artwork, all of it. X2 is both of them together making different pieces. X3, I think it's mainly Kaji, because Inafune had become a producer and he was busy with the Mega Armor model kits and the Mega Missions card game by Bandai. At the time.
Yeah. So it was Kaji then that actually designed X.
Mm-hmm. He also
interesting. I always thought that was Inafune, huh?
Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Those two seem like they were really the main caretakers of the franchise after Kitamura left. I like to think making X and Zero mimics like their professional and personal relationship. Like they worked together too long. They're like they were obviously. I don't know if at a personal level they were friends, but at least they were really good co-workers.
Yeah. I know. We're always so inclined to say that this work was the job of that guy and this work was the job of that guy. When in actuality, it's never really like that. It's usually teams who are in charge of that stuff.
Exactly. Because I know also when Inafune went to the Inti offices, he did not went alone. He went there with Kaji and Bamboo, the other member from the Breath of Fire team.
Yeah, Bamboo, right.
And it was Kaji who suggested to Nakayama that the Guardians should be color-coded. Then Nakayama passed on that decision to the Inti staff, and the rest of the staff didn't like the idea, but Nakayama was like, "Hey guys, guess what? My artwork, my decisions."
I know. Can you imagine if they did make them color-coded? I mean, it would be so confusing if they were all just blue, and you wouldn't be able to tell their sprite work apart.
I mean, I guess from a realistic, in quotations, point of view, it will make sense for them to be blue because it will be like their uniform of Neo Arcadia. Hey, Matiscus, welcome in. How are you doing?
Yo, welcome in, Matiscus. I think you popped in a while ago, and I'm sorry we couldn't get to you immediately. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was really into the whole conversation.
Yeah, we're both into this. It's getting straight into it.
Because
if you haven't seen my side of things with the conspiracy art, then I encourage you to pay it a quick visit.
Yeah, on Skybane,
that's legit the vibe.
Oh man, on Skybane's side, the image he has of me with the insanity word. It's great. It's great.
But about that, by the way, I was looking through your Instagram for the perfect face to capture the insanity, and I couldn't find anything that matched what I was looking for. That's the best I could do. But I think it's good enough.
Don't worry, it's perfect. Believe me, it's perfect. It's a perfect face in my opinion.
I like how you could leave the face of Zero, aka me, up to interpretation, because I got my back to you. The only indicator that the conspiracy theories might be getting a bit lost on me is that my head is cracking open.
It's perfect. It is a perfect image.
It just worked out. Just worked out like that perfectly.
It just works.
Only missing the tinfoil hat.
I was going to say, because in the official complete works, I forgot which Inti staff member, but someone in the official complete works for Mega Man Zero mentions that it was Nakayama who mentioned color coding the Guardians and the rest of the staff. At first showing resistance, but eventually agreeing to it. But then in the Legacy Collection interview with Uchi, Nakayama says that it was Kaji who suggested it to him. So I believe that's a timeline of events. Kaji suggests it to Nakayama, Nakayama tells the rest of the staff of the staff say, eh! But Nakayama is like, hey, I'm the artist, I get to choose.
Yeah. Well, it opened them up to do a lot more with them by color coding them, because then they could like attribute themes and like elements to them.
Exactly.
Do a lot more. Although it does make me wonder, if they didn't do the color coding stuff, would they have made the armors more reminiscent of the X armors, like what you were saying about like the Gaia armor and the Falcon armor and all that?
Who knows? Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we have artwork, or either it doesn't exist and it was just a early concept just in text, or it's never been made public, because we don't have any design documents for the Guardians that's older than the designs we already know.
True, yeah.
It's not like Zero and X, where we have these very old concepts from when Inti pitched Mega Man Zero as a non-canon alternate universe with 3 playable characters, with X, Zero, and Zeal.
Yeah, I think the earliest piece we have is that uncolored art of old Zero, who's not quite Zero. It was kind of like their main character who had a buster of his own. But then Inafune proposed like having Zero as the main character, and they reworked the design.
Yeah, and then let me look for that art real quickly.
Yeah, that's cool art. It is really neat art.
Because it has an alternate take on X, where where instead of a buster, I think he has like a rifle, I think.
Yeah, and he has hair.
And he has hair. He has hair sticking out.
He has hair.
And I believe I forgot which. I forgot who said it in the Complete Works book. It could have been either Inafune or Kaji. Because they, in their interview in the Complete Works, they ask if X has hair or if he's bald, like in the toys by Bandai. But Inafune is like, oh no, they're bald in the toys for the sake of making the helmet snap. X has hair under the helmet, but we never agreed on which art style, which kind of hairdo X has underneath.
That's so funny, because to this day, he is the only Mega Man without hair.
I like to imagine his hair is just like rocks, maybe slightly longer.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Some really cool fan arts with him with hair, though. Gotta say that much.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
There's also, I think, Walnut and Bent give us a good idea of what X could look beneath the helmet potentially,
Yeah, Mega Man games just really seem to like the brown hair in general, so I think we can just assume by association that he has brown hair.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of which, I love how Iwamoto's manga has Zero a lot without his helmet. We get to see him.
Yeah,
in his,
I remember that.
Luscious
I've seen
looks.
that.
Okay, got it. I found it. The early Zero, Ciel, and X. With a weird arm-mounted cannon. That said, although I like the Mega Man Zero we got, I will have liked this just because of the whole idea of 3 protagonists, 3 campaigns.
It's a good design. It really is.
It
I would
really
like to
is.
see it with color.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nakayama just, I'll say this to the day I die, he was so generous with his artwork throughout the whole series. I mean, you know, he was drawing mod cards for, well, back then they were the e-reader cards. He was drawing exclusive artwork for that. He was drawing all the enemies. He was drawing, like, promotional art. He was just all over the place. And when you go into the collection, the Legacy Collection, you get to see just the sheer amount of stuff he drew. I think I'm inclined to say that it surpasses every other Mega Man artist in sheer amount.
Absolutely. It's just a shame.
And for the drama tracks, too.
Yeah, because and in the drama tracks and in the soundtracks, he went ham. The physics cover where Zero is laying on the grass, and he drew each and every single blade of grass. Dude, I hate drawing glass. I hate drawing grass because it's so. If you go hyper detail, it's so much, and he drew every single. I don't know how the man didn't go insane from drawing that.
Yeah, no, he was next level. And, you know, I think he peaked during the Zero series in particular. Like, I think that's where he was at the height of his talent. Like he went on to draw other things, and I think he's still drawing to this day. But to this day, the Zero series art is my favorite of his work. Like, I don't think, in my opinion, it has not been topped. You know, like, his other stuff's good, but the Zero series is where I think he did his best work, honestly.
The Dragon Mark for that, though, I believe is also pretty good, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good, too. Yeah. I love that they brought him back on board for that. Yeah, dude, I would love to see NT bringing him on board for more projects. Like, in general. They do so much.
You know what? If GX is supposed to be the end of the Gumball story that we know, and potentially Gumball 4 will be the start of a new story arc from the ground up, because of Gumball being an esper, so he could be reborn at any time period. Then imagine Gumball drawn by Nakayama. Just imagine for a second.
Oh my dude, it would be incredible. Like, holy crap, man. You know, he has that talent of just making a simple design look incredible.
Right?
You know, like, I feel like Zero drawn by any other artist would look a lot less cool. Because, like, in the core, it's a very, very simple design. You know, like, there's not a whole lot to it. But the artist just gives it so much life and aura and, you know, so much impact and it's such a dynamic design with his art style tapped onto it.
Right?
Yeah. No, he's the GOAT.
He certainly is the GOAT. And yeah, his art style is deceptively simple because, yeah, it is simple, but it's so hard to mimic. I tried! I did not succeed!
Yeah, I know. He's got there's some magic to it, like a legit magic, and a charm. You know, all those. I mean, it just looks so. I mean, the lighting, the shading on it, and I mean, and like when you see like War-Torn Zero, I mean that just has a particular aura to it. You know, it just looks incredible.
Man, I really wish if GX just wraps up the main Gumball plot for real, and they can move to a new story arc. It would be great if they got Nakayama for that to make it visually clear it's a new story arc.
Oh, for real? What's he even doing nowadays? Do you know?
He's a freelance. I don't know exactly what he does. He's a freelance. I know the Gumball artist is also a freelance, but apparently he's been kind of busy. Well, he was busy on Gumball 3, so some of the Gumball 3 artwork was filled in by Araki, the artist of Galgon.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, all freelancers have their own busyness, so
Yeah.
it would be totally up in the air whether he did it or not.
Exactly. He will have to. He will need to be available at that time. Speaking
Yeah.
of you're saying it's the artist because otherwise it looks less cool. It's a shame for the Z-Saber chip in Battle Network 4 they didn't get Nakayama to draw it because the artwork of the Z-Saber chip for Battle Network 4 is super jank. It was drawn, I believe it was drawn by the Battle Network 4 artist himself, and Battle Network art is good, but that Zero, it looks... Dude.
Wait, no, I can't quite remember what it looked like.
Let me
dig it up.
Let me look for it.
I have complaints about the art within the series too, but I'll get to that in a minute after I find this artwork.
I found it. Let me link it on chat.
Thank you, thank you.
Chatos. There we go.
Oh, you're right. Oh, that face is weird.
The proportions are jank. I mean, I see the vision. I see the vision, but the execution was that the Nakayama's artwork is deceptively simple.
Yeah, you're right. You know the other artistic take on Zero, which I'm less fond of, is what was his name? I think it was Hatakeyama who did the artwork for Zero 4. The mugshot for Zero in Zero 4, it looks so
Very
strange to me.
Yeah. Hatakeyama, he's a
very
Gumball artist. He is a Gumball artist.
Oh, is he really?
I'm going to complain. I'm going to rant a small rant. I think
it's Hatakeyama.
Hatakeyama, I think his artwork peaked with Gumball 2 on the first X game. I do not like his new, modern, thin outline, soft color, soft blending artwork. I get he likes visual light novels. I get he likes that light novel art style. But I don't like it in Gumball. I prefer the bolder
I'm sorry,
colors.
I was wrong. It's not him. It's Hirokatsu Maeda. We're thrashing on Hatakeyama unnecessarily, actually.
No, I'm thrashing on him because, dude, I'm sorry. I love your artwork. I've seen what you've drawn. Hatakeyama, if you are listening to this podcast that is talking a language you don't know, I've seen what you've drawn, man. I've seen the Hope Stellar you've drawn. I see the vision. Draw more Hope, please. But also, dude, for Gumball, please go back to the bolder outlines and rough shadows.
Yeah, for those of my viewers who don't know, Lynx is a artist himself, so he can speak for these things.
Yeah, it's just in Gumball 1, 2, and Luminous Avenger X, he had thicker line arts and deep black shadows, so it was like very comic book-y, but still anime. But after that, he went full-blown light novel, and I'm not a fan. For an action side-scroller series,
I see what you mean. Yeah.
I saw a tweet of someone. I don't remember who tweeted it, but they posted a Xiao as he looked in GB2 compared to how he looks now in the upcoming GX, and he said soul versus soulless.
Oh no, he lost his soul throughout all that time travel.
Indeed.
I guess that would do it to you if you've been like time traveling constantly, trying to arrive at the exact specific timeline you want. Like after a while, you would get pretty impervious to crap and soulless.
Exactly. Yeah. Apparently, I don't know if you remember I think you remember. You played GB2 recently. Desna.
I did, yeah.
Desna claims she's tapping into various timelines by reading the stars. And in all timelines, everything goes to hell, and in all timelines, it's Gumball's fault. Well, now we know those timelines were created by Xiao.
Oh, thanks, Xiao. Maybe you deserve to lose your soul. I don't know.
Dude is tired. Dude is tired of trying to find the golden timeline where things work out. Oh,
he should have just read what was it? what's that famous visual novel with the time traveling? Like the guy time travels constantly.
Steins Gate?
Yeah, he should have just played Steins Gate. Got some tips from that guy.
You know what's funny? There is another time traveler in the timeline in this series. Her name is Kirara. She's in Galgon Double Peace. She was sent from one of the bad futures by the Sumeragi Futures Institute of Technology. To prevent the end of the world events. And Kirara, as soon as she got into the distant past and became a school nurse, she proceeded to not care about it and live her best life.
Well, we know that world is connected to Gunvolt indirectly, so who's to say that she didn't give Xiao some tips?
It's implied she's in contact with another time traveler, so Xiao. But it's so funny because Xiao's mother, in the preview we were given in the Inti stream, Xiao's mother tells Xiao to just go back to another time to the past and just live his best life, to not let.
Wait, is it her then?
No, it's just it's a funny thing. Kirara is doing what Xiao's mom wanted Xiao to do to begin with, but Xiao can't let go, while Kirara proceeded to absolutely not care anymore.
Yeah, oh my god, the plot is thickening to dangerous levels, and I think we have to abandon the ship.
What are you doing with us? The Mega Man stuff was already mad. A lot of people did not properly grasp the concept of cyber elves. They thought it was literal magic. And it not just a funny naming convention. But now this is full-on crazy writings.
Yeah, no, it's all over the place. And man, you gotta wonder how they sleep at night, knowing the monstrosity and chaos they created.
I think Aizu doesn't particularly care. Tsuda just reads his tankobons of the Chojin Lock manga, and Tai is the one screaming because he's the one who has to sort this out.
He's just like, my reality is worse than the chaos we have created.
Pretty much.
It's good stuff.
Oh man.
I wanted to say something. Oh, about going back to Maeda, Hirokazu Maeda. Okay, so remind me, the reason that the 03 artist. Sorry, Toru Nakayama, excuse me. I should not be forgetting his name in any timeline. the reason that he was not able to pick to go on 04 was because he had an agreement with Inti that he would do 3 games and that was it, right?
I'm not sure myself, but I will not be surprised that he had some sort of contract like that. I will not be surprised if that was when... Because after 04... his last thing was drawing the character sheets for Girouette, Bent, and Ale.
Yeah, well, he did the box
and the cover,
art,
the box art too, and the box art too.
For ZX2. That's true. Yeah, and he did a little bit of art in 04 as well. I know that at the very least I know that he drew the opening screenshot or the opening picture of Zero with his saber, like in the intro mission. When he dashes in there.
Didn't he also draw that key artwork of Zero? You know, the artwork where he's holding his C7 in a weird way, and he has like water up until his knees.
Water up into his knees? I'm not sure I know that one.
I think it was a Japanese box art. Let me get it. But because I remember the Japanese.
Oh wait, no! Now I know what you mean. He's holding the saber up against him, and his wrist is like in this weird like. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, that was like some instruction booklet art or whatnot.
Yeah, because I remember
the Japanese box art.
Yeah, because I remember
it was the title screen as well for the game.
When I remember reading from the archives at Wiki. That when that key art was showcased, the fandom started, the Japanese fandom started to theorize 04 will be the game to connect with Legends, because they thought that the fact that Zero had water up till his knees meant that it was a world flood. Because there's water, it's raining, and the people in Japan, in the fandom, thought, oh, so maybe this is a world flood that leads into Legends.
Okay. Yeah, I can see how they thought. I see that. I can see that. Yeah, that's totally the artwork. Okay, so yeah, that does look like Nakayama. So he drew
it even
that.
has the wonky proportions that are distinct of Nakayama at that time period.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that arm of his.
Yeah, me neither.
He's like holding up his hand against something, but there's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's like he's pushing someone away from the camera. Like, get out of the shot. Like he's pushing Ninja away, being like, "This is my game. Get away from here."
Probably Nakayama just thought it was a cool pose, like the poses in Kamen Rider, you know?
Yeah. It's like almost like a karate sort of pose going on there.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna chop a big stack of wooden blocks or whatnot. But yeah, so he drew this. He drew the box art for the game, which has like Zero up against like the space station.
Yeah.
Well, that came from the commercial though. So I guess you couldn't say he made that specifically for 04. That came from a commercial for Zero. That came from a commercial for 03, like one of the animated ones. And then I think he also drew that intro artwork where, like after Zero comes dashing onto the trailers, it flashes to him holding a Z-Saber, and I think that was Nakayama as well. But everything else I think was done by Hirokatsu Maeda. And like, 04 is the only game in the whole series that doesn't have artwork for the majority of enemies you fight in the game. Like, every other Zero game has all the enemies drawn out by Nakayama, but 04 doesn't. All those enemies are just like, they're just sprite art. They don't have any official art.
I was about to say, I'm not sure about the Zero artwork at the start of the game when he jumps into the caravan. It looks kind of wonky. I posted it because it looks kind of jank.
You think so, huh?
I
feel like it's borderline Nakayama.
I think it's a perspective. The helmet looks weird at a high angle.
Well, that's true. I could see what you mean there.
On the other hand,
could be, could not be.
On the other hand, I think Niche looks more like what Nakayama drew, especially the vehicle behind her.
Oh, this one. I could see that going both ways.
Yeah.
I could see it going both ways. Because that's, I feel like Maeda's art style kind of tends toward more of a childlike appearance, which this kind of leans more towards. But I could see it being Nakayama too. I could go either way. I don't think it has the shading that Nakayama generally does, though. So that's kind of leaning me more in the direction of Maeda. I don't know.
What about the
theories?
What about the scene with the the scene with the resistance soldiers helping the survivors of New Arcadia after...
Oh, that's got to be Maeda. I would swear that's Maeda. Like that's the way that Kolber is drawn. Is very indicative of that childhood sort of style of his. And if you compare it to his other artwork, where he shows all the caravan members in a group, you know the one I'm talking about. That looks very similar in the same style. Yeah.
Okay. I was about to post because fortunately we have a high quality scan of that artwork from the booklet Vile Incident Eden's Dome.
Okay.
So I always thought it was Nakayama, but now that you mentioned about Kolbor, I'm not sure. It's just because the background does look Nakayama-like, but I'm not sure anymore.
That is you're right about the background. You're right. It might be both, honestly.
It could have been a collaborative effort, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe indeed. There's also that other piece, and I think this could go both ways as well. It's hard to tell because they're not really distinctive faces in it. But the artwork where Zero is dashing away from the caravan, it's one of the promotional pieces from the soundtracks. I think it was actually in the Vile's Incident book.
Yeah, I have it.
Where you have Niche
taking the photo and you see Niche's reflection
Yeah, that one. I really wish we had that artwork without the filter that they superimposed on there.
Oh
'cause it's
yeah,
really great artwork.
like I get it was the 2000s. We were all excited about Photoshop, but dude.
Yeah, this would be so cool without that filter.
The early Toho games. I don't know if you ever played Toho. It's
I tried to get into Toho so many times, and it was I can never stick with them for very long. But I still respect them. I respect a lot of the games that branch out from them, honestly.
The first games. I'm sorry.
No, like that Metroidvania Sakuya.
Yeah, Luna Knights. That's very good. Also,
yeah,
the
classic
Vania ones. Oh, they're good.
The classic, yeah.
There is a Mega Man X like.
And then the Cherno game, where there was it was made by some Chinese indie studio, but there's like a Cherno game on Steam where you could fight the bosses in like this boss rush sort of style game. That's very fun as well.
I need to check that one out. Does not ring a bell.
Hero of Ice Fairy, I think is what it's called.
Oh, I need to check it out then.
Yeah, it has an overwhelmingly positive review. I assure you'll love it. It's a fantastic game with a fantastic soundtrack.
On a similar vein, there is a Mega Man X clone with Raisin, the rabbit girl from the Toho series. It's called.
I might have played that.
It's called Udon X, and the live bar, the sound effects, the look, it's just Super Nintendo Mega Man X.
Is it wait? Udon Mega Man X?
It's Udon X, and it's just purely Super Nintendo Mega Man X. Let me write the name.
Can you spell that out? Yeah, please do.
In chat.
Thank you. I'm totally gonna play this. Wait, no, that name is not familiar to me, dude. You just added another game to my backlog. Thank you.
No problem. Glad to add to the never-ending list.
Oh heck yeah!
But yeah, it's
dude, the reviews are great too. Oh my gosh, this is going up next. Yeah, this is the next game on my list.
They had a next two in the works. Oh, there is a DLC character, which is Ringo, and she plays like Zero. She is a Hoo-Ha-Hoo character.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, you will not be able to tear me away from this.
Perfect.
Oh, this is great. Oh, dude, thank you so much. This is awesome.
No problem. The only thing is that you don't get boss weapons, but you can buy upgrades, so...
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, I just want the gameplay, man. Gameplay is so fun. I remember playing Mega Mari back in the day, which I think was one of the very first Mega Man fan games to ever grace our presence.
Yes. That's how I discovered the Toho series, in fact.
Oh, is it really? Oh, nice.
It was also my channel's first stream. It was a collab with Aras. Dude.
Oh, was it really?
Yes, I had to practice that game so much off stream to be able to finish it on stream.
It was a hard game.
It was really hard. I had to get it down to a T. I never replayed it after finishing it. I was like, I'm done. I finally did what I wanted to do back in the day, and I couldn't. I did it. I'm fine.
Yeah, you completed your legacy.
Exactly.
It's so funny. Like that game came out. I mean, and since it was one of the first Mega Man fan games, I feel like a lot of the people who first played it, like at that time, didn't really think much of just how unfair it was. Because it can do some. The enemies just come in hordes.
Yes, and they
do not
bullets.
leave you alone.
And you're a big target. You are a big target.
Yeah, that too.
It's like Daytona's Attack Sunshine Nova in the first Gumball game.
Yeah.
That was Toshiaki Tai's idea. Dude, what were you thinking? Gumball is a little bit too much of a big target to be able to dodge Danmaku.
Yeah, and on a tiny 3DS screen, like that is so hard.
Yeah, that was just cruel.
Yeah, it stands. It's so noticeable. It stands out like a sore thumb because it is totally something completely of its own kind. Like there is no other attack even remotely like it in the rest of the game.
Or the series.
It's like the one weird outlier.
Yeah. Oh man.
Not even in the Zero series, I dare say.
No,
I can't think of
the Zero series never had Danmaku.
Rain attack.
Never. I don't think any Mega Man game did, other than Mega Mario, which was a fan game.
Yeah, I gotta think more about that. Honestly, it's a good question. Yeah, no, that leads to some great. Dude, the Toho universe. Even though I never got into the main games, it has led to it has had so many amazing side games, and I tip my hat to what's his name, Zune,
Zune,
the
yeah.
main guy. I tip my hat off to him for just like being such an open, like letting people just do whatever they want with it. I mean, with a few restrictions, but
Yeah.
none which really inhibit creativity.
But you know what's funny? He has his 10 rules, his guideline, but the final rule says if you make a work that does not comply with any of the prior rules, but I gave you my thumbs up, just let people know I gave you the thumbs up. So it's kind of like the rules are then optional. They're kind of optional then.
We have rules, but they will not be enforced.
Pretty much.
And at that point, are they really even rules?
They're suggestions, I guess.
Yeah, I've seen with Capcom, though. I mean, Capcom has also universally been very cool with fan games, so long as they don't make money.
Yeah, because
that's the big thing.
We know what happened to Shanghai EXE, the Toho Battle
Yeah.
Network game.
Yeah.
The developer Koki, he got too cocky. He flew too close to the sun, wanting to do pre-orders and monetize of it, like beyond the scope of a Dojin release.
Yeah, that's where you gotta. That's where they draw the line. Every single time someone gets too cocky like that, they start making money, even if it's in the form of donation. Like they're just talking in terms of, okay, if you want to donate towards this project, I'd appreciate that. Even that is really walking a dangerous line. Like I've seen stuff happen because of that too.
You know what? The thing is, he could have gotten away with it if his original version of Shanghai EXE didn't use official Capcom assets for the final bosses as battle chips. They had shadow versions of Live Virus, Gospel, Nebula Grey, etc., etc. It's such a huge issue when Western fans got one of the builds and they began to use it to just wrap up. They removed them just to not get in further trouble with Capcom. They were like, we removed the assets, we are not monetizing this, please leave us alone. And Capcom took down the GitHub like 5 times.
Yeah, that's the other important thing, like the assets. I even recall the 20X Expo people, you know, I mean, again, shout outs, we got 20X Expo coming next year. Mega Man centered convention in honor of the 40th anniversary of Mega Man, organized by a lot of the people behind MegFest, a lot of the people behind Oda Rockman, conventions like centered around Mega Man in the past, happening in Seattle, Washington. That's not sponsored by 20X Expo, by the way.
We're just fans letting the people know.
Yeah, just letting people know. Yeah, even like a lot of the guys who were manning that project, I mean, they were telling me that they'd made absolutely sure not to use any assets from official Capcom Mega Man projects. Like, it's all their own artwork, and you know, as much as they can, they're trying. They really were making sure to make it totally like their own creation, you know, without relying heavily on official assets.
Yeah, it will need Capcom themselves approaching the organizers with the official assets, just as a official approval from Capcom that the convention can take place. I think that's the only scenario where official assets will be used, if Capcom were to offer them themselves.
Yeah, which it's really it begs an interesting question of will they? I'm curious to see if they do kind of give their approval, because they've done it in the past. And this was primarily during the peak of the Capcom Unity era. You know, the era where I always mention this because it gives such a wonderful illustration of just how community-centered Capcom USA was at the time. But that was an era where they were literally stealing money from their promotional budget for other games and repurposing it towards their community initiatives. Like, that's how like fine-tuned tunnel vision they were to making the community a big part of of their identity. At that time, they like fully sponsored Mega Ran, who was like a Mega Man centered rapper. They were sponsoring the Megas, the Proto Men. Yeah, all these people were able to operate under their blessing. But I'm curious to see if they would do that now, because I don't think they're as community focused as they were back then.
I do remember, I think it was in 2015, the Pro Men were in an official Capcom booth. What
Wait.
was it?
In 2013, you said?
15.
Oh, 15. Yeah, that would have been the era. Where was it exactly?
I don't remember, but I want to say, but don't quote me on this. It was Game Developers Conference.
Oh, that would have been a big thing then. Oh, holy crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know myself.
Don't quote me on it, but I do
huge.
remember that Capcom was like having full approval of the Pro-Man. Speaking of, I think we could address this as a segue now about Mega Man adaptations. Because it, I was talking with Arras a couple months ago on his Spanish streams about the Pro-Man's world of the Mega Man series is completely different from the game's world. And
the what world was distinct from the
Proto-Man's take on the world.
Oh, the Proto-Man's world. Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
That's completely different from the actual games. The new the next level TV show, the one made by Amazon that had a Mega Man episode that was like 5 minutes long.
Yeah.
Arras loved that one, but Arras
I loved it too, man. I cried during it.
But he was not a fan of Mega Man Fully Charged. And admittedly, I wasn't either. I gave it a first shot though. I was not a hater. I was like, hey, maybe it will be good.
And you gave it more of a chance than anyone else.
Dude, I watched the whole thing.
Did you really? Oh, dang, you really went above and beyond.
Most of the whole thing. I wanted to believe. I wanted like, hey, there's something here, right? I did like a couple designs though. I did like the designs when he got new weapons.
They were some cool designs in there, yeah.
But with the discussion, okay, we were discussing, it's not a matter of fidelity to the source material, because the Pro-Man is not completely reflective of the source material at all. The next level Mega Man episode on Amazon Prime also takes its own liberties. The Battle Network anime completely divorces itself from the source material after one season.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but the and then there's Fully Charged. So we were like, okay, why do we like these ones, but we don't like that one? What is this difference? Because it's easy to rely on the good old adage. Okay, I don't like it because it's not like the games. It's very easy to just say that's a reason. But we came to the conclusion it's execution of the concept. Probably, I think Fully Charged became shackled by it needing to be a show for children extremely young. Arras has pure disdain for the Fireman episode. He has like this seething disdain for the dialogue.
Fully Charged, you mean?
He's like, I hate when they have firebomb bosses and the protagonist just goes, why don't you just chill? That's so overdone juvenile writing.
Yeah, well, they said that when they made the people behind the Fully Charged show, I mean, they explicitly stated that the Ruby Spears cartoon was one of their references. Like they legit mentioned that as a frame of reference, so you could see how they connected.
Yes, but somehow I think they lost the sauce over there, because I do like the Ruby Spears cartoon, but there's something missing in the execution of Fully Charged.
You don't think it's just as simple as the fact that you were at a more impressionable age at a time, so you were just like willing to take it? I
did not watch the Ruby Spears cartoon as a kid.
Oh, really?
It's lost to me. Its Latin American dub was very limited in distribution, and it's lost to media. Just a couple clips were discovered earlier this year, and they're in horrible quality. You cannot hear Jack.
Oh, dang. Okay.
So I watched the cartoon.
And you still like it, huh?
And I still liked it, yeah. At a later age, I read about it on the Mega Man homepage, and I watched it in English at a later age, and I was a fan. Arras does not like the Ruby Spears cartoon, but he bought the DVD set nonetheless. I did like it. I did like it, but it's why I keep thinking, okay, what's the sauce? What got lost? There were a couple things I did like again, the Mega Man gets completely different designs per special weapon, very Soul Unison like Battle Network. And I like a couple of the nods to the series, like the hidden rolls in the background because they weren't allowed to use roll. But
wait, is that true? They weren't allowed to use roll?
I heard that from one of the animators, but I don't know if I should give names. Hey, Locke, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm a vampire. I'm a vampire. How are you doing, brother man? Yeah, this stream has for longer than I do and very late.
Yeah, I know. We just happened to align the stream with the perfect time for Lynx to where he could stream on for just hours and hours at a time, and I love it.
His streams are the dude streams also here on Twitch. Maybe I could use his Twitch handle a little bit safe.
Okay.
Nox,
good stuff.
He goes on Twitch by Nox Robbins. He streams mainly artwork.
Hey, right on, right up your alley then, huh?
Yeah, but I'll give it a shout out shortly. Let me see.
Welcome aboard, Lock On. We are talking about Mega Man lore currently, and we're having a great conversation. You know, we've both been Mega Man fans for like as long as we've been alive, honestly. Like ever since we were kids. So, and we're both oldies in the fandom, so we got a lot of pent up energy for Mega Man that needs to come out.
There we go. Yeah, I wrote his channel correctly. I gave a shout out to the dude. He was very gracious when a friend was allowed to interview him for a private server interview, because it was all private because he kinda showed us off the record stuff. No, like just shenanigans, fun of the animators with the models and stuff. Hey Ako! Yeah! 3 AM stream, but I don't know how long I can go in, but hey, how are you doing?
3 AM energy, baby!
3 AM energy!
We're channeling all that absolutely insane conspiracy theory energy, which is best focused and honed at 3 AM.
Ako says to say Sigma in front of a mirror 3 times because it's 3 AM. Sigma, Sigma, Sigma!
Well, this is the best time, man. This is the best time to talk about Mega Man lore. Like, you're riding that high of just utter 3 AM insanity, and it hits the best. It's like a drug. It hits the best at not that I have experience, but just saying. I feel like that's what it would be like. No, I actually always joke that.
Ako, it's not a Raz. It's Skybane Zero, one of the fine gentlemen from the days of Get Me Off the Moon.
Yeah, no, I consider it an absolute honor to be mistaken for Alrez, though. Dude's been around the block a lot of time.
Oh,
I'm Skybane. I've been around, I'm mostly known for doing, Get Me Off the Moon, which was the, I didn't make the group, but I led it for quite a number of years back in the day, like some good, over 10 years ago now. But, yeah, I didn't make the group, but I led it. And for those of you who don't know, Get Me Off the Moon was the Legends 3 revival group back in the day. Like we did a bunch of contests. We did we did events. We did convention appearances. We stormed the Capcom booth. At the time, I lived about 20 minutes away from the Capcom USA headquarters, so I would, go up there on a like I would legit go to the Capcom USA headquarters when they'd be doing like promotional events and stuff there, because this was during the time of, Capcom was very honed in on community stuff, so they had actual events at their headquarters where they would invite the locals, and it was all for free, with free soda and pizza, if you can believe that.
I can believe that. Those were wow.
It was incredible, and yeah, so I would meet the Capcom staff. I'd show them our projects. I would give them gifts, all in the name of support for Legends 3. So it was a fun time. It's kind of forgotten now, but it was a fun time.
Dude, sorry, it's just Ako pointed out something that is a true canon event. The division between the Battle Network and Robot Timeline being Dr. Light's personal romantic life. Either he's a bachelor and decides to make robots, or he marries and makes internet. Which is worse? It's up to the interpretation.
Yeah, I know. They kind of have disastrous implications either way, don't they?
It's so funny that Capcom went, that the team went with that. But what if Dr. Light was not single? What changes?
And he was actually called Hikari, which just means light in Japanese.
I love it because his full name, it's Tadashi Hikari. Tadashi means right, and Hikari light, so he's the right light.
I didn't know about the first name. Oh, that's funny.
It's because that, and because it starts with a T, much like Thomas.
Oh, the plot thickens. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh man, I love that they actually went with that.
Yeah, that's great stuff. That's great stuff. Wait, what were we talking about before we got into that though? I kind of went off on my own tangent there.
We were talking about the execution of Mega Man adaptations.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You know what I was going to say about that whole topic? I think it does come down to execution. And I think in terms of execution, what we really are drawn to is the complexity, like dark elements kind of combined with lighter elements. You know, I think the reason we don't like Fully Charged as a whole is because it was too lighthearted. It was too kiddie. Whereas, I mean, you look at Ruby Spears, you look at the Battle Network anime. Both those shows diverged from their games quite a lot, but I think we still like them because they were more hardcore. You know, they were more hardcore shows.
I think just in my 3:35 a.m. moment of clarity, as I was hearing you, it finally synced in. What is the key? Where is the lost sauce? Okay, Battle Network. The Battle Network anime is just a really competent kids action adventure anime. That's a sauce. It's a competent show that still feels like it's source material, even if it doesn't resemble it. I think the difference is that the Ruby Spears Mega Man cartoon felt like Adam West Batman. It's not necessarily just for children. The comedy also, the funny also it's hilarious as an adult still. While
that's a good point, though. I like that.
Fully Charged is completely a children's cartoon. There is no Adam West factor there.
That's a good point. No, I think you're actually right there. Like, there's a note of serious. In some ways, you can tell the Ruby Spears isn't meant to be taken very seriously, and that in itself gives it an appeal, like an Adam West sort of appeal. Mm-hmm. Whereas you feel like the Fully Charged is supposed to be taken seriously in the context of a children's cartoon, and that kind of turns you off because it means that you're not really supposed to see it as anything other than, I don't know. What would you say? Trying to find the perfect term.
Oh, we got you mean Star Force 4? Oh man, so many Mega Man games we could have had. Capcom. As for what you were saying, it really, man, it's that term, that nondescript term that's used by the kids now. The sauce. It's just so perfect of a descriptor of what is missing sometimes. On the other hand, I don't know if you remember that before Disney bought 20th Century Fox, the 20th Century Fox were planning, they had the license for a Mega Man movie, and the original concept was an R-rated classic Mega Man movie, and I felt my blood freeze because I did not want that, because classic Mega Man is a Kodomo anime, dude. If it was like, why? If you want R-rated Mega Man, you do X or Zero.
Yeah.
Those are the gritty Mega Man. Why R-rated classic?
Yeah, you know, it's like, see, that goes in the other extreme, I feel, where, like, when you're specifically trying to make it an R-rated thing, I think you kind of risk going in the opposite direction, the opposite extreme, where, you know, you had Fully Charged wanting to make a purely children's show, and on the other hand, you got people wanting to make a fully R-rated show. I think you're at the risk of doing the complete opposite problem and making it too serious to be taken seriously.
You know what?
Like too gritty for the sake of gritty, and not for the sake of anything else.
Do you remember the live-action adaptation of Teen Titans that was criticized for being overly edgy because the trailer right away starts with Robin saying "Fuck Batman"? That's how That's how many of us imagine this R-rated Mega Man movie will start. It will start with Mega Man in a dark alley as it rains and going, "Fuck Dr. Light." That because it felt like it was going to be that horrible edge, that edge that goes beyond enjoyable.
Yeah, I know. It's an edge that is purely there to be an edge and nothing else.
Exactly. It's a pizza cutter, all edge, no point.
Yeah. Yeah, it just keeps going round and round until it goes insane, just like a pizza cutter.
Exactly. Man. Oh.
No, it's absolutely true. Yeah. What were you saying there about? Oh yeah, it's kind of is how I'm inclined to see X throughout like Maverick Hunter X, where he's just like, he's kind of like low key hate speeching all the Mavericks, being like, "You're a Maverick. I'm gonna stop you, you Maverick."
Oh, that's right. That's right. You are a Maverick. That's it. You are a Maverick. I'll stop you now.
Yeah, I know. I always say that I appreciate Maverick Hunter X for the great voice acting, but not so much for the script.
We were mentioning hours ago the Cataclysm, which was just a fan theory by the author of the webcomic Bob and George, although I still reread from time to time. Do you know the theory that Zero killed the classic cast? Because it's still kind of popular, because Aku is asking if Base got killed by Zero, but I was writing in chat, no, Zero never got a chance to be active in the classic timeline. As cool as Mega Man vs. Zero of a fight will be, he never got active during that timeline. That moment in time, rather.
Yeah, it's true. I always felt myself that Base needed more time to shine. Like he only really got drawn out in 7 and 8, and that was it. Well, Mega Man and Base as well. That's another big one.
Dude, I'm sorry. It's just Akko reminded me of something. I told you about the tweet where they consider making Zero role, and Inafune was like, no. Sistal, when he was reading the translation, he said, because Zero's design from X series has what's commonly called in the fandom the light boobs, the green that are supposed to be like military medals, but they look
yeah.
So Sistal was telling me, you know what, that will have given light boobs an entirely different meaning. And I was like, I'm glad Inafune said no to that idea. We don't need to go there in the story for Zero.
Yeah. I hear ya. I gotta tell you, man. I think I'm gonna have to wrap up. It's getting even too late for me. If you can imagine that, if you can fathom that by any stretch.
Oh man! Before we go, any social media, anything you want to promote before we leave?
Well, thank you for asking. First off, yeah, I guess my own Twitch channel. I stream quite often, and it's always a good time. I'm a Mega Man centered channel. I might make the occasional exception. I mean, because I'm playing Gunvolt recently, which is pretty much Mega Man for all intents and purposes. But I gotta say, I'm feeling a bit inclined to revisit some other childhood classics of mine, which are not Mega Man, but which I still think would be fun to play. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, I'm mostly a Mega Man-centered channel. And, my big contribution, I think, to the world of streaming, I mean, not that it's a revolutionary thing, but I'm all about love of these games, Like, I am far more inclined to gush about... honestly, I'm like 10 times more inclined to gush about the games I love than, knock a game I don't like. And aspects about a game, too. So, yeah, I'm all about... I always say that I got... how everyone feels the need to vent frustrations, well, I'm kind of like that, but I always feel the need to vent my love of things. So, that's what I am. Also, hello! Thank you to whoever. I'm sorry, I missed who followed me.
It's Akko. He also went to channel to. He was like all of the headpads to the Mega Man Fumo, because you have your gift of the Mega Pads to the Mega Man Fumo plushie.
Oh, that is there all day, every day. That's been there since the first
stream.
stream. Every stream, yeah. That's legit. My no, heck, I was just talking about how I feel the need to vent my love of things. Well, that is a perfect image that illustrates that feverish need to vent about the things I love. It's just like, oh, I love it. Mega Pats intensify, that kind of thing.
Oh man,
I appreciate you, Alco. Thank you. Akatez, I appreciate the follow. That's very kind of you. But
Locke said, I think Locke went Maverick saying, guys, give it 6BD7 Sigma for the memes to get more Zoomer audiences before you go. I think I lost brain cells reading that. Also,
I don't know if I want Zoomer audiences.
Yeah, I don't know. Then again, the Zoomers are in their late 20s now, dude. They are not the youngs, are the alphas now. We are the olds. It's like the Protoman said, we are the death.
Okay, well, I guess I owe it to myself to say this line then. 657 Sigma, 657 Sigma, 657 Sigma, 657. How many times do I have to say it?
3, just 3, you're fine.
657 Sigma, that was easy, yeah.
Let's see, whom's do we raid, dude? There is because at this time, not many people are online. Let me check.
Oh, I can make a suggestion.
Yes.
If you don't have anyone in mind, I'd like to raid. I think Cypher, very awesome Mega Man Legend speedrunner, and I think he's usually streaming that. But I want to confirm real quick.
Can you
but
type?
I want to say he's streaming right now.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
check.
let me. I'll type it in. Sorry,
and can you send me his name on DM or something to be able to the raid?
Can do. Let me actually make sure he is still streaming because that was a while ago where I saw he went live. Yeah, he is.
Oh,
heck
perfect.
Yeah. Okay, Cypher40. Yeah, let me just post the name in there for you. The dude doesn't stream as often as I would like for him to. He streams like, maybe once a week. He has a really busy working schedule, so he's only able usually to stream in the late night hours. And it's hard to get viewers around that time for a lot of people. So I'd like to, give him a little party here.
Sure.
So where are you again?
I'm on Discord DMs.
Oh no, I should show it to you in the chat. Where did it go? Okay, there it is. I have so many windows up, man.
I know, right?
Cypher42. There you go.
Okay, okay, I see it now. Cypher42. Perfect. Let's go raid him then. Guys,
heck yeah.
Thank you so much for watching. Please go follow Skybane. He does the perfect S rank 100 points runs on Mega Man Zero.
You're pressuring me to do more of those runs soon.
Dude, those games are not easy. That could be your bread and butter. The same speed runs are Blue Metal's bread and butter.
I could do it, man. It's like it won't take much to talk me into it.
maybe after Gumball,
dude. You're making a really compelling argument by just telling me to do it. Okay, but dude, it has been a pleasure. Guys, follow this awesome man right here. Let me actually do that myself. Do I need to shout you out in a collab, actually?
I don't think so. I need to give you a shout out just for the hell of it, but that's your decision.
Okay. Well, a vocal shout out probably counts for more. So, guys, follow links. Yeah, he's an oldie, an old school Mega Man fan, been around the block for since time immemorial. And he knows everything about Mega Man. Like, he knows literally everything. It's like, you see this image I got going on for, the conspiracy theory image? That's legit him. He knows everything. I'm just sitting there, taking it all in, and my brain's cracking in the process, but I'm still very interested.
This franchise stole my brain, dude. This franchise stole my brain.
But yeah, check him out, guys. He's awesome. Yeah. And I think you're heading close to a goal of yours, like a follower goal?
Yeah,
or did you hit that already?
I'm like 3 followers away from getting my goal, more or less, a 500 follower goal.
Oh, heck yeah, guys, you need that. I don't think you need any more incentive. I mean, maybe aside from my pointing a gun at your head, but it shouldn't have to come to that.
What is a man? A miserable
A
little,
miserable
pile,
little
of
pile of
secrets.
secrets.
But enough talk. How about you?
How about you?
Da-na-na-na-na. Oh man, yeah, I also love Castlevania. Man, I streamed last Halloween Symphony of the Night, and I feel already compelled to replay Symphony of the Night and Super Castlevania 4.
Perfect segue into Cypher. He can speedrun Symphony of the Night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he doesn't do it very often, but you might be able to convince him.
No, thank you.
Yeah, Triforce, thank you very much for tuning in. Thanks for. I'm glad you could stay for as long as you have been.
Thank you. Oh, Akko, I already did Castlevania 2, and I beat Castlevania 2 in a single stream. Took me like 2 hours.
Really?
Yeah. I don't hate the game, but the patches to improve it do help.
I gotcha.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
well, let's raid into Cypher now.
Let's raid. I'm going to hit the raid button to get the whole countdown started.
Same.
So,
need it
guys,
too.
thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Triforce Dog, Akko, everybody who was here in chat, Blank, all who were here earlier. Please take care. I'll see you around on Saturday for the Mega Man Mario 64 collab.
You do not want to miss that, guys. That's going to be incredible and crazy. There's going to be more people than last time, I think.
Please take care and give us say the line, Skybing.
Oh, okay. All pressure's on me. Okay. Drum roll. Until next time, guys. Legends never die.
Legends never die. Good night, everybody.
See ya, fam. Have a good one. Stay